Chapter 116. Jun Moxie was drinking a mouthful of wine when he heard those words. He choked and sprayed a drop of wine onto the third uncle Jun Wui, causing him to cough even more violently. Wah! That old bastard Li Shang has overreached himself. Not only has his dantian recovered, but his meridians have also been greatly damaged. He's on the verge of death. Even his most beloved grandson, Li Yuran, has been affected. Grandpa Jun hadn't laughed so heartily for many years. I heard that the pretty boy's face was directly disfigured. Wahaha! Jun Wuxia held the wine cup in his hand. He was flabbergasted. I originally only wanted to cause a little damage. In all honesty, at that time, I really did not expect such a glorious result. I only wanted to destroy the jade coral. I really had no other intentions. As for the Grand Preceptor Li Shang being seriously injured and Li Yuran being disfigured, I really did not think about it. I am very innocent, although I wanted to be a little worse. At that time, I actually waved my hand casually to create such a good situation. The gods make fools of people. Just for this matter. Today we must get drunk. Grandpa Jun laughed heartily and raised his glass of wine. And this matter is indeed frightening, but father, if the Grand Preceptor Li Shang is really unable to cure him and dies, we also need to be careful of the Li family's movements. Li Shang's blood god guards could be said to have shaken the world for a period of time. No one dared to look down on them, and they are incomparably loyal to Li Shang. If Li Shang really dies, these people will definitely vent their anger. But if they want to vent their anger, their first target will be our Jun family. We have to be on guard against this. So, we need to make some preparations in advance. Jun Wui smiled. He then calmed his mind and spoke slowly. That's right. Grandpa Jun put down his glass of wine. If that old man really dies, although the Li family will not be able to return to its former glory, the backlash from those men of sacrifice will also be a headache. Even if he didn't die, this would definitely be the reason for chaos. Wu Yi, most of the Jun family's strength is now in your hands. So, how do you think we should handle this matter? Jun Wui furrowed his brows and said, if we're talking about adapting to the situation, we still have to consider Grand Preceptor Li's final life and death as the prerequisite. If he survives this, all the arrangements will be wasted. The best countermeasure is to deal with the myriad of changes by not changing. Gathering the core strength together and not giving the opponent a chance to break us down one by one is the best strategy. I believe that our Jun family's strength can ensure their safety. I'm only worried about General Shun and the others. They've been following us all these years. So, it can be said that their hatred with the Li family isn't deep. So, if something were to happen to them, then they might encounter some misfortune. Jun Moxie smiled. Third uncle's words are certainly wise words, but you are worrying too much. Any one of these generals was an iron-blooded warrior who had survived hundreds of battles. His sensitivity to danger was definitely deeper than anyone else's. Otherwise, wouldn't they have already died in battle? As long as they receive this news, their first reaction will be to respond to it and ensure their own safety. If they can't even protect their own safety, then how can they go into battle and kill the enemy? Jun Moxie smiled as he said this. Then he raised his eyebrows and said ruthlessly, if they don't even have this ability and we still need to send people to protect them when things come to a head, then what's the use of such trash? What's the point of abandoning them? What's the point of hurting them? Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to react. These two men were commanders who had fought hundreds of battles in the army. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they loved their soldiers like their own children. They treated the soldiers under them like brothers and nephews. So, they naturally disapproved of Jun Moxie's incomparably ruthless words. Wuxia, you can't say things like that. These people have followed our Jun family for many years. How can we abandon them? Jun Zhantian was a little angry. He stroked his beard and said in a displeased manner, this is the basic integrity of a person. We share weal and woe and never abandon each other in life or death. Your way of thinking is too. Grandpa Jun didn't finish his sentence, but the criticism in his words was very obvious. Grandpa, Wuxia doesn't agree with your words. Let me ask you something. If you only care about these incompetent people and cause the death of countless soldiers, then you should understand the pros and cons of this matter, right? The border has been unstable these past few years, and there have been battles all year round. And those people that third uncle mentioned before are all veteran generals in the army. It's inevitable that they will lead their troops to face the enemy. And if a general is incompetent, then thousands of soldiers will die. For me, if a person is really incompetent, then it's better to simply give up. Otherwise, if they are entrusted with heavy responsibilities, then the overall situation is bound to be ruined. At certain critical moments, it might even shake the foundation of the country. How can this be a trivial matter? This is a matter of great right and wrong. How can it be that we are heartless? Jun Moxie boldly retorted, I just mentioned that if a general is incompetent, then thousands of soldiers will die from exhaustion, and the position will be lost. If it's serious, then the enemy will break through, and the entire army will be routed. Even the foundation of the country will be shaken, and the country will be destroyed. This is definitely not alarmist talk. Grandpa and third uncle also understand this truth. At critical moments we must make a painful decision. Otherwise we will have to pay an unbearable price. When that time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Use people who are virtuous. Use generals who are resourceful. This is not something that we should be emotional about. We must be responsible for the majority of the people. If as a leader you still have to be emotional, then I can only say that you are unqualified. If Mosia's words have offended you in any way, then I ask Grandpa and third uncle to forgive me. However, this is a matter of principle. Please forgive Mosia for not being able to give in. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi remained silent at the same time. They were both intelligent people, and even though they felt that these words weren't very pleasant to hear, but they couldn't refute the fact that these words were true. As a qualified leader, being merciful and soft-hearted was the biggest taboo. Although they acknowledged that Jun Mosia's words were reasonable with their characters, they would never do something like that and would never do it. This was also why they were respectable. Although they were pedantic, they were adorable and admirable. Perhaps, this was also the embodiment of human nature. Jun Moxie chuckled and said, naturally this is still our conjecture. As for the final result, it is still a different matter. I just want to remind Grandpa and third uncle in advance. When the time comes to give up, you must be decisive. If you are indecisive, you will be in trouble. Third uncle taught us about the helplessness of the aristocratic families. Today's actions and the decision we make in the future are also the helplessness of the aristocratic families. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi looked at each other. They were surprised and shocked by Jun Moxie's ruthlessness today. Jun Wuyi frowned as he pondered. He could not help but think of Jun Moxie's fatal moves. His heart shivered. As the second generation of the Jun family, he undoubtedly understood his nephew's position. However, it was difficult for a soldier to give up his comrade in arms. It was just as Jun Moxie had said, helplessness. Grandpa Jun stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. I can see through Jun Moxie's character. Although he is somewhat ruthless, he is someone who can wield power. However, he should not be too ambitious. Otherwise the sky will be filled with blood. Is it a blessing? Is it a calamity? Grandpa Jun was a little worried and could not help but sigh. The old man came from a poor background and was not a true descendant of an aristocratic family. It could be said that he had fought his way to where he was today step by step. Therefore he was very kind to the soldiers under him, especially those generals who had climbed up from the bottom. He valued them even more. However, old man Jun had 60 years of experience. He had undergone the baptism of political struggles. He was no longer the hot-blooded and courageous man of the past. Moreover, he had lost his son and grandson. Therefore, he had gained a deeper understanding of the ways of the world. Therefore, Jun Mosia's words were more acceptable to him than Jun Wuyi's. In fact, he even appreciated his only grandson's foresight. Jun Wuyi turned his head and spoke to old Pang. Uncle Pang, I will have to trouble you to make arrangements for this matter. No matter what, safety is the most important. Although old Pang was nominally the steward of the Jun residence and was considered a servant, but in reality, everyone knew that old Pang and Jun Zhantian were true friends of life and death. Jun Zhantian had never treated old Pang as a servant. He only treated him as his own brother. In the past, Jun Zhantian had wanted to remove his old brother's status as a servant. Then he would be rewarded with military merits. Then he would be bestowed the title of a wife and son. However, old Pang was sincere about his elder brother. He understood that once he removed his status as a servant, he would no longer be able to accompany his elder brother. Moreover, he would no longer be able to contribute to his elder brother. Therefore, he refused to remove his status as a steward. Therefore, Jun Wuyi had always regarded old Pang as his elder. Therefore, he was very respectful towards him. Old Pang smiled and nodded. Then he got up and walked out. Jun Mosia couldn't help but shake his head. Although the Jun family's people were heroic and upright, but they were too sentimental and righteous. Being sentimental and righteous was a great advantage. However, as an aristocratic family, it involved the politics of the kingdom. Blindly being sentimental and righteous was not appropriate. However, Jun Moxie did not expect his words to be immediately accepted by Old Man Jun and the third uncle. It was just a temporary reminder. In case of a critical moment, it might be of great use. With the character of this father and son, it would take at least 8 to 10 years of subtle influence to change them. Not to mention that Jun Daxiao did not have the patience to do so. Even if he did not have that much time to waste. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Let's take it slowly. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out. Brother Wuyi, it's been 10 years. How have you been? The voice was powerful and reverberated in the clear sky under the setting sun. Jun Wuyi's complexion changed, and his face turned white in an instant. His lips trembled slightly and he almost jumped out of his wheelchair. Chapter 117. This person is definitely an enemy and not a friend. From Jun Wuyi's performance at the moment, there must be a lot of stories behind this. However, Jun Wuyi was in the middle of a full recovery. So, he had to suppress his anger no matter what. Otherwise he would inevitably fall short of success. Jun Zhantian looked at the expression on Jun Wuyi's face and seemed to have understood something. He could not help but reveal a look of worry. It has indeed been many years since we last met. I did not know that a distinguished guest would come from afar. Please come in and have a chat. Jun Wuyi sat motionless as he slowly spoke. His voice was deep and resounding with a hint of heartfelt calmness. At this moment, Third Master Jun had already calmed his mind. His handsome face became like an ancient well without any ripples. His eyes suddenly became unfathomable. He turned to Jun Zhantian and said, Father, they are here. You do not need to come out personally. This child will deal with everything on his own. Jun Zhantian nodded slowly with a heavy expression. Jun Moxie smiled and stood up. He gently stopped the person who was pushing the wheelchair behind Jun Wuyi and said, I will accompany the third uncle. He pushed the wheelchair and slowly walked out of the dining hall. Lengling smiled inwardly. The magnificent jewel hall and the Jun family really have a grudge. In the courtyard, 2 middle-aged men dressed in white stood side by side. They were equally handsome and had the same elegant demeanor. But from Jun Moxie's point of view, although the 2 men were standing side by side, their positions were almost the same. Even their postures were almost the same. Only the left hand and the right hand that were close to each other were obviously a little too relaxed. The other 2 men's eyes were filled with vigilance. So Jun Moxie immediately determined that the 2 men seemed to be harmonious, but in fact they were guarding against each other. Although they came from the same school, they were not on good terms with each other. They even had killing intent. No wonder that day at the magnificent jewel hall, the reaction to his bid was so strange. It seems that at that time the problem was between these 2 men. Brother Mu, after so many years, you are still as elegant as ever. Jun Wuyi's face flashed with a touch of joy, but more than that he was nostalgic and sad. He smiled faintly at one of them but didn't pay any attention to the other. The white-robed man took a step forward and carefully examined Jun Wuyi's face. Then he spoke up in a somewhat emotional manner, Wuyi, you're the same as you were back then. I believe that if the young lady knew, she would. He suddenly stopped and smiled apologetically, Wuyi, these 10 years, how have you been? Your Shen-Chi has advanced to the Earth Shen? It is really commendable. In fact, considering Jun Wuyi's age, it was indeed commendable for him to have advanced to the Earth Shen level. Not to mention that Jun Wuyi had been disabled for 10 years, but his Shen-Chi had advanced instead of regressing. Naturally, it was even more rare. However, no matter how rare Jun Wuyi was, he was still disabled. This fact could not be changed, at least in the eyes of Brother Mu. When he heard the word young lady, Jun Wuyi's calm face showed a trace of sadness. The muscles on his face also showed a painful spasm, and it took a long time for him to calm down. The other man in white also suddenly had a strange look on his face. He looked at Jun Wuyi's eyes and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Jun Wuyi, although your lower body is disabled and you have become a waste, but it seems that you are quite open-minded. It's not bad to have such a state of mind. The other white-robed man laughed out loud and spoke sarcastically. His words were extremely unpleasant to hear, and his attitude was completely different from the previous white-robed man. It seemed as if he and Jun Wuyi had an irreconcilable enmity. Your Excellency has really hit the nail on the head. It doesn't matter if my third uncle's legs are disabled, but if his head is disabled like your Excellency's, then there is really no cure. Before Jun Wuyi could speak, Jun Moxie, who was standing behind him, had already opened his mouth. His tone was light and seemed to have no weight, but his words made the man in white so angry that his face turned even whiter than the white clothes on his body. Jun Moxie. Ignorant child, I let you go the other day but you don't even think about it. Today you are showing off your sharp tongue in front of me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? That white-robed man looked at Jun Wuxia in an awe-inspiring manner. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched, and his handsome face instantly became somewhat sinister and terrifying. Oh, Your Excellency, this is the Jun family's courtyard, not the magnificent jewel hall. You dare to be so arrogant and domineering in the Jun family's courtyard, and speak to the young master of the Jun family like that? Do you really think that this young master doesn't dare to kill you? Do you believe that this young master won't give an order to chop you into meat paste in an instant? Jun Moxie looked at him leisurely, and his eyes instantly sharpened. Ha ha ha. The man in white looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, he turned to Jun Wui and said, Jun Wui, this nephew of yours really makes me appreciate him. He actually said that he wants to kill me. Ha ha ha. Jun Wui, you tell him that the Jun family doesn't have the strength to do so, but do you have the guts to kill me? Ha ha ha, really ignorant and ridiculous. Tianxiang's #1 ignorant debauchee is really not as good as seeing him in person. I admire him but pity him. Xiaohan, this is the Jun family's residence, and you are too presumptuous and too much. Another man in white shouted angrily, if you don't want to come here with me, then leave immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Shuetong, you also said that this is the Jun family's residence and here, you don't have the qualifications to yell at me. The man in white called Xiaohan gloomily looked at Jun Wui and said without turning his head. Ahaha, this is really funny. There are too many people in this world who think too highly of themselves and think too highly of themselves. Jun Moxie laughed loudly, brother, don't think too highly of yourself. Touch your conscience and ask yourself, what kind of trash are you in your organization? Can you speak for the entire organization? Even if my Jun family were to kill you, do you think your master would go to war with my Jun family for your cheap life? Jun Moxie looked at him with pity, poor child, let me tell you the truth. Even if all the people in this world die, the sun and the moon will still rise from Dongfang and set in the west. People don't think too highly of themselves. Once you neglect this point, you will definitely stumble and it will be a big stumble. Let me tell you this in a sincere and heartfelt manner, and treat it as a free education for you. Aha, I am too kind. A shadow flashed and a series of pa-pa-pa sounds rang out. The enraged man in white approached Jun Moxie, and raised his palm to slap him. Jun Moxie laughed loudly and quickly retreated. The man in white followed him like a shadow. Jun Moxie's body swayed left and right, and his head tilted to the side. His shoulder was hit by a palm, but at the same time he used his elbow and knee to block the attack. Two poo-poo sounds were heard, and the man in white's face turned green and white. He retreated a few steps and his posture became very unnatural. His eyes turned red and he looked at Jun Wuxia as if he was about to spit fire. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow him whole. Although Jun Moxie's words were rude, he was still a junior in the eyes of the man in white. He could teach him a lesson but he could not kill him. Therefore, the man in white only used 5% of his strength, and was prepared to teach this sharp-tongued debauchee a lesson. Otherwise, as a dignified Tianshan expert, he would have to consider his own status. If he were to disregard his status and bicker with a junior who had not even reached Silver Xian, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? But he never expected that Jun Moxie's counterattack would be so sharp, so fast, so precise and so ruthless. One elbow hit his throat, and the other knee hit his crotch. He had underestimated his enemy, and was completely unprepared. This boy's attacks were tricky and his timing was precise. It was incredible and just right. Even with his reaction he had still been hit. This brat actually found his blind spot in an instant. If not for the fact that his Xian Qi had reached the Sky Xian realm, these 2 blows alone would have been enough to kill him on the spot. He wouldn't have been able to die again. Even so, his throat was still burning and his crotch was in unbearable pain. He had to use all of his willpower to resist the pain and not let out a groan. Xiaohan snorted angrily, and his entire body flashed with a pale blue radiance. He was desperate to cripple this hateful boy. Mu Shuetong hastily moved sideways and angrily said, "Are you done yet? You're so fussy with a child. Don't you have any manners?" Jun Wui Lengling looked at Xiaohan. He had already decided that if Xiaohan dared to attack Jun Moxie, he would expose his own strength and regardless of the consequences, he would use all of his strength to kill him. Xiaohan panted a few times and his voice was somewhat hoarse. It was obvious that Jun Moxie's 2 attacks had given him a big shock. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll let this boy go for now." He then glared at Jun Moxie, Boy, you'd better pray to the heavens that you don't fall into my hands. Jun Moxie smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm praying to the heavens that you'll meet me when I'm able to kill you. Just you? Ah. Xiao Han was so angry that he started laughing. He heavily snorted and said, Hopeless. Is that so? You just got hit in the crotch and it doesn't hurt anymore? Jun Moxie Lengling said. Xiao Han opened his mouth but no words came out. After all, Xiao Han was a Sky Shen expert. So, he didn't want to speak against his conscience. Especially in front of Jun Wuxia, who was like an ant to him. He was very clear that he had not used his full strength. After all, Jun Moxie was only a Silver Shen brat. In the eyes of a Tian Shen expert, he was no more than an ant. In fact, even a Gold Shen or Yu Shen expert was no different from an ant in the eyes of a Tian Shen expert. But if he had been hit by someone with Yu Shen's cultivation, then his Shen Qi protection would not have been able to withstand it, and he would have died. As soon as he thought of this, his throat and lower body started to feel pain, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. But besides the fear, his disgust and fear towards Jun Moxie had greatly increased. Jun Wui Lengling said, Brother Xiao, did you come all the way here just to bicker with my nephew? Xiao Han snorted but didn't speak again. Mu Shuetong smiled and said, Wui, it's been 10 years and it's finally my turn to come out. So, someone asked me to bring you a gift. Jun Wui's breathing quickened and he said, Is it her? Chapter 118. Yes, that's her. Mu Shuetong nodded heavily. Then he reached into his bosom. He pulled out a small cloth bag. What did she ask you to bring? Why didn't I know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Han suddenly became furious as he looked at Mu Shuetong. He clenched his fists and his eyes became bloodshot. Tell me earlier, who are you to me? What is your identity? What is her identity? Does she need to inform you of her actions? It's really ridiculous. Mu Shuetong looked at him with disdain. Give it to me. Xiao Han's body flashed as he rushed forward and reached out to grab it. Mu Shuetong put the cloth bag into his bosom at lightning speed. Then, the two of them transformed into two groups of misty white shadows with a whoosh sound. The brilliance of the blue Xian Qi formed a faint circle around the two of them. Then, the sound of punches and kicks was unceasingly transmitted from their bodies. Their strength was fluctuating and the strong wind was cutting their faces. What an amazing speed. Even though Jun Wui had reached the realm of Tianxian, he could barely distinguish between the two. This was not to say that Jun Wui's strength was far inferior to the two. On the contrary, Jun Wui's 10 years of hard work and the 500 years of Blazing Heart Meridian's medicinal efficacies had allowed his Xian Qi cultivation to be higher than the two. The reason why he was unable to see through their movements was because he had just entered the realm of Tianxian and needed a relatively stable period. However, Jun Wui's strength had already reached the level of these two men. So, his strength was far inferior to theirs. But his eyesight was still there. So, he could clearly tell who was stronger and who was weaker. He could tell that Xiao Han had also reached the Sky Shen realm, but his strength was far inferior to Mu Shuetong's. In fact, Mu Shuetong had misgivings about Xiao Han's strength, and hadn't dared to use his killer move. Otherwise, Xiao Han would have been dead by now. Even so, bang! Xiao Han let out a mournful cry and flew out in a flash. He coughed in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. He leaped up like a big bird and disappeared outside the door. His resentful voice came from afar. Mu Shuetong. I will remember what happened today and I will definitely seek revenge in the future. Jun Wui, I will kill you. The dust dispersed and Mu Shuetong's clothes were as white as snow. He calmly stood in the middle of the field, and looked at Jun Moxie with a strange look in his eyes. Then he suddenly laughed. Wui, this nephew of yours isn't simple at all. He was able to injure Xiao Han in a single strike, and reduced at least 20% of his strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that a brat who hasn't even reached Silver Shen could actually injure a genuine Tian Shen expert. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and said, I believe that any man who is injured in that place will lose more than 20% of his strength. I just happened to bump into him just now. With the gap in strength between him and me, this situation really shouldn't have happened. Those below level 9 are all non-entities, but what if the non-entities have poison in their bodies? Mu Shuetong smiled. That may be the case, but I was entangled with him for so long, and I didn't manage to bump into him in that place. The two of us have been fighting for almost 10 years, and we haven't bumped into each other even once. But, you bumped into him on the first day of our meeting? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Jun Moxie chuckled and said, That's because he never underestimates you. But he doesn't believe that an ant can hurt him. Mu Shuetong gave a deep look at him and solemnly said, "Well, that's true. But I now know that an ant can also be very frightening. So, I won't underestimate you." Jun Moxie chuckled and spoke in a non-committal manner, Senior, my third uncle has been waiting anxiously for you." Mu Shuetong laughed and took out the small cloth bag from his bosom, and handed it over to Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi's entire body was trembling slightly, and his hands were tightly gripping the armrests of his wheelchair. Kacha, sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the top-quality rosewood wheelchair. After a long time he slowly stretched out his hand and took the small cloth bag. It was as if he had received an item that weighed 1,000 pounds, and also as if he had received a priceless and fragile treasure. Mu Shuetong stared at Jun Wuyi and said in a low voice, "The young lady has been waiting for you." Jun Wuyi suddenly raised his head. "What? Could it be that she?" Mu Shuetong deeply nodded. "The young lady has resisted with her life until now." Jun Wuyi felt a burst of excitement, and his tiger-like eyes instantly became somewhat sparkling. His trembling hands slowly opened the small cloth bag. His movements were meticulous and cautious, as if he was afraid of messing up the rhythm. The small cloth bag slowly opened, and it turned out to be a handkerchief. And a wisp of black hair was quietly lying inside it. A few lines of words were embroidered on the other corner of the handkerchief. "I haven't tied my hat for 10 years and my long hair has been left behind for you. Every night I look at Tianxiang and never look back in this life." Jun Wuyi's whole body trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. He trembled as he bent down, and slowly pressed his face against the handkerchief. Then he slowly pressed his face against the bundle of black hair, and didn't raise his head for a long time. Mu Shuetong heaved a long sigh and said, "The young lady, she is trying to break through to the realm of Shenzhen." Jun Wuyi's whole body shook. But he still didn't raise his head. It seemed that this handkerchief and this wisp of black hair had become his entire world at this moment. His heart and soul were entrusted to him. Mu Shuetong stood quietly for a long time. Then he said, "Brother Wuyi, this little brother has come to an end. So I'll take my leave now. I hope that Brother Wuyi can understand the young lady's feelings. Sooner or later you'll have an end to your bitterness. Don't give up so easily." He cupped his hands in obeisance and then turned around to leave. Jun Wuyi still didn't raise his head. It wasn't until Mu Shuetong had walked a few feet away that he spoke in a hoarse voice, "I've lost my composure. I'm too excited today and it's not convenient for me to keep Brother Mu. But Brother Wuyi will come to ask for forgiveness in the future. Brother Mu, please send my regards to Miss Xiao Qian." Xiao Qian was Mu Shuetong's former lover. Mu Shuetong paused but didn't turn around. Instead he smiled and said, "Xiao Qian is now your sister-in-law. Next time I'll bring her to see you." Jun Wuyi sincerely said, "Congratulations." Mu Shuetong laughed out loud. Then a sky-blue light flashed, and his body floated along with the cool breeze. It seemed as if he was a falling leaf that was being carried by the cool breeze, and disappeared without a trace. The curtain of night quietly fell and the world became hazy. Jun Wuyi was sitting alone in his wheelchair. His face was still pressed against the handkerchief, and that strand of black hair was stuck to it. He was motionless, and his bleak shadow seemed to blend into the endless darkness of the night, and slowly became indistinct. Jun Moxie stood quietly on one side and didn't make the slightest sound. The uncle and nephew pair, one sitting and one standing, were immersed in their own thoughts. The bright moon slowly rotated in the sky and the stars twinkled in the sky. Jun Wuyi finally recovered from his immersion in the past. The 10 years of suffering and torment that had been accumulating in Jun Emosia's heart for the past 10 years were finally revealed to Jun Emosia. 12 years ago the Jun family was like the sun in the sky, and was at the peak of its glory. Grandpa Jun Zhantian was invincible, and every country was terrified of him. No one dared to challenge him. Jun Wu Hui, the eldest of the 3 heroes of the Jun family, was known as the General in White. He was the #1 young man of the Tianxiang Empire. The second son, Jun Wu Meng, was outstanding in martial arts and superior in intelligence. He commanded an army, and every country was at his beck and call. The Jun family's momentum was not only in Tianxiang, but also in the entire Shenzhen continent. At that time Jun Wuyi was 19 years old. He was in the prime of his youth. He was young, handsome, talented, outstanding in martial arts. His temperament was extraordinary, and his demeanor was free and unrestrained. It was unknown how many daughters of rich families and government officials yearned for him. During one of the magnificent jewel hall's auctions, Jun Wuyi had nothing to do. He was a teenager and on a whim he went in to play and met a beautiful girl. The two talked happily and had a good impression of each other. After a few days, Jianghu could not help but go again, and the two held hands and traveled around Tianxiang City. The free Jianghu and the girl Han Yenyao would leave Tianxiang City from time to time to travel around. As time passed, the feelings between the two grew deeper and deeper. Finally, what was bound to happen between a loving couple naturally happened. After a period of time, many mysterious people suddenly came to Tianxiang City, looking for Jianghu. At that time, Jianghu and Han Yenyao were traveling outside, and these people did not even bother to greet them, and directly began to attack the Jun family. The Jun family was at the peak of their power, so they naturally did not fear them. Who would have thought that after a few battles, the Jun family would suffer a great loss? These mysterious people were all masters of the world, and none of the people who attacked were lower than Earth Shen level. Not to mention, there were more than 10 mysterious people who were watching without doing anything. When Jianghu and Han Yenyao returned, they were naturally shocked to see this scene. The girl, Han Yenyao, explained to Jianghu that she came from the most mysterious place in the world. Her family could be said to be an extremely powerful hidden family, or rather, the most mysterious organization. 3,000 miles of ice, Silver Blizzard City. Silver Blizzard City? Just the name of this place was enough to make the vast majority of the world's Shen experts tremble in fear. After thousands of years of accumulation, this was a concentration camp of powerful experts. And the magnificent Jewel Hall was one of the branches of the Silver Blizzard City in the mainland. The so-called Magnificent Jewel Hall was just a name for the outside world, and in the Silver Blizzard City, it was just leftover Jewel Hall. In other words, only the things that were eliminated from the Silver Blizzard City's research would be brought here to be auctioned, and all of these things would still be sold at sky-high prices. After the Magnificent Jewel Hall had converted these items into a huge amount of money, they would then use this money to exchange for some strange things, and then return it to the Silver Blizzard City. Whether it was an ordinary old man's longevity technique or a cultivation technique that could stimulate the potential of the human body, or a rare and precious Shen beast core, or even something from extremely cold or extremely hot places, in short, as long as it was rare in the world, rare in the human world, and beyond the norm, the Magnificent Jewel Hall would buy it all at a satisfactory price. And Han Yenyao was the daughter of the current Silver Blizzard City's Lord Han Zhanmeng. Originally, even if Han Yenyao had an extraordinary background, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Even if Han Yenyao was the daughter of the Silver Blizzard City's Lord, and Jianghu was also a direct descendant of the Jun family, and even if the Jun family was far from being comparable to the Silver Blizzard City, it could still be considered as one of the top families in the world. But the biggest problem was that Han Yenyao had been engaged to the Silver Blizzard City's great elder, Xiao Huifeng's grandson, Xiao Han, since childhood. Chapter 119. Han Yenyao had told Jianghu before she left that if Jianghu could reach the realm of Master Xin, then there might be hope between the two of them. At that time, Jianghu could be considered a genius, but he was only at the middle level of the Gold Shen realm. The gap between him and Master Xian's realm was too far. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. The Jun family of the Tianxiang Empire suffered a series of defeats in the following 2 years. Jianghu Yi's two elder brothers, Jianghu Hui and Jianghu Meng, died in an inexplicable defeat. Jianghu Yi was also ambushed during a campaign. He was obviously going to win. But he was defeated and was crippled for the rest of his life. Mu Shuetong was one of the few people who had accompanied Han Yenyao. He was also the only person in the Silver Blizzard City apart from Han Yenyao who found Jianghu pleasing to the eye. The two of them called each other brothers. After becoming crippled, Jianghu had lost all hope, and he knew that he and his beloved would never be together again. Time flies like an arrow, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. They could only meet each other in the middle of the night, and he never expected that he would receive news from Han Yenyao today. At this moment, Jianghu's heart was like a raging sea. Jun Moxie listened quietly and didn't say a word. He knew that Jianghu wasn't saying these words for him to hear. But he had been suppressing it in his heart for too long, and now that he had suddenly received news from his lover, he was excited and had a strong desire to speak. What he needed now was a way to vent his emotions, and he only needed an audience. And it didn't matter who this audience was, and whether or not they would be able to understand and listen to him. Even if a stone was placed in front of Jianghu would still be able to say these words to that stone. After all, he had been repressed for far too long in the past 10 years. The night was as cold as water and the white fog was like smoke. The dust-laden past events came out of Jianghu's mouth in a soft whisper, but it felt like a heavy mountain was slowly pressing down on him. Time slowly passed as he spoke. The Jun family is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Eldest brother and second brother died in battle in a bizarre manner. I suspected that the Silver Blizzard City's Shao family was behind this. Therefore, I immediately launched an investigation. But at that time, my martial arts skills were low, and the Blizzard Silver City was extremely secretive, so I couldn't find anything. Finally, it was my turn to fight against the Yutang Empire. At that time, I had already gained an overwhelming advantage. I only needed one more step to achieve complete victory. But at that time, a few extremely powerful Xianqi cultivators appeared in the Yutang formation. They led the cavalry in a charge and instantly threw my formation into chaos. Then, several experts rushed into the middle of the army at the same time. They were all at the top cultivation level of Tianxian. He could still remember Chinair Matzi shouting at the top of his lungs, "Third General! Let's go! Let's go!" Then I saw his dark red blood spurt out into the dark blue Xianqi. Then Xiaoming Duanqilong, the little stutterer, all of them died in front of me one by one. They were killed in front of me. Before they died they looked at me. There was only one word in their eyes, "Let's go." Xiaoming hugged someone before he died. But all the bones in his body were broken and smashed. He kept vomiting blood as he shouted for me to leave. At that moment, it was as if I was in a nightmare. Their blood splashed on my face. It was wet, fishy and sticky. It was the blood of my brothers. Jun Wui lowered his head in pain. He frowned. When he was talking about the two sentences that Chinair Matzi shouted, Jun Wui's voice became louder as if he was shouting. Then he lowered his voice and murmured. When he was talking about the last sentence, he couldn't help but use his hand to rub his face forcefully. It was as if he wanted to erase the memory of his comrades' blood when they were trying to escape for him. But I was already crazy at that time. These people were my brothers. They grew up with me. We drank together, sang together, hunted together, went to war together, killed enemies together, celebrated together. In just a few short breaths they all died in front of my eyes. They're all dead. Right in front of me. That was my brother. My brothers. Not a single one of them. Jun Wui suddenly let out a loud roar and fiercely raised his head. He tightly closed his eyes, and two large teardrops slowly trickled down from the corners of his eyes. For me. For me. I wanted to risk my life. I wanted to kill them. Kill them all. Kill. Jun Wui roared at the top of his lungs, but his voice soon became low and powerless. But my martial arts are too weak. They casually grabbed me and then they poured some kind of medicine into my body, and then they dispersed the Xianqi in my dantian, and then they sealed the meridians in my lower body. I didn't scream. I just stared at them without blinking. Although they were all masked, I would be able to recognize any one of them if they appeared in front of me again. I knew that they were from the Silver Blizzard City at that time. The people who came out of that damn place had a cold aura on their bodies. It was the smell of demons. I will always remember their laughter when they were torturing me. Jun Wui's eyes turned red. Then I've been like this since then and I can't stand up anymore. I've buried my hatred in my heart and I don't dare to say it out loud. The Silver Blizzard City is too powerful, and if Father were to find out about it he would certainly disregard everything to take revenge, but the Jun family, even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be a match for the Silver Blizzard City. If I were to force it I would have sacrificed more of my brothers. And the Jun family would have been annihilated as well. My elder brother died because of me and I'm still alive and healthy. My brothers died because of me and not a single one of them was left. But I'm still living in humiliation and I'm still alive. Jun Wui laughed bitterly. His face was full of tears. My two nephews died because of me and I'm still alive. Amosia, do you think that the third uncle is useless? Really cowardly? What a fucking piece of trash. Jun Wui laughed bitterly. His chest was heaving up and down violently. His hatred was as deep as a mountain. And it was as deep as the sea. And it was as deep as a dam. And it was as deep as a river. Jun Moxie had been listening quietly. His face was calm and collected. After hearing Jun Wui's question, he pondered for a moment. Then he slowly opened his mouth. It would have been easy to die in that situation. But it would have been too difficult to live. Only a coward would choose to die. And only a true warrior would be able to survive such a blow. Death is the end of everything. But living on, one has to bear too much. You're alive. And you're not crazy. Third uncle, you're a good man. Jun Wui laughed bitterly. Who says I don't want to die? I want to die. But I can't die. I can't die. Amosia, your grandfather has 3 sons. 2 of them are dead. If I die as well, your grandfather will really collapse. Then the Jun family will be finished. Jun Moxie was silent. Jun Wui had kept these matters bottled up in his heart for a long time. Today he had met an old friend, an enemy which had evoked his memories of the past. Then he had received a keepsake from his former lover, which had left his mind in turmoil. Moreover, his body had just recovered, and his emotions were easily stirred up. So, he had unwittingly spoken so much that he couldn't stop himself. All these years, whenever I closed my eyes, my 2 brothers would ask me, "Wui, why didn't you take revenge for us?" Whenever I closed my eyes, my brothers would call out to me, "Third General, take revenge for us. Take revenge for us. Take revenge for us." Jun Wui clenched his fists. His face was ferocious. His body was taut like a bow. His palms were dripping with blood. Even in my dreams, I can feel the blood of my brothers. It's still warm and fresh. It's still flowing in front of my eyes. Jun Wui crouched down and covered his face with his hands. His shoulders were trembling. Jun Moxie took a deep breath. He looked up at the night sky. Suddenly he felt the blood in his body surge. The killing intent that had been dormant for a long time burst out. Lengling smiled. Silver Blizzard City? Xiao family? Very good. Do you think you can do whatever you want? For the time being you will be my target. I don't mind stepping on your path to the peak of this world. Since I'm Jun Moxie now, I will bear the shame and glory of the Jun family. Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family? In a few years' time, this evil monarch will make sure that not even a mouse remains in the Xiao family. Far away in the shadows, Jun Tian stood there in sadness. Looking at his only son, his only grandson, Grandpa Jun's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Third brother, do you really think I don't know the bitterness in your heart? Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family, do you think I don't want to take revenge? Do you think that you can hide these things from me just because you didn't say it? All these years, when has this blood feud not been in my heart? But behind us there is still the Jun family. Our descendants and tens of thousands of followers. If the Jun family were to let their emotions affect their decisions, the Jun family's descendants would be secondary. Their political enemies would uproot the entire Jun family. That would be a bloodbath. Jun Tian stood there quietly for a moment. Then he disappeared into the night wind. Only the uncle and nephew were left. One was sitting and the other was standing in the night wind. They listened to the sobbing of the wind. The bleakness of late autumn drifted through Tianxiang City overnight. Autumn passed day by day. Tianxiang City appeared to be tranquil on the surface. However, it was surging violently in the dark. At least a few hundred messenger birds flapped their wings and flew into the night sky, drawing out beautiful trajectories. There were also many high-level Xian experts who had suddenly ended their long years of secluded cultivation. One by one they came out from their hiding places and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Tianxiang City. They were trying their best to listen to any gossip and pay attention to any unusual movements. They were like the most dutiful constables who were closely watching the dark side of the capital. Many people in the continent had received the news in just a few days. They were so excited that they couldn't wait to fly to the Tianxiang City. Chapter 120. All of the above was caused by the sudden appearance of an inexplicable piece of news. That inexplicable piece of news? It turned out that the Northern City clan had been wiped out by the mysterious organization during the recent riots in Tianxiang City. The Tang family of the Tianxiang aristocratic family had launched a large-scale search. The reason why the Tang family had lowered their status was because they had lost an extremely important item. The Shendan of a peak level 9 Shen beast. This piece of news, which had yet to be finalized, started from a small rumor and spread rapidly. It was as if it had grown wings and was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the entire continent in an extremely short period of time. This is an opportunity to recapture the Shendan. In the Grand Preceptor's mansion, Li Yuran was standing in front of Li Shang's sickbed. Her face was covered with a light green veil as she spoke resolutely. "Oh, in the past we went through a lot of trouble, but we were still the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. In the end we got nothing. How can we say that this is an opportunity?" Grand Preceptor Li Shang's complexion had improved a lot. Although he was still very weak, he was no longer in a precarious state like he had claimed to be. In fact, he could even speak normally. At this moment, there was a look of understanding in his eyes as he looked at his grandson. He wanted his grandson to say it out loud. Ever since he had failed to restore his dantian, his old life had been saved. However, his body's condition had deteriorated day by day. Grand Preceptor Li Shang was somewhat disheartened. He was well aware of his body's condition, and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Therefore he had been trying his best to cultivate his eldest grandson, Li Yuran. No matter what problem he encountered, he would first ask for Li Yuran's opinion before pointing out any shortcomings. Li Yuran didn't disappoint him. During this period of time, her temperament and shrewdness had improved by leaps and bounds. Her understanding of certain matters had become very sharp. Even Grand Preceptor Li had to sigh at her inferiority. This was because Li Shang's heart was cold, but at the same time he was comforted. After all, he finally had a successor. The current situation is very clear. The Tang family's Xiandan had been stolen. In this world there were probably only 3 groups of people who knew about it. Of course, old Master Tang wouldn't be so stupid as to leak this information and bring trouble to his family. We couldn't leak this information either. The Xiandan was too important, and the more people who knew about it, the more competitors there would be. Our goal is to seize the Xiandan before anyone else finds out. Since it wasn't either of us who leaked the secret, the only person who could have leaked it would be the person who obtained the Xiandan. In other words, as long as we find this person, we will be able to retrieve the complete Xiandan. On that day he was the Oriole while we made a wedding dress for him, allowing that person to obtain the Shen core and gain a huge advantage. That person should have disappeared without a trace, so it's not surprising that there hasn't been any movement for such a long time, and it's only reasonable. But now, he suddenly leaked this information and exposed the existence of the 9th grade Xiandan. This is puzzling. He didn't leave any traces that day, but today he made such an unwise move. He must have his own intentions. As for his intentions, I'm stupid. I can only deduce a few things. First, although he has obtained the Xiandan, he doesn't know how to use it. He doesn't even understand the true function of the Xiandan. He has obtained it, but he doesn't use it. Therefore, he needs to attract strong people to come here and fish in troubled waters to inquire about the function of the Xiandan. This is the first reason. Tang Wanli has studied the method of absorbing the 9th grade Xiandan for decades. He has also inquired about it for decades, but he still hasn't fully understood it. Even we, if not for my master's guidance, I'm afraid we wouldn't know about it. Go on. Li Shang showed a look of appreciation. Secondly, this person is most likely from the Tianxiang city. Moreover, he must be a top-notch expert. In fact, he might have even reached the bottleneck of his Shenqi cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released the news at this time. After all, wouldn't it be better to wait patiently for the news to die down? Therefore, I believe that this person is on the verge of a breakthrough. Yes. Is there a third reason? Li Shang's eyes were full of admiration. Third, this person must have the confidence to get what he needs before the strong people arrive. So, this person must have a very powerful intelligence network. From this point of inference, I'm more than 80% sure that this person is from one of the most powerful families in the capital. Moreover, he has the qualifications to mobilize the power of his entire family. This is why he is so bold and confident. Li Yuran's voice was a little cautious. That's a good analysis. This way we can narrow down the target to a small area. Li Shang clapped his hands. He was very pleased in his heart. Who are you suspecting now? Our Li family can be ruled out first. The Tang family can also be ruled out. The rest are the Jun family, the Mu Rong family, the Dugu family, the Meng family, and the Song family. These 5 families are all possible. Li Yuran bent her fingers one by one. However, the Jun family is our old enemy. But, considering Jun Zhantian's integrity, I don't think he would do such a thing. Jun Wui may be physically disabled, but his heart is not. But he is still disabled, so it's difficult for him to move around. As for Jun Moxie, he's still a debauchee. I'm afraid that he doesn't have the qualifications to mobilize the power of his family. Therefore, the Jun family is the least suspicious at the moment. But we can't completely rule them out. Anything is possible. The possibility of the Dugu family is not very high. Although they are powerful and have the ability to be the Oriole. But fundamentally speaking, the Dugu family lacks ambition. Otherwise, the Dugu family would have replaced the Jun family a long time ago. The reason why His Majesty tolerates the Dugu family is because the Dugu family has talented warriors. But unlike the Jun family, which has talented generals, the Dugu family can charge and break through the enemy lines. But if they want to be like Jun Wu Hui, Jun Wu Meng, Jun Wui, or Jun Zhantian, they can command the entire army. But the Dugu family definitely doesn't have such talents. In other words, if the Dugu family could produce such a person, I'm afraid that His Majesty would immediately suppress the entire family. After all, the Dugu family is not like the Jun family, who have saved His Majesty's life many times. But even if the Jun family has done so much and their descendants are too outstanding, didn't they still end up like this? How could the Dugu family be an exception? So, although the Dugu family is big and has many descendants, they don't have the cohesiveness of the Jun family. Although the Jun family seems to be in decline, the four marshals who have always been victorious are enough to shake the entire kingdom. So, although the Dugu family is slightly more suspicious than the Jun family, they are still on the edge. To put it bluntly, I really don't see any of the Dugu family's schemes. The Meng family, firstly, is our ally. Secondly, the Meng family doesn't have any particularly outstanding people. So their chances aren't great. For the time being, they can only be ranked third. Among the aristocratic families, the Song family has always been the most low-key. But a dog that bites never barks. So the suspicion this time is really not small. It's only second to the Murong family. The Murong family has always had a deep foundation, ambition, and scheming. Moreover, they use their status as a relative of the emperor to look down on the other aristocratic families. So, in this matter, we must pay special attention to the Murong family. Li Yuran carefully analyzed. Her words were spoken very slowly, and it was obvious that she was thinking nervously. Not bad. Li Shang nodded. But apart from these families, there are a few other directions that you haven't mentioned yet. Please advise me, grandfather. Li Yuran said. There is still one of the biggest aristocratic families in this city. You don't seem to have considered it. The royal family. The royal family is the most powerful family. Although His Majesty is still hiding his strength, I'm afraid that His Majesty would have been assassinated many times over if he didn't have the protection of several top experts. You must pay special attention to this point. Also, there are 3 big gangs in Tianxiang City. They also have considerable strength. So, you must pay attention to them. In addition, we can't completely rule out the possibility of a mysterious expert hiding in Tianxiang City. Also, there are several well-known assassin organizations that have been active in Tianxiang City for some time. These are all possible targets. Li Shang coughed a few times and propped himself up with difficulty. Then he opened his eyes wide. This Xian Dan incident is bound to cause an unprecedented storm. Yuren, you must be cautious. Also, we don't have enough strength right now. If your master can come here personally, then we'll have a higher chance of success. If he can't come, then you should ask your senior brothers to come here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I advise you to withdraw from this competition. Could be a disaster at any time. Li Shang sighed and lay back on the bed. Yes. I have already sent out the 1,000 miles Oriole in the early morning. I believe that master has already received it. Li Yuran nodded heavily. How is your Shenqi progress? Li Shang asked with his eyes closed. I have already reached the peak of the gold level. Li Yuran's voice sounded a little guilty. But my realm is still a little unstable. Once it stabilizes, I will be able to attack Yu Xian. But this matter. Li Shang raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. Don't say that this matter was unintentional. Even if I knew the consequences, I would still gladly help you. After all, you are the Li family's biggest hope in the future. You don't have to worry about this matter too much. Li Yuran sighed. The last time he had used the seabed jade coral to treat Li Shang's injuries, Li Shang had suffered serious injuries due to an inexplicable explosion. However, Li Yuran's face had been blasted open, and his pretty boy face had been completely ruined. However, fortune and misfortune were often accompanied by fortune. Li Yuran had gained a lot of benefits from this incident. The spiritual energy in the seabed jade coral had to be stimulated by Li Yuran first before Li Shang could further absorb it. During the explosion, because of the sudden interruption, a considerable amount of spiritual energy had coincidentally stayed in Li Yuran's meridians. It could be considered as a blessing in disguise. During this period of time, Li Yuran did not go out because of the injury on his face. Under the help of that energy, he actually advanced from the initial stage of the gold level to the peak of the gold level. Just one step and he would be a jade level Xian. With Li Yuran's age, although this speed of advancement was not unprecedented, it was enough to show disdain for the current generation. Chapter 121. The reason for the destruction of the Northern City clan has long been investigated. There are too many coincidences in this world. The cause was Qin Hu's son Qin Xiaobao. This little debauchee had unintentionally offended Tang Yuan and Jun Moxi, 2 big debauches that he could not afford to offend. The 2 of them retaliated with a personal grudge. With their interference, the destruction of the Northern City clan was only a matter of time. However, I do not know if I am being too paranoid, but I feel that something is not right. However, I am unable to pinpoint the specifics. Li Yuran stood up and slowly paced back and forth. Now that we have lost the eyes and ears of the Northern City clan, we have lost a lot of sources of information. We must make up for this as soon as possible. The matters of the family, I will leave it to you to decide. Li Shang closed his eyes. I originally wanted to recommend you to the imperial court, but since you insist on not doing so, then we will talk about it later. However, Yuran, the foundation of the Li family is still in the imperial court and not in Jianghu. You must bear this in mind. I know that you have great ambitions, but everything must be done according to one's capabilities. Taking risks and hoping for a fluke cannot be repeated. It is better to be careful than to sail a ship for 10,000 years. This grandson understands. Li Yuran was silent for a long time before replying with her head lowered. A gust of autumn wind blew, and yellow leaves filled the sky. The fluttering yellow leaves sparkled under the sunlight, as if a golden rain had suddenly fallen between heaven and earth. Two people with ordinary faces and clothes were calmly walking on the streets of Tianxiang City. One of them had a sallow complexion, but his stature was exceptionally tall and straight. The sharpness in his eyes didn't match his sallow complexion. The other person was a young man with a slightly darker complexion. Tianxiang City has changed a lot in the past 10 years. The middle-aged man slowly walked, his eyes slowly turning from the two sides of the road. His voice was desolate, as if he was an old man who had just experienced the vicissitudes of life, and had suddenly returned to the normal world. That place used to be the Yi clan's ancestral hall more than 10 years ago. Back then many of us brothers played there since we were young. He laughed, but his voice sounded like he was crying. Third uncle, do you also feel as if a lifetime has passed? The young man beside him smiled. In the end it'll be fine once you get used to it. Everyone has to die. Be it as a person or as a commander, one has to be able to accept life and death. If you can't see past life and death, no matter what you do, you won't achieve much. Letting go of life and death is easier said than done. The middle-aged man sighed. 10 years have passed in this dream and everything is desolate. My brothers have all turned into dust. Now I look around and I am alone. Third uncle, look at our feet. The youth smiled warmly, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. It was a smile of mockery towards life, a smile of mockery towards the world. At this moment, the youth's eyes carried a look of indifference, as if he had seen through the past and present. He pointed at the ground under his feet. Third uncle, do you know how many people have been buried under this ground for thousands of years? In a sense, we are actually stepping on other people's corpses at every moment. At this moment we might be stepping on a beggar, and at the next moment we might be stepping on the remains of an emperor. Whether it's the mountains, rivers, or thick soil, it's not an exaggeration to say that they are all accumulated from corpses. Life and death are just like the withering and flourishing of plants. In the end, what does it matter? One day you or I will also be lying under this ground for others to step on. But the most important thing is now. Right now we are stepping on other people all the time. Whether he was an overlord who once ruled over an area, an emperor who once made great contributions, or a beauty who could cause the downfall of a nation, isn't there no reaction now? So, before we are stepped on by others, we must stand at a height where no one can step on us. In the future only we can step on others. Whether it's the living or the dead. Haha. He laughed arrogantly. If that's the case, what's there to remember? Where is the time to remember the dead? No matter if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, step on them all. No matter if it's a noble or a general, kill them all. No matter if it's a mountain or a sea, go fuck them all. As long as we are alive we must have no regrets. Even if we are wrong we must not regret. Right and wrong, right and wrong, right and wrong, who can say clearly? As long as we are alive we must enjoy ourselves. Live freely and freely live as we please. Whoever we don't like, step on them. Whoever offends us, injures us, we must kill them. As for those who stand in our way we must destroy them. As long as we are alive, no matter if we are male or female, we only need to face the heavens proudly, look down on the earth, move unhindered under the heavens and look down on the wind and clouds. Only then will we not have wasted our time in this world. The youth's eyes coldly observed everything around him. The rest at best is just a game. That's all. These two people were strange. It was actually the young one consoling and preaching to the old. This strange uncle-nephew duo was naturally the uncle and nephew duo of Jun Wui and Jun Moxie. Jun Wui had not left the Jun residence for 10 years. In order to let him relax, Jun Moxie suggested to change his appearance and travel. Jun Wui happily agreed. Then the uncle and nephew duo slipped out and strolled around the capital. Jun Moxie's disguise technique was inherited from a peerless master of disguise in his previous life. It could be said that it was a combination of ancient and modern techniques. It could be said that in the entire Shenzhen continent, there was no one who could recognize their original appearance. So, the two of them boldly strolled around the capital. Wuxia, I really didn't expect you to be so. Jun Wui listened to Jun Moxie's words and shook his head with a smile. If I didn't look at you, I'm afraid even I would think that you're an old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life and death. Jun Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm afraid that I've experienced much more than those old fogies you speak of. I've lived 2 lives, not just in name but also in reality. This was the first Prince's Hall of Virtue 10 years ago. Who would have thought that it would become the Hall of Huanghua today? I really wonder if there's any power in the capital that dares to compete with the first prince for territory? Jun Wui frowned as he looked at a concave on the left side of the road. It was an inconspicuous pavilion. Behind it, there was a continuous rise and fall. It turned out to be a big house. A faint mournful cry came from inside. The voice was weak and full of despair. Hall of Huanghua. What does it mean? Don't tell me it's the meaning of the Hall of Huanghua in the past. The passers-by who passed by the Hall of Huanghua would hide far away from the entrance. It was as if there were venomous snakes and fierce beasts hiding inside. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and even hatred. When they passed by the entrance, they hastened their footsteps and hurriedly passed by. Jun Moxie quickly searched his mind and said, Hall of Huanghua, it seems to be a place similar to a brothel. However, the age of the people here is relatively young. Moreover, there are some good-looking, As he said this, Jun Moxie's heart suddenly surged with a strong anger. This place is basically a transit station for the sale of young boys and girls. If the aptitude is good, they will be secretly sent away. If the aptitude is not good, but the person is smart and handsome, they will be trained and then sold to the rich families at a high price to make a huge profit. As for the worse ones, they will stay here. After a few years, when they grow up, they will be sold to the Spirit Fog Lake as playthings for men and women. It can be said that this place is a place of evil. Jun Wui's eyes widened as he looked sharply at the Hall of Huanghua. I didn't expect that the imperial capital of Tianxiang Empire would have such a despicable place. Don't tell me that the government doesn't care about it? Jun Moxie sighed. In name, the eldest prince had let go of this place a long time ago. However, in reality, who could say for sure what was going on? Who would have the guts to jump out and get stabbed? This used to be the Crown Prince's territory. Even if the Crown Prince didn't secretly make the decision, but how could the people who were able to take over the territory from the Crown Prince be ordinary? The imperial capital was a place that didn't handle all kinds of lawsuits. Behind any random person involved there could be a royal family, a minister, or even a descendant of the emperor. Who would have the guts to try? Besides, these people had taken in homeless children under the guise of buying and selling real money, which was tantamount to making them their slaves. Who would say anything about it? It's really a foul atmosphere. What a disappointment. Jun Wui snorted coldly. He took a few deep looks and walked away from the door unwillingly. He had disguised himself today, and it wasn't convenient for him to reveal anything. Moreover, the news of Jun Wui's recovery had to be kept strictly confidential. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to leave. The two of them had only walked a few dozen feet when they suddenly heard a mournful cry behind them. Then there was a loud thud and a figure fell to the ground in the middle of the street. It was a young girl in disheveled clothes. There was a large footprint on her back, and her pretty face was contorted in pain. Blood was constantly spilling out of her mouth, and her eyes were lifeless. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to live. However, she was still begging in a low voice, "Please, let my brother, please don't let him be. Sister." Then there was a sharp cry, and a thin and weak child could be vaguely seen rushing out with all his might. The man at the door stretched out his hand to stop him. The child's face was full of anxiety, and he struggled with all his might. However, how could a mere child escape from the grip of an adult man? The child was anxious and suddenly opened his mouth to bite the man's arm. The man retracted his hand in pain, and the child finally took the opportunity to rush out, running towards the dying young girl on the street. The young girl looked at the little figure running towards her, and her eyes revealed joy and worry. She reluctantly stretched out a bloody palm to meet her brother. At this moment, a voice scolded and then a sharp sound broke through the air. The child's small body, which was running at high speed, suddenly twisted, like a sugar cane that was suddenly cut off. With a plop, he fell heavily to the ground. His spine was actually broken by a punch in the air. Without making a sound, he had already stopped breathing. His corpse slid a few feet on the ground, and his eyes were bulging with anger. One of his hands was stretched forward, but it was still half a foot away from his sister's palm. This half a foot distance was actually a distance that the two siblings could not cross even with their lives on the line. The child was actually walking in front of his dying sister. The young girl howled in grief and indignation, and tried her best to crawl towards her brother's small body. However, she could only struggle a few times and could no longer move. She stared at her once beautiful big eyes, and finally, the light in them dissipated, but she still refused to die in peace. Although her breathing had stopped, her slender hand still stubbornly stretched out in the direction of her brother. Pa! A small sound was heard, and a copper coin that was missing half of its side fell out of the girl's bosom. It was stained with the blood of the two siblings, and it rolled around for a long time. Then it crooked at Jun Imosia's feet, and as luck would have it, it leaned against Jun Imosia's shoe and stopped moving. What a sin. How many times has it been this month? Sigh, these children are really pitiful, a passerby muttered to himself in a low voice. He then shook his head and quickly escaped. They were originally bought slaves. What kind of sin is it to punish their own slaves? A person muttered in disapproval. Many people's faces were filled with pity, and their eyes were filled with indignation. However, they did not dare to speak. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. The densely packed street had unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Bastards! Jun Wui heard the voice and turned around to squeeze through the crowd. However, it was already too late for him to redeem the situation. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. How can you be so cruel to such a small child? Do you still have any humanity? Do you have any justice? Several big men at the entrance had an evil smile on their faces as they looked at the bloody scene that they had created with their own hands. They felt some evil pleasure in their hearts. However, they had never thought that someone would openly stand up and denounce them. This was something that hadn't happened in a long time for the Huanghua Hall. You ignorant wretch. Mind your own business. Go home and drink your mother's milk. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will make you suffer the same fate as those two sluts. Law and justice? I am the justice of the king. The big man who had been bitten opened his eyes wide and grinned nastily. Jun Wui's attire was that of a scholar's. Moreover, his robe was very ordinary. He looked like a scholar who had failed to pass the imperial examination. How dare you? Jun Wui was unable to restrain his anger. How dare you treat people's lives as if they are grass at the foot of the imperial city? How dare you trample on the law? Jun Imosia's head was lowered at this time, and he was looking at the half of the copper coin at his feet in a daze. The murderous intent in his heart had soared at this moment, and a familiar yet strange feeling had suddenly rushed into his heart. This broken copper coin had taken advantage of the weak vibration, and had coincidentally passed through the feet of several people, and had landed on his shoes. Entrusted? Or was this the will of the heavens? At this moment, Jun Moxie seemed to have returned to his previous life. He had become the king of assassins, the evil monarch, Jun Moxie. Slowly bending down, Jun Moxie picked up the broken copper coin with an abnormal solemnity. He clasped it in his palm and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have accepted your entrustment. This is the first transaction of my life. The heavens have eyes." He slowly raised his head and looked at the dazzling three words Huanghua Hall. Jun Moxie's eyes slowly narrowed. The sharp light in his narrowed eyes was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. It made the surging murderous aura on his body somewhat dazzling. I don't care what kind of story is hidden behind this. I don't need to know who this little girl is and what is her identity. I also don't want to know the strength behind the Huanghua Hall. I only know that I must do this. I have received money from others, and I will help others eliminate disasters. A copper coin is also money, and a broken copper coin is still money. I have received this copper coin and I have received the reward. Since I have received the reward, then these people must die. Chapter 122. I'm just a killer. When someone needs me to kill someone, I'll do it. I'll be a killer's hand. Jun Wui was about to rush forward when a hand rested on his shoulder. The owner of the hand was Jun Moxie. Third uncle, I'm really curious. You're a valiant general on the battlefield, an expert in battle. How could you do such a thing? Jun Moxie smiled. Jun Wui didn't understand. You're talking to them about the law? Is that useful? If they cared about the law, they wouldn't kill people in public. Didn't you hear them? They're the law. In their eyes, the law was just a tool that they could do without. As for you talking to them about humanity, if they still have a little bit of humanity left, they wouldn't do something as cruel as killing children. Don't you think you're stupid to talk about humanity with an animal? Jun Moxie said flatly. Oh, then what do you think I should do? Jun Wui said resolutely. Well, just do what I did. Isn't it a good choice? Jun Moxie's body took a strange step back. His eyes were still looking at Jun Wui. His expression didn't change. His eyes were still as warm as water. His right hand went straight back. Jun Moxie's 5 fingers went straight into the throat of the burly man. Jun Moxie tightened his grip. Crack. The man's throat was crushed. The burly man was provoked by Jun Wui's law. He strode forward, wanting to teach this poor man a lesson. Who knew that as soon as he got near, Jun Moxie would use him as a model. For people like this, you either ignore them or... Jun Moxie pulled out his hand and elegantly wiped the blood off the burly man's body. He didn't look back. He pushed the burly man's body to the ground. Jun Moxie then continued slowly, or you must eliminate all evils. The burly man's eyes widened in shock. His eyes met the little girl's hateful eyes. Perhaps he didn't think that his death was caused by the little girl's hiring killer. A copper coin with a gap was the price he had to pay for his life. No, he wasn't worth that penny. There were many lives that would disappear because of that penny. Even the girl herself would not have thought that her vengeance would be avenged, nor would she have known that she would be able to hire a peerless god of death with just a single copper coin. But if she knew this in the underworld, she would be smiling in the underworld. The heavens' will was clear. This was because the moment Jun Moxie picked up the little girl's only wealth, her entire wealth, that chipped copper coin, the king of assassins had made a decision in his heart. From now on, the evil monarch would fight to the death with the Hall of Hell and the people behind it. Exterminate them to the last man. Jun Wui was speechless when he saw Jun Moxie's indifferent expression. Wuxia, it's enough to teach them a lesson. Is it necessary to exterminate them to the last man? This kind of person should be dealt with according to the law. That is the right way. Third uncle, although you are upright and just, I have to say that you are too pedantic. The sound of messy footsteps came from behind. Jun Moxie didn't turn his head and said, why don't you try to reason with them? See if you can persuade them? Even if you reveal your identity and order the officials to punish them, what can they do? I can guarantee that they will be released as soon as they turn around. Then the scene today will continue. Ah, it's really funny. The remaining burly men at the door saw their companions die tragically. They roared and rushed forward. Third uncle, actually, we martial artists have to remember one thing. Jun Wuxia laughed lightly. His face was calm after changing his appearance, but his eyes were as deep as water, with a faint glint in them. He ignored the man who was rushing towards him from behind. It seems that since they can be so unscrupulous, then the laws of Tianxiang Kingdom can no longer bind these people. Haha, when the law becomes an umbrella for evil, when the higher-ups use evil to achieve their own goals, when the evil people are arrogant, but no one can punish them properly, this is the time when people like us will inevitably appear. Remember, at this time, the justice in our hearts cannot be restricted by the law. It will become a sharp blade that kills. Kill to stop killing, use violence to control violence, and ruthlessly eliminate these scum of the world. This is justice. There is no need to worry about the heavenly laws and reincarnation. Those are nothing more than dogs fart. Regarding this, I can only kill. Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He was still facing Jun Wui, and his back was still facing the burly men behind him. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his expression was tranquil. But in an instant he suddenly turned around and rushed into the group of burly men like lightning. With a few kacha-kacha sounds he instantly passed through them. Jun Moxie's tall figure did not even turn his head as he leisurely stepped into the hall of Huanghua. His movements were calm and confident, as if he had come to visit a friend. Behind him, one of the burly men was holding a saber in his hand. His throat had turned into a big bloody hole. Another man's chest was clearly caved in, and the third man's crotch was bleeding profusely. The last man's neck had been twisted, and his head hung limply. All dead. Until Jun Moxie's figure disappeared from the hall of Huanghua, the 4 corpses fell one after another. These men's skills were only that of ordinary people, and their Shen Qi was at most 2nd or 3rd level. But Jun Wui could clearly see that Jun Moxie had only used one move to kill each of them. No, it should be said that it was only one move. But no one could dodge this one move. In fact, they couldn't even react to it. One strike to kill, there was no luck involved. What a terrible killing technique. What if he could avoid it? Jun Wui pondered for a moment. It wouldn't have been difficult for me to dodge it if I had been on full alert. But Wuxia's killer move was enough to kill an ordinary silver-level Shen Qi expert in a fair fight. As for a higher-level expert, Jun Wui suddenly came to his senses. His nephew had already rushed in. So he couldn't run into any danger. This Hall of Huanghua had dared to be so brazen. So there must be some hidden experts inside. So he hastily followed behind Jun Moxie and rushed into the Hall of Huanghua. Jun Wui was shocked as he looked around. 5 or 6 corpses had been lying in disorder since he had entered the Hall of Huanghua's entrance. And the injuries on each of these corpses were the same. Their throats had been smashed and their bones had been crushed. Jun Wui rushed in like a whirlwind. And he finally saw Jun Moxie's figure entering and exiting the rooms in a calm and fast manner. And he was cruel and elegant at the same time. Jun Moxie didn't let go of any of the people who had rushed out of the room. It didn't matter if they were men or women. There were enemies in front of him. But there wasn't a single living person behind him, except for Jun Wui. Not a single one. Jun Wui was undoubtedly worrying too much. The Hall of Huanghua might have the support of a very strong force behind it. But this place was only a branch of this organization. So, it was only responsible for buying and selling goods. So there weren't many experts here. Moreover, Jun Moxie's attacks were sharp and ruthless to the extreme. The guards who had come out of the Hall of Huanghua fell down immediately. And the madams and prostitutes didn't know any martial arts. But Jun Moxie didn't show any mercy. So none of them survived. Jun Wui was an expert who had already reached the realm of Tianxian. But he didn't get the opportunity to attack. He acted as a bodyguard. Moreover, he acted as a very incompetent bodyguard. And he acted as a follower and a spectator. Jun Mosie's expression remained calm throughout. He moved like the wind and with a ka sound, he broke the throat of another guard. Then he raised his leg again and changed the angle of his attack. His leg struck the crotch of another guard on the right, and that guard screamed miserably as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground. Along the way there was blood and corpses. Boom. 3 silhouettes burst through the inner courtyard's door. They stood at the entrance. Who are you people? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Do you know where this place is? It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Come here to cause trouble? I didn't. I was just entrusted by someone to kill people. Why would I cause trouble? Jun Moxie said with a smile. While he was talking he didn't relax his foot. The remaining 3 people in front of him fell down in 3 different directions. Along the way he didn't let any of them go. There were already 40 to 50 corpses lying on the ground. How dare you? Who entrusted you to do this? The middle-aged man was obviously trying to be fierce. Do you know where this place is? Who does this place belong to? Jun Moxie couldn't be bothered with him. He turned his head and said, Third uncle, I'm a little tired. I'll leave these 3 people to you. You can also exercise your muscles. But you have to finish this quickly. This is the capital city after all. There will be soldiers arriving soon. Soldiers? Jun Wui smiled coldly and nodded. Suddenly he stretched his body and flew forward like a big bird. A pale blue light suddenly flashed. Elegant but cruel. Tianxian is strong. The 3 of them cried out in pain. Before they could finish their words they were already sent flying. Tianxian was a powerhouse against a few silver-leveled Xian practitioners. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. He didn't even need to use his strength and it was already over. Jun Wui didn't want to kill indiscriminately. But now Jun Moxie had deliberately escalated the matter to an unmanageable stage. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them all. Moreover, time was of the essence. Jun Wui had no choice but to take the lead and start sweeping. Besides, the people here weren't innocent. Killing indiscriminately was killing indiscriminately. Although Third Master Jun was still very dissatisfied with Jun Moxie's way of doing things. While Jun Wui was sweeping everywhere, Jun Moxie quickly rushed into a room and searched for a while. Then, bang 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 sounds were heard. The hitman threw 2 big boxes into the courtyard. He picked up a knife and cut open the boxes. Suddenly, shining white silver, glistening gold and banknotes were scattered all over the courtyard. Jun Wui was surprised. He saw that Jun Moxie had already picked up his knife and cut open a few rooms in the corner. He shouted, "Come out. Take the silver and leave quickly. Once you get out, go east." Suddenly, dozens of boys and girls rushed out. When the last sealed door was opened, an indescribable smell assailed their nostrils. Seeing the scene inside, Jun Wui suddenly felt that his previous hesitation and accusations against his nephew were simply condoning and harboring criminals. Chapter 123. In front of Jun Wui's eyes, the lower half of the human body in the jar had already been severely deformed. Below the waist, from the calves to the thighs, it was less than 2 feet. The arms were also deformed. It seemed that they had been in the jar for a long time. Only their heads were exposed to eat, drink, and even defecate inside. Only the eyes of these people were still flickering. They were still looking at the two of them pitifully, but they couldn't make any sound. Upon a closer look, it turned out that their tongues had been cut off. This is a human swine. These people raise children who have no aptitude and no future in this place. Then they wait for their bodies to slowly deform and distort. Then they sell them to the circus at a high price. Then they use these deformed people to win people's sympathy and make money. Jun Wuxia only glanced at it once and then turned his head away. Third uncle, do you still think that the people here shouldn't be killed? Is it enough to just educate them? Not only do they deserve to be punished, they should be hacked into pieces. Jun Wui blushed with shame and rage. What kind of evil heart would be needed to do such a vicious act? Such scum should have died long ago. First, the homeless children were taken in. Then, some of the better aptitude were trained into killing machines. The more outstanding ones were trained. The boys were trained into prostitutes, the girls were trained into prostitutes. As for the less outstanding ones, they were trained into dog slaves. The remaining ones who couldn't be trained became the deformed ones in front of us. Everyone in this place is participating in this work. Do you think that educating the people here is enough? So I chose to kill. I killed without hesitation, without mercy. I killed until my heart was filled with joy. Jun Moxie nodded slightly. He looked outside the door. A group of young boys and girls who were initially timid, finally plucked up the courage to pick up the gold and silver on the ground. One by one, they kowtowed to the two of them and ran out of the door. Third uncle, have you ever thought that among these children, there might be the children of your subordinates who died on the battlefield? Don't be in a hurry to deny it. The weather is unpredictable. It's inevitable that there will be people who lost their parents, have no one to rely on, and have no way to make a living here. When Jun Moxie said this, Jun Wui's eyes instantly turned red. Jun Moxie's words were calm, callous, and almost cold-blooded, but there was no doubt that they were very reasonable. Although it can't be said that places like this can be found everywhere in Xinjiang Kingdom, it is definitely not a small number. It's just that most of them aren't as brazen as they are here. Jun Moxie sighed and raised his eyebrows to look at the sky. From afar, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard. The boys and girls in front can still move freely and have a chance to escape, but what about the people in front of us? Do you have any ideas? As a Tianxian expert, Jun Wui naturally heard the commotion. But the dozens of deformed children in front of them were a big problem. It was impossible to bring them away, but if they were left here, it would be the same as entering the tiger's den. Good idea? What good idea? The people in front of us have lost their tongues, their ears are pierced, their limbs are deformed, and there is no hope for them to recover. They have already lost all hope in life. To them, survival is already a form of torture, a life worse than death. Jun Moxie sighed. You mean? Jun Wui was shocked. No, absolutely not. They are already pitiful enough, do we still want to deprive them of their last bit of life? Jun Moxie turned his head. If that's the case, then we should leave quickly. The officials are already here. If we don't leave now, we will have to face them. Since you don't think we should end their painful existence, then let them continue to be pitiful. He paused for a while and said, You let them live like this, for them, is the greatest pain. Alas, forget it, let's see what happens next. We don't have enough time. Let's go. Jun Wui heaved a deep sigh, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Finally, he looked at the bodies in the altar with a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he made up his mind and followed behind Jun Moxie. The two of them quickly skimmed over the top of the wall, turned left and right and suddenly disappeared. The two of them had just left when the thunderous sound of hooves stopped at the entrance of the hall of Huanghua. Then there was a commotion and the officers and soldiers rushed in. Wuxia, your temperament is a bit too cruel and bloodthirsty. You have to control this point carefully. Today's matter was good, but I found that your temperament is a bit too cold. If you encounter something in the future, you have to think carefully, Jun Wui said while walking. Eliminating evil is promoting good. Third uncle, I don't deny that I'm bloodthirsty, but I've never killed a good person. I've never hurt a single one of them. But for those who deserve to be killed, I'll exterminate their entire families. I'll get rid of evil and I won't leave a single chicken or dog alive. Jun Moxie's complexion was as calm as water. Lengling smiled, but her footsteps didn't stop. The uncle and nephew pair were quite familiar with the terrain, and their movement techniques were also extremely agile. After passing through a few streets and flipping over a few walls, they arrived at a relatively secluded place. The thunderous sound of hooves behind them had already gradually faded away. You're right, we must get rid of evil. If we encounter such a place again, we'll have to intervene. The existence of such a place in this world is simply unacceptable. Jun Wui frowned deeply. Wuxia, why did you only kill people but didn't you capture a living person to ask about the mastermind behind the scenes? If we can find the mastermind behind the scenes and eliminate him, then it will be considered complete. Third uncle, what do you think these shrimps know? It's just a waste of effort to ask them. Even if we can get some clues, we'll have to spend a lot of effort to track them down, and we'll expose ourselves. Jun Moxie looked at him with interest. Actually, how can the mastermind behind the scenes sit still after such a thing happened? He'll definitely strengthen his guard and wait for us to come to him. He'll also search for us everywhere or secretly inquire about us. Judging from his reaction afterwards, isn't it more likely that we'll have a chance of success? At that time, we'll be in the dark and the mastermind behind the scenes will be in the light. No matter what choice we have to make, it'll be much more convenient. There was another thing that Jun Moxie was too embarrassed to say. If they found out that the mastermind behind the scenes was an important official in the court, or even a member of the royal family, would third uncle really do it? Take this Huanghua Hall as an example. If the mastermind behind the scenes was really the first prince, would you really eliminate him? You're right. Jun Wui raised his sword-like eyebrows, but now that my body has recovered, I'm determined not to allow such an ugly place to exist in this world. If I know of one, I'll destroy it. Third uncle, I can only tell you that you have a long way to go. When we go back, third uncle, you should immediately arrange for reliable people to save as many of those who escaped as possible. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape by themselves. Then why did you give them money? Jun Wui was puzzled. It's just so that they can buy something to eat, or go further away if they're quick-witted. Jun Moxie smiled. In such a situation we can't help them at all. Whether they can escape or not depends on their own abilities. Therefore, among these people, the further they go, the more secretive they are, the more worthy they are. As for this, it should be third uncle's business. Jun Moxie was talking when he suddenly stopped. He quietly said, "You've been following us for so long. Isn't it time for you to come out?" Jun Wui was shocked. Is there someone following us? Why didn't I sense it? I've been practicing for many days and my cultivation level has stabilized at the initial level of Tianxian. It can be said that I'm a real Tianxian master. In that case, what kind of expert would have the ability to follow him without him noticing? And how did Wuxia discover such a master? Jun Moxie stood still after he finished speaking. His eyes quietly looked at the ground. It was as if there was something attractive on the ground, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. After a long time, a voice was heard, "Ha, not bad." A dark blue light flashed, and a skinny masked man appeared more than 100 feet away. His bright eyes looked at Jun Moxie and Jun Wui. "Can you tell me, how did you discover me?" Jun Moxie Lengling smiled. "People change. Everyone has their own tricks. There's nothing too rare in this world. Don't think that you're so great. I wonder, what's your purpose in following us?" This man's mask was obviously torn from his clothes. It was very simple and it was obviously done on the spur of the moment. "I don't have any evil intentions. I just admire the two masters with a sense of justice. I was curious, so I decided to follow you. Haha, we're all kindred spirits. Since you don't have any evil intentions, please go ahead. We have other important matters to attend to, and we don't want anyone to follow us. We don't want any mysterious kindred spirits following us. Even if this person is a master from Tianxian." Jun Moxie was not polite at all. "Young lad, do you know the consequences of being so rude to an old man like me? If I wanted to keep the two of you here, would I need to spend more effort?" The old man seemed to be very angry and he glared at him. Hearing this, Jun Wui snorted coldly. He straightened his back and was about to step forward. "Young lad. Are you talking about that? Old man, I don't like to create unnecessary karma. I just don't want to kill you for no reason. You can try to keep us here. Let's see who will stay here." A sharp light flashed in Jun Wuxia's eyes, and a blue light sparkled. His body leaned forward and he spread out his hands. With a peng sound, a deep blue ocean appeared between his hands. "Old man, since you have the guts to follow us, you should be prepared to go to the netherworld. I'll fulfill your wish." Jun Moxie's eyes were full of disdain as he looked at the old man. "The netherworld is inviting a guest. Go on your way." Jun Moxie's eyes were full of confidence. He had already grasped the life and death of this old man. It seemed that this middle-level Tianxian old man was as weak as an ant in his eyes. He could easily crush him to death. Tianxian Peak. The masked old man was shocked. He took 3 steps back and the look in his eyes changed from one of confidence to one of horror. Others could be faked to deceive people, but the inherent color of a Tianxian peak couldn't be deceived. Could it be that a Tianxian peak expert could retain his youthful appearance, and even rejuvenate his youth? This was a direct collision. One was a Tianxian peak expert, and the other was a Tianxian peak expert. How could they fight this battle? Damn it. Since when were there so many Tianxian peak experts in Tianxiang City? This chapter has been written for 9 hours. Modify, delete, write again, modify again, delete again. In total, I've been tossing and turning for nearly 10,000 words. I still can't decide what to do with those deformed and pitiful people. This is the first time I've been in such a dilemma since I started writing this book. I'll post it like this. Everyone please leave a comment and express your opinion. Chapter 124. Brother, your Xianqi cultivation is unfathomable. I admit that I am not as good as you. I apologize for my previous slip of the tongue. However, the battle with Tianxian will surely shock the world. I will ask for your advice in the future. But I will not change my mind. If we are fated to meet again in the future, we will understand clearly. The old man turned his feet and leaped into the air like a whirlwind. With a flash of blue light, he disappeared without a trace. He did not stay any longer. He walked away without looking back, like a wild horse that had its buttocks cut by a knife. His speed was extremely fast. Jun Wui breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Jun Moxie cautiously. Wuxia, you have the cultivation of Tianxian? How is this possible? This is incredible. Jun Wuxia laughed but didn't say anything. He winked and the two hurriedly slipped away. After walking for a long distance, the two had changed their clothes several times. A small forest appeared in front of them. Just before they approached the forest, Jun Moxie suddenly stopped. He turned around and said loudly, I didn't expect there to be someone who doesn't know life from death. Are you not afraid of death? Do you want to go on your own or do you want me to send you back to your hometown? Jun Wui was shocked. Someone was following him again? He did not find anything this time. He could not help but feel frustrated. But this time, after waiting for a long time, there was no sound at all. Jun Moxie smiled and said, well, we can go home after we pass through this forest. I have confirmed that no one is following us. Jun Wui suddenly understood. Wuxia, you have been lying all along? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Third uncle, you don't think that I am really at the peak of Tianxian, do you? You are already at the early stage of Tianxian, but you did not notice the old man's existence. How can I find him? That old man is strong, but his psychological quality is not good. As soon as he heard that I was going to kill him, he immediately ran away. He is too weak. That can only mean that your expression and tone are too realistic. Jun Wui shook his head and smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been tricked out by you as well. Coupled with that azure light, no matter who you trust, you will run away. There's nothing we can do about it. Who knew that we would do such a big thing this time? If he wasn't careful, wouldn't he bring disaster to his family? That was a Tianxian expert just now. His strength was probably only slightly inferior to Grandpa. He really had the strength to take us down. It would be unwise to create a strong enemy for ourselves. Jun Moxie quickly passed through the forest. As he walked, he said, I reckon that behind the Huanghua Hall, there must be a powerful person in charge. We have no choice but to guard against them. Moreover, we shouldn't make too many strong enemies. Before we completely eradicate them, we absolutely cannot expose ourselves. Hearing the sound of Jun Wui passing through the forest behind him, Jun Moxie paused and said, Third uncle, pay attention to my feet and follow me. Jun Wui heard this and was puzzled. Could it be that there was some kind of mystery in the way of walking? However, Jun Wui was already accustomed to listening to Jun Moxie's words. He closely followed him and carefully paid attention to his route. At first he didn't feel anything. But after a while he realized that Jun Moxie's way of walking was quite ingenious. Although Jun Moxie was passing through the forest at high speed, his limbs didn't touch any branches. With one hand in front and the other at the back, his left hand in front of him gently and quickly pushed aside the branches and leaves in front of him. His body passed through in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, he was able to not shake off even a yellow leaf that was about to fall. His hand behind him also returned the branches and leaves to their original positions in the blink of an eye. His feet stepped on the leaves with the tips of his toes. After passing through quickly, he unexpectedly didn't leave a single trace. In fact, he didn't even step on a tiny bug under his feet. Every step he took was just enough to cover his body and face with the surrounding leaves, branches and trunks. At the same time, his hands were placed in front of him and behind him, one high and one low. He maintained an absolute balance at all times. This coordinated with the contraction of his muscles. Unexpectedly, he was in the best state of preparation to attack at every moment. All these movements were natural, yet extremely fast. The coordination between his hands, eyes, feet, and waist could be said to be seamless. However, it appeared to be smooth and natural. It seemed that all of these movements were completely instinctive. At the same time, he unexpectedly sealed his breathing and his pores. Not a single trace of Duju's scent leaked out from his body. This whole set of movements did not seem to be eye-catching. However, only an expert would be able to see that with this kind of ability, no one would be able to discover his tracks in the forest. His feet were full of fallen leaves and dried branches. However, when Jun Moxie stepped on them, he did not make any sound. Moreover, on a dried leaf not far in front of him, there was a colorful little bird. It was still stretching its neck and singing after Jun Moxie had passed by. Such a big living person had passed by in front of it. However, as a bird that was naturally sensitive to and afraid of humans, it actually did not notice at all. Jun Wui was a little overwhelmed with shock. As a strong Tianxian warrior, a high-level warrior, and a great general who had been on expeditions all year round, he clearly knew how difficult it was to achieve what Jun Moxie had achieved. And this kind of realm was not something that could be achieved with a high level of Shenqi cultivation. This experience of Jun Moxie had completely integrated into his blood and instincts. Even if it was a strong person at the peak of the supreme Shenxian, if he did not go through strict and systematic training, he would definitely not be able to achieve what Jun Moxie had achieved. Even if he had trained, it would be very difficult to achieve such an unimaginable result. Jun Wui thought that he was already careful and meticulous enough. However, compared to Jun Moxie's movements, Jun Wui looked at the footprints behind him, the dried branches that he had stepped on, and the traces that he had left along the way. He could not help but feel ashamed. Even if it is a dried leaf that is about to fall off, if it is intentionally or unintentionally touched, there will be special scars. These are all subtle clues that are helpful for tracking. In this world, the conditions for survival can be very strange. However, the traces that lead to people's defeat can be found everywhere. Therefore, we must be cautious, especially in the face of so many powerful enemies. Jun Moxie spoke in a low voice. Ever since they had come out, the relationship between Jun Moxie and his third uncle seemed to have been reversed. But surprisingly, both of them felt that this was a matter of course. In fact, the third uncle Jun Wui was much more orthodox than the hitman Jun Moxie. The third uncle had a strong sense of justice and was chivalrous and courageous. He was warm-hearted and would not hesitate to help others. This was his lovable and respectable part. The hitman Jun was admittedly a very lovable assassin, but his principles were somewhat excessive. For example, although he had already decided to deal with the Huanghua Hall, but if it hadn't been for that girl's copper coin falling at his feet, then he might not have made his move today. And this unlucky principle had created a fundamental difference between the hitman Jun and the third master Jun. The character of this uncle and nephew pair were poles apart. Jun Moxie certainly admired and respected people like the third uncle, but his heart would never approve of such a person. There was no other reason for this. Although this kind of person was worthy of the admiration of everyone in the world, but his sense of justice was too strong. Moreover, his actions were inflexible and often led to defeat, and even death. In fact, the defeat was so painful that it was not worth it. The third uncle Jun's respectable strength was actually his fatal weakness. The hitman Jun had determined that if someone were to use this point to set up a trap, then it would absolutely be a success. But if someone were to use this point to make a fuss about Jun Moxie, then they would absolutely not be able to achieve any results. In fact, they might even go for wool and come home shorn. Therefore, Jun Moxie had been instilling new ideas into Jun Wui almost all the time. He didn't expect Jun Wui to completely change, but he hoped that it would slightly influence his style of doing things. In certain situations, it would be advantageous for him to make a choice. And ever since Jun Moxie had healed Jun Wui's injuries and his body had recovered, he had speculated that Jun Moxie was being taught by an unrivaled master. Therefore, he had long since become accustomed to the strange actions of Jun Moxie. These methods and experiences of Jun Moxie should have been taught to him by that unrivaled master. His nephew had taught him this, and it was tantamount to him learning from that master. This was not a shameful thing, and even more so not something that he could not accept. Therefore, Jun Wui's state of mind was very calm. Today, Jun Moxie accompanied Jun Wui. The main purpose was to accompany his third uncle to relax. and the other was to go to the Spirit Fog Lakes and Ichang Pavilion to see that Lady Yu. After all, this girl seemed to have an unresolvable enmity with the Jun family. If he could get rid of her as soon as possible, it would be better to get rid of her as soon as possible. But when he thought about taking his uncle to a brothel, especially when his third uncle had just recovered, this seemed to be a bit inappropriate. Don't look at how Jun Wui didn't say anything, but if he said that they were going to a brothel, it was estimated that he would be beaten up. Therefore Jun Moxie simply cancelled his original plan. However, today's harvest was not small. The most important thing was that today he had taught Jun Wui how to use the disguise technique. In the future, his third uncle, who had been in a wheelchair for 10 years, would definitely not be able to stay at home after he recovered. If that was the case, then he would have more and more time to himself. Third uncle, when we go back, I will have to trouble you with a matter. Jun Moxie spoke as he walked, deliberately slowing his movements so that Jun Wui could see clearly. These were skills that would help him in the future. I bought a large piece of meteoric iron, and I would like to ask third uncle to cut it for me. Jun Moxie had used all of his magic treasures, but he didn't know what kind of material the meteoric iron was made of, but the more he refined it, the stronger it became. Although it had shrunk in size and its weight had also lightened a lot, but he was still unable to melt it. With his current ability, he didn't have any hope of cutting the meteoric iron, so he had no choice but to ask for help. Jun Wui may not be stronger than the hitman, but his Xian-Qi cultivation was comparable to that of the Tianshan family, and this was something that the hitman could never hope to achieve. No problem. Jun Wui readily agreed. Now that his body had completely recovered, and his Xian-Qi was still rising in the Tianshan realm, and the Blazing Heart Meridian's residual efficacy was also slowly but continuously playing a role, so he was full of confidence. Whatever you want, I'll cut it into whatever shape you want. Haha. Chapter 125. Over the next few days, Jun Wui had to endure the sound of Jun Emosia hammering away at the iron. Although he had cut them into the shape of small knives, but whether it was the sharpness or the balance of the weight, Jun Emosia had to personally craft them to a satisfactory degree. Moreover, he would be more familiar with the use of the knives that he had polished himself. Jun Moxie had the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to recover at any time. But the few burly men who lit the fire and played the bellows had their arms swollen to the size of their thighs. Emosia, there's something I'm curious about. Why haven't I seen you practice martial arts? Jun Wui was a little surprised. Guan Qinghan's so-called feeding was just a game to Jun Moxie. A painful game. But apart from that, Jun Wui had never seen Jun Moxie have any time to meditate or practice martial arts. But his mysterious abilities had shocked him more and more. It seemed that he was improving at every moment. Even if it couldn't be said that he was traveling 1,000 miles in one step, it was close. How could this not shock Jun Wui? Practice martial arts? Jun Moxie looked at him in surprise. Third uncle, I'm practicing martial arts every moment. Why can't you see it? What kind of look is that? Ha! Jun Wui couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Could it be that third uncle really thinks that only by calming down, holding one's breath, sitting cross-legged, and nourishing one's dantian can one be considered as practicing martial arts? Jun Emosia's tone of voice was somewhat flabbergasted. I feel that Xian cultivation can be carried out at all times. While eating, while walking, while fighting, while talking, while standing, sitting, walking, running. Anything can be done to cultivate. Even when you're sleeping, you can hypnotize yourself before you sleep and you can still practice in your dreams. There are 24 hours in a day, and I don't waste even a minute or a second. Even though we are talking right now, I am still practicing. How can you say that I am not practicing? Or rather, you should ask me when I don't practice martial arts. Jun Moxie smiled. You can do that? Jun Wui's eyes widened even more in shock. When you walk, you practice lightness kung fu, alertness and sensitivity of touch. At the same time, you can also practice your eyes, ears and body touch. All of these can be practiced. As long as you have the heart, you can practice martial arts. Jun Emosia replied in a serious manner, it's the same when you're in battle, but you'll need to practice your state of mind. When you're alone, you'll need to temper your willpower. When you're busy, you'll need to keep your heart calm. As for your Xian Gong, it's running automatically all the time. Unless you're at the stage of breaking through, you can practice your Xian Gong at any other time. Is it hard to understand? Jun Moxie said as if it was a matter of course, but he noticed that Jun Wui's eyes widened more and more, and it seemed like they were going to pop out. You're practicing martial arts and you're doing these dodging and evading actions instinctively? You're multitasking and you're not messed up at all? Jun Wui gasped. Isn't this a little too difficult? How can it be multitasking? Jun Moxie said with some helplessness. Everything has to be integrated into the instinct and you have to do it naturally. You don't need to think and you don't need to do it deliberately. How can you say that you're multitasking? Jun Wui was speechless. He finally realized one thing. His nephew was a freak. He was a normal person. Comparing himself with a freak, wasn't he looking for trouble? This kind of unimaginable cultivation method, if it was anyone else, they would have long been possessed by the devil, and it was not impossible for them to drive themselves crazy. But from his mouth it was as normal as eating cabbage. How could it be so easy to practice martial arts and qi? Third uncle, you don't have to be too deliberate. In fact, it's just a process of habit becoming natural. For example, when we walk, our eyes are looking ahead, our feet are stepping on the road, and our mouth is talking. At the same time, we smell the fragrance of the earth, the fragrance of the flowers or the stench, and our eyes see red, green, yellow, people, horses and other things. But we do not delay anything and we can distinguish all these clearly in our minds. Strictly speaking, these are all things that can be done by multitasking, but we do not. Everything is done naturally. Jun Moxie smiled leisurely. In fact, practicing martial arts can also be done like this. The reason why you can't do it is that you're not focused enough on practicing martial arts, and you're not absolutely devoted enough. That's all. Every day, no matter what you do, tell yourself, I'm practicing martial arts. At first, you might not be used to it, but over time, this sentence will become your habit. At that time, when you are doing something, you will start practicing martial arts. Over time, you will feel that you are practicing martial arts and you won't feel any difference. It's that simple. Jun Moxie smiled. For example, the two of us, uncle and nephew, didn't delay anything and didn't even think about it. We're already home, aren't we? Jun Wui pondered and raised his head. Sure enough, the back door of the Jun residence was not far away. No wonder you're so indifferent to everything. It turns out that in your heart, you're indifferent to everything, including life. Oh, it's not indifferent, but something similar to open-mindedness. Jun Wui pondered but couldn't explain it. It was only now that he realized that he had unconsciously imitated Jun Moxie's movements along the way. Now that he stopped, he actually felt an indescribable sense of fatigue. Jun Moxie's Shen Qi and body were obviously not as good as his, but he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. He had to admit that habit was indeed a very powerful force. He had just returned home when a servant came to report. General Dugu Wudi has come to look for the third young master. Young Master Tang Yuan has also come to look for the third young master. His colleague had also received 3 invitations, and they were actually inviting Jun Moxie to a banquet. It was a coincidence that the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince had invited the first prince. His Majesty the Emperor's 3 sons had all started to make friends with that debauchee Jun Moxie. This matter was very strange. Jun Wui looked at him deeply and said, Emosia, from now on you walk your own path. You know what you're doing and that's enough. I will make it clear to your grandfather that we will no longer restrict you. He paused for a moment and then continued, We believe in you. Jun Moxie's performance during this period of time had made Jun Wui feel very relieved. In fact, he had even begun to admire him. Therefore he decided to let go and leave everything to Jun Moxie. That was because he realized that Jun Moxie seemed to not care about anything. But he cared about one thing. No matter what he did, he didn't like to be disturbed. Even if it was just sitting, standing, or walking, he had his own style. Moreover, his vigilance had become his instinct. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of someone like Jun Emosia was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Thank you, third uncle. Jun Moxie was silent for a moment. Then he sincerely thanked him. Jun Moxie. What kind of weird stuff did you put in that bullshit wine? 7 of them were still unconscious. If anything happens to them, I will tear you apart. Great General Dugu Wudi flew into a rage. He had jumped up the moment Jun Moxie showed up. The usually valiant old man Dugu had unexpectedly become a lot more haggard in one night. The Dugu family's 7 ferocious brothers had been sleeping soundly ever since they had been carried back. They had yet to wake up. Even when they tried to drink sobering soup, tea, vinegar, soy sauce, none of them had any effect. Even when they were stabbed with a knife, there was still no response. If it weren't for the thunderous snoring of the 7 brothers, which was enough to prove that they had drunk too much, old man Dugu would have probably gone crazy. Jun Zhantian's grandson is a grandson, but my grandson isn't a grandson. You've knocked out 7 of them in one go. How can I live like this? But drinking to such an extent is truly unprecedented, and no one will ever be able to do so. Dugu Wudi, a little bastard like you dares to be so rude in front of this old man? Do you really think that this old man doesn't dare to teach you a lesson? Previously, you allowed your grandson to cause trouble in my June residence and wantonly destroyed everything. Then, you left without a care in the world. You said that you would compensate me according to the price, but this old man didn't even see a single silver. Now your son and nephew stole wine and drank too much. So, you want to blame me? Is there still justice in this world? Old man June's voice was sinister. They haven't woken up yet? Ah, that's easy. June Moxie snickered in his heart. I knew you wouldn't be able to wake them up. He lazily sat down on the armchair and crossed his legs. What did I do to them? They obviously have a hangover. Look at you. But if you want me to wake them up, I will need money. Money? Dugawudi's face turned black. The great general couldn't understand. Although the June family couldn't cover the sky with one hand in Tianxiang, they were still a super family in name. So, how could their only successor be such a money grubber? Money every time he opened his mouth, he would swindle and blackmail. He would resort to every conceivable means. He dared to ask for 25 million silver for a jug of wine. Even the emperor wouldn't be as ruthless as him. How much do you want this time? I'll say this first. Don't open your mouth if you want to swindle me. Dugawudi clenched his teeth as he looked at Grandpa June, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. It's not much. 70,000 taels of silver should be enough for the materials needed to wake them up. I'm absolutely honest with you, and I'm honest with you. It's a good price and it's genuine. June Wuxia stretched out 5 fingers from his right hand, and stretched out 2 fingers from his left hand. Fortunately, it's only 70,000 silver taels. Otherwise, your fingers wouldn't even have enough, Dugawudi taunted. Chapter 126. Dugawudi's face turned purple as he fiercely threw out a stack of banknotes. He felt extremely depressed. It was hard to imagine that the legendary Jun Wu Hui, who commanded thousands of troops, would raise such a scoundrel as a son. Jun Moxie got up and walked out. After a while, he came back with a few burly men behind him, each carrying a small jar of wine. Here, 7 jars. Everyone drink a few more bowls, as many jars as you can. I'll be fine after I neutralize the alcohol in my stomach. Head intoxication needed to be washed down with alcohol before it would be effective. Are you playing with me? Dugawudi flew into a rage. Do you think I haven't tried this method before? He had already fed them quite a lot, but it was useless. Vomit as much as you drink. What do you know? The reason why they are drunk is because they secretly drank my secret top-grade wine source. 1 cup is equivalent to a jug of new wine, so you can imagine how strong the wine is. Each of them drank at least 1 bowl, so how could they not be drunk? If an ordinary person were to drink so much top-grade wine, it would be hard to tell if they would be drunk to death. If they were to use ordinary methods to cure the effects of alcohol, it would be difficult for them to do so. Even if you know to mix it with wine to make their stomachs react and neutralize it, my wine is far superior to any ordinary wine in the world. Naturally, it's difficult to neutralize it. Only the origin wine that I brewed myself and blended together can produce the effect of water and milk. Only then could it have the effect of dispelling the alcohol. Do you understand? If you don't have any knowledge, you should at least have some common sense. If you don't have common sense, you should at least have some experience. What great general of the empire! Jun Wuxia was merciless. Even if what you said makes sense, then, there's no need for 7 jars of wine, right? There were only 7 of them, so 2 jars of wine would be enough. Aren't you clearly blackmailing me? Dugawudi really did not understand the difference between white spirit source intoxication and ordinary intoxication, so he could only avoid this topic. This was 10,000 taels of silver for a jar. It was a sky-high price. My wine hasn't opened for business yet. Today is the opening day. Jun Moxie smiled as he weighed the banknotes in his hand. That's why I've already sold it to you at a very cheap price. I might not be able to sell it at this price in the future. Dugawudi walked away with a black face. He really didn't want to stay any longer. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his temper, and would beat up that brat in front of Grandpa June. This time, I heard that you provoked that girl from the Dugu family? Grandpa June smiled kindly and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was filled with the desire to hug his great-grandson. Grandpa, don't mess around. I can't wait to hide from that wild girl. I'm just curious. Why did their whole family come and say that I bullied their daughter? It's obviously their daughter who bullied me, okay? Jun Moxie sighed with grievance. It's really unreasonable. What's so unreasonable about this? It's very simple. That girl has obviously taken a fancy to you. Grandpa June smiled like a sly old fox. If that girl hadn't taken a fancy to you, they wouldn't have come here to cause trouble. That old bastard Dugu Zongheng has calculated everything clearly. Every day he plays the fool. How could this old man not see through his cunning mind? What cunning mind? Jun Moxie felt strange. He really didn't understand this matter. Dugu Xiaoyi has taken a fancy to you. Silly boy, on one hand, the Dugu family doesn't want you to be their son-in-law. On the other hand, His Majesty also won't allow you to be their son-in-law. This isn't difficult to understand, right? Jun Zhan Tian stroked his beard. Of course I understand. If the two military families of the Tianxiang Empire were to unite by marriage, it would be a huge threat to the imperial family. Jun Moxie nodded. It seemed as if he understood tacitly. You still don't understand. Grandpa Jun was somewhat depressed. Why is this grandson of mine making such a mistake on this matter? However, the Dugu family has also prepared for the worst. If Dugu Xiaoyi really wants to commit suicide and refuses to marry you, they will first come here to cause trouble. Then they will find an excuse to torment you. Then the two families will openly fight. Of course it will be a fake fight. Do you understand now? Let His Majesty understand that although the Jun family has married the most favored daughter of the Dugu family, the two families have completely fallen out. When the time comes, there won't be any trouble. Instead, His Majesty will personally act as a matchmaker for the two of you in order to prevent internal strife. Do you still not understand? Dugu Zongheng sent his grandchildren to cause trouble. No matter what happens in the future, he will be prepared in advance. Now this old thing must be very proud of himself. Grandpa Jun was furious. That old bastard Dugu Zongheng is treating this old man like a fool. He didn't realize that even this old man can see through his intentions, let alone His Majesty. This old man doesn't even know how to play tricks. He's really a pig. If we don't prepare in advance, it will be difficult to avoid being implicated by this old man. Jun Wuxia was left dumbstruck by the news. He really couldn't imagine what these old men were thinking about every day. Even a transmigrator like him couldn't keep up with their pace of thinking. Let's work harder. Grandpa Jun winked at his grandson and encouraged him. Marrying or not marrying is not a problem. Let this old man hold my great-grandson first. That is the most important thing right now. Jun Moxie was sweating profusely. What kind of grandfather is this? It's hard for a grandson not to learn bad things. Let's put this aside for now. In any case, if something happens, it will be Dugu Zongheng who will have a headache first. It has nothing to do with our Jun family. Who told his granddaughter to like my grandson? Grandpa Jun was extremely irresponsible. Let's talk about the matter at hand first. You are now very popular. The three princes are fighting to curry favor with you. Tsk, you are really awesome. I can't help it. I'm so handsome that even men want to look at me. Jun Moxie touched his chin. He was quite intoxicated by it. He is indeed very handsome. How can a descendant of my Jun family not be handsome? Jun Zhan Tian did not despise Jun Moxie's narcissism. Instead, he was very intoxicated. But whether he is handsome or not has nothing to do with him. It only matters to those little girls. You should think about how to deal with these three people. Let me tell you, these three are not easy to deal with. Once they stick to you, you won't be able to get rid of them. Don't think that just because you are a little clever they will sell you out. Understand? Yes, I understand. In fact, my plan is... Jun Moxie didn't want to say it. But after thinking about it, he decided to let Grandpa Jun be prepared. You don't need to tell me your specific plan. That is your own business. You understand? It has nothing to do with our Jun family. As long as you have your own plan, this old man is not interested. Do you understand? Grandpa Jun didn't let him finish. He waved his hand and interrupted him. He walked away with his hands behind his back. Jun Moxie was speechless. Don't ask if you don't want to know. I wasn't going to tell you. But now, I have been struggling in my heart for a long time. I want to tell you everything, but you are the one who dropped the ball. Jun Dashao shook his head and returned to his small courtyard. He saw that Fatty Tang was anxiously waiting for him. It had been a long time since he had seen him. Since the last time, Hitman Jun had been busy treating Third Master Jun's injuries, recuperating and accompanying him on his business trips. He hadn't seen this good friend of his for more than a month. To be honest, he really did miss him. However, this missing feeling disappeared the moment he saw him again. A certain huge lump of meat kept asking a certain little girl, "When is he coming back?" Then he asked, "Why isn't he back yet?" Then he asked, "He didn't die outside, right?" The little maid, Little Ku, was trembling as she received Tang Yuan. She was a little afraid of this ferocious-looking giant fatty. She was afraid that he would suddenly fall down and hit her. Her small body wouldn't be able to bear it. She might even be crushed to death on the spot. Fatty Tang, what are you doing here? Jun Moxie held the 3 invitations in his hand. He felt like he was holding 3 bombs. These 3 brothers didn't discuss this beforehand. They sent the invitations at the same time. What's the meaning of this? He was having a headache when he saw this body of greasy fat. It was really uncomfortable. Whoa, third young master, you're back. You have to give your brother an idea. I don't want to live anymore. I won't be able to see you again. Tang Yuan's snot and tears streamed down his face. If you don't give me an idea this time, you'll what? You'll eat one more meal? You don't want to live anymore? Hurry up and find a good place to settle this. What's the matter with me? Jun Moxie sat on the chair in front of him. He tilted his head and looked at him. Fatty, just say it. Don't put on a sad show. What happened to you? He suddenly slapped his thigh. You lost your wife again. Fuck. Tang Yuan cursed. Am I that kind of person? If you don't say it, I'm going to sleep. Jun Moxie was about to get up. Don't. Master. You're my master. Boss, you have to give me an idea. Otherwise I'm dead. Tang Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm very busy. I don't have time to play with you. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes. I can't bear to look back. Third young master, the old master wants to send me to the palace. Tang Yuan cried. What? Your grandfather wants you to be a eunuch? Your grandfather is too open-minded, isn't he? Jun Wuxia quivered and sat up straight. His eyes were perfectly round as he stared at Jun Wuxia. You're the one who wants to be a eunuch. Tang Yuan was furious. Are there no other positions in the palace besides eunuchs? Of course there are other positions, but they're not suitable for you. Only this position is barely passable. Jun Moxie rubbed his chin and laughed. What do you mean? Do you think I'm only suitable to be a eunuch? You're pissing me off. Tang Yuan was furious. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Then tell me, what are your strengths? What kind of position can you be? Jun Moxie ignored the angry Fatty Tang and smiled faintly. I have many strengths, such as... Fatty Tang gave an example for a long time but could not continue. Don't give an example. Your grandfather wants you to replace Murong Chenjun, right? Jun Moxie saw how embarrassed Fatty was and decided not to tease him anymore. He gave him a sidelong glance and said with a faint smile. Chapter 127. So swift and resolute? Your old man is too skillful. Amazing. Jun Moxie was shocked. Fatty's father's methods were indeed amazing. To be the commander of the imperial bodyguards, one would not be able to do so without real talent. But Fatty's father was able to pull all the strings and let Fatty Tang take on this incredible position. Truly amazing. Really amazing? This is really distressing. Third young master, what my father and grandfather want is for me to first develop in the palace, first grasp the level of the palace, and then temper myself in this big vat of dye. Then, my father will choose the right time to transfer me outside, toss and turn, and finally come back. At that time, I will conveniently inherit my father's position. Do you understand? Tang Yuan had a bitter expression on his face. In other words, you will be the next head of the Tang family? Jun Moxie's eyes widened. This was too unbelievable. Based on this fatty's conduct, he was going to be the head of the Tang family? The head of the Tang family, one of the largest families in the Tianxiang Empire. Who would believe this? Yes, it happened a few days ago. I don't know where this old man came from, but he said that he was my grandfather's good friend from 40 years ago. Tang Yuan was furious. Damn it, we haven't heard from each other for 40 years. Now that the Tang family has become rich, he came over to acknowledge us as good friends. How can there be such a good friend? But my grandfather actually believed him. Stop. What does this have to do with you? Jun Moxie felt a headache coming on. This fatty's words were jumping too far. What was this all about? How can it have nothing to do with me? After that old bastard came to the Tang family, he conducted a series of tests on Tang staff, Tang Bao, and Tang Gua. After that, he happily told my grandfather that those 3 good-for-nothings were the best at cultivating Shenqi. He proposed to take them as his disciples, and promised that he would raise them to the Earth Shen level within 10 years. My grandfather was overjoyed when he heard that, and agreed without hesitation. My grandfather only has 4 grandsons. Tang Yuan sighed. Do you understand now? I still don't understand. All I understand is that the Tang family may have 3 more Earth Shen experts in 10 years. This is a great thing for the Tang family. But this has nothing to do with you. What are you trying to say? Jun Moxie looked at him blankly. Third young master, you're usually so smart. Why are you so stupid today? If the three brothers leave with Master, what will happen to the Tang family? Someone had to inherit it, right? Am I not the only one left? Who else should I beat up if not Dad and old Master Qin? Isn't this what it means to force a duck onto a perch? Tang Yuan was somewhat speechless. Let me explain it to you, third young master. Families like ours, big or small, have a mix of good and bad, but they all have one thing in common. That is, as long as one person is the head of the family, he will be able to maintain the family's business. Then, the others with good aptitudes and potential in the cultivation of Shen Qi will be nurtured into the family's guardian deity. During this period of time, it is best to have the guidance of a famous master. Then, when these people are successful in cultivating Shen Qi, they will start to train the next generation in their family. They will train men of sacrifice and cultivate secret forces. This will be passed down from generation to generation. Gradually, the family will become so deeply rooted that even the royal family will not dare to provoke it. This will ensure that the ancestors' incense will burn for thousands of years to come. All the families are working hard in this direction. And I, for no reason, have become such an unlucky person. Can you understand my pain? Tang Yuan sighed. Understand my ass. I think you are the one who is sick. Jun Moxie said disdainfully. You are given a high position and a generous salary. You are the head of the family. You are given a lifetime of glory. Are you still not satisfied? If it were not for the fact that the three of them are talented in cultivation, you would not have had such a good opportunity in your life. You are just showing off, aren't you? Do you know that in the secular world, the inheritance right of a family or a little property can make brothers turn against each other? They will fight each other and break up the family. You are still trying to show off. I don't want to be an official. I don't want to be the head of the family. Fuck. How many times do you want me to say it? Tang Yuan shouted with a red face and neck. Show off my D*CK. Let's not talk about how much responsibility the head of the family has to bear. Just talk about the intrigue and traps in the officialdom. Do you really think I am made of it? Can I bear it? I don't have any ability. I just want to be free for the rest of my life. I want to be a free and unfettered playboy. I have never wanted to bear any responsibility. I don't have the shoulders and I don't have the heart. Do you understand? Tang Yuan roared, spittle flying. You don't want to be an official, you don't want to be the head of the family, and you don't want to bear the responsibility. Then what do you want to do? Jun Moxie frowned. Third young master, if others don't understand me, there is still love. Don't you understand me? We are bosom friends. You want to live a happy life. I want to do the same. But I am not a woman. Tang Yuan's eyes shone with longing. Brother, in this life the things that I love the most are silver and gold. Watching silver and gold fall from other people's pockets into my own, that kind of feeling is really refreshing. Jun Moxie was speechless for 5 seconds. What kind of person is this? Who is your bosom friend? Your bosom friend is Jun Moxie, okay, not me. Although I am Jun Moxie, but I'm really not me. You like to have sex the most, but I like to do business the most. As for my family's business, I only hope that I can take over the family business, and then open my Tang family's business to every corner of the continent. Tang Yuan waved his arm, which was thicker than Jun Moxie's thigh, majestically. Following his bold movements, the fat on his body danced happily. That's not difficult. You can just explain it to old master. Jun Moxie was puzzled. Don't look at Tang Yuan. In Jun Moxie's impression, Fatty was an expert in doing business. Perhaps this was the only redeeming quality of Fatty. And there was no reason for old Master Tang not to approve of it. I understand. Tang Yuan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. With a swoosh, he took off his robe, revealing his back, which was as fat as a pig's. Kerr cried out in alarm and turned her head away, her face completely red. See, third young master? This is the result of explaining things to the old man. Tang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air as he showed his back to Jun Moxie. So forceful. Jun Moxie was dumbstruck as he looked at the 10 bruises on Tang Yuan's back. The bruises were purple with a hint of black. Look at this. There were 5 or 6 footprints on Fatty Tang's stomach. Then he put down his clothes and said resentfully, I won't show you my butt. It's even worse than these 2 places. It almost beat the shit out of me. That's awesome. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looks like there's no turning back. Let's not talk about these useless things. Since your father has already paved the way for you, I believe that as long as you don't cause too much trouble, you'll definitely be able to deal with it easily. For now, let's not say that you don't know what's good for you. To be honest, even if I'm willing to think of a way for you now, there's nothing I can think of. All the procedures are just a formality for you now. I advise you to be an honest official, and then take over as the head of the family. Jun Dashao was speechless. For the sake of this official position, who knew how many people had racked their brains to curry favor, even abandoning their wives and children? They were heartless and unscrupulous. Yet, Fatty Tang was enjoying the fruits of their labor, and yet he was unwilling. What is this? Is he more evil than me? Isn't that robbing my rice bowl? I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. I'd rather die than submit. Tang Yuan stood up passionately and placed one hand on his chest. With a resolute expression, he looked out the door and recited a poem. I don't manage the family, I don't want to be an official. My life's wish is to make a lot of money. Pfft. Jun Moxie fell on his butt along with the chair, looking battered and exhausted. I've lived 2 lives but I've never seen such a clown before. It's not that there's no way because there's still a link that hasn't been cleared. This link can't be bribed even if I spend all my family's assets. Tang Yuan squinted his eyes. He seemed to be in a good mood after writing a poem. It's that old eunuch Zhu. Old eunuch Zhu? As Jun Moxie spoke, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Fatty Tang is very good at doing business. Moreover, his family doesn't allow him to do business. If I help him with this huge favor, then the 2 of us can start a business together. Perhaps it will save me a lot of time to save up my wealth? With this thought, Jun Moxie immediately looked at Tang Yuan with a strange look, making Fatty Tang's hair stand on end. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not into that kind of thing. I'm still a virgin. Tang Yuan hugged his chest, feeling a little scared. Ugh. Jun Moxie finally felt a little proud, but his internal organs started to churn because of this sentence. Alright, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Just tell me which stage is old eunuch Zhu in charge of. Let's see if I can think of any way. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Old eunuch Zhu was His Majesty's personal bodyguard. He had always kept a low profile but Jun Moxie guessed that he should be an expert. Old eunuch Zhu's full name was Zhu Zhu Zhu. It was a very funny name but big shots like Jun Tian and Dugu Wudi were always polite to him. From this, it could be seen that this eunuch was an expert who was physically but not mentally disabled. He was definitely not an ordinary person. That old eunuch is in charge of the body examination. I'll be stripped naked and let that old thing fiddle with me over and over again. Tang Yuan's face was bitter. Although I'm a little fat, my body is definitely very healthy. I don't have any diseases. I can definitely pass. That's what worries me the most. Fatty Tang patted his belly. Although he was worried, he was also somewhat proud of himself. Suddenly, he mysteriously moved his head closer. I heard that when Murong Qianjun was examined by him, he even twisted that thing for a long time. That pretty boy Murong Qianjun had to walk with his legs wide open for the next half a month. That's really embarrassing. Fatty Tang's tone was one of schadenfreude and gossip. You're still in the mood to be happy? You'll have to walk with your legs wide open soon. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. He glared at him. He couldn't imagine how this fatty's brain worked. Yes, third young master, you have to save me. I don't want to walk with my legs wide open. Tang Yuan suddenly remembered his own situation. Chapter 128. Body Examination. Stripped naked, will the whole body be examined? Jun Moxie thoughtfully stretched out a finger and made a poking gesture, squinting his eyes. The back, will it also be examined? Is to check for hemorrhoids or something. Tang Yuan was a little bitter. Just in case. Those with hidden illnesses won't be able to pass. Fatty Tang felt a chill run down his spine and the hairs on his body stood up. Third young master, when I heard that a eunuch was going to do it everywhere and I was going to have to strip naked, I was absolutely terrified. Don't even talk about emergencies. Fuck, what the hell is this? My hair is already standing on end. Jun Moxie scratched his arm. There was already a dense layer of goosebumps. The fact that even the hitman Jun's hair was standing on end, one could only imagine the horror. Is there a way? I'm counting on you. Tang Yuan looked at him hopefully. Yes. But you must come and find me on the morning of the inspection. Then I will help you prepare. In that case. Jun Wuxia winked and smiled. Then he suddenly burst into laughter while holding his stomach. I don't understand what you mean. Tang Yuan blinked his small eyes. You don't need to understand. In fact, I also don't want you to enter the palace. I also want to partner with you to do business. The 2 of us will make a fortune together. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously, carefully observing Fatty Tang's expression. Do business? Big business? Tang Yuan's spirit was shaken. He was even a little excited, he was moved to blink twice. Third young master. You really are my second parent and also a roundworm in my stomach? Get lost. You'd better think about how they'll deal with you if you fail to live up to your father's expectations. It seems like all of your father's previous efforts have been in vain. Jun Moxie lifted his leg and kicked. Tang Yuan clutched his buttocks and cried out in pain. He grimaced in pain and said, I'm fine. As long as the imperial edict doesn't come, do you think my father will beat me to death? If I grind a little more, I'll be able to get a scapegoat, haha. Fatty Tang was safe and sound, so he walked away. Jun Moxie laughed heartily, suddenly feeling as if all the depression in his heart had been swept away. This fatty is really a clown and a joker at that. As he was laughing, he suddenly remembered what Tang Yuan had said. A good friend that Tang Wanli had not contacted for 40 years suddenly appeared, and it was a super expert. He couldn't help but stop laughing. He smacked his lips and thought to himself, Super Master? How super could it be? Was he also attracted by the news of the Shandan? Wasn't this too fast? If that's the case, it seems that Tianxiang City will soon be in turmoil. Anyway, the wind, the tiger, the cloud, and the dragon will each show their remarkable abilities. I'll just stay behind the scenes and reap the benefits. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune automatically operated in his body, and Jun Moxie could clearly feel that the energy flow in his meridians was now close to saturation. It had originally been a thin stream of energy, but now it had become a smooth stream of energy that was rapidly passing through his body. His movements also felt more free and at ease. Jun Moxie had a very strange premonition. There was no reason for it at all. It was as if the energy flow in his meridians had reached saturation, and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had begun to enter the second stage. This was also the time to open the second layer of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. Therefore, during this period of time, Jun Moxie did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At every moment, he operated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to increase his cultivation. In the last 2 days, Jun Moxie was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could not only absorb the energy from the Hongjun Pagoda, but could also absorb the same amount of energy from the outside world. Although the amount was very small and thin, it indicated that this was a huge improvement. Jun Moxie was looking forward to breaking through to the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda. The first layer was just a foundation, and there was already such a terrifying existence. If he were to open the second layer, the temperature had dropped in recent days and the autumn wind was bleak. The whole city was desolate. Yellow leaves were fluttering in the sky, but because Jun Moxie had been practicing at home most of the time, he had absorbed a large amount of energy from heaven and earth. Since he could not absorb it himself, he had scattered it around his courtyard. So much so that his courtyard and the neighboring courtyards of Junwui and Guanqinghan were covered in lush greenery. In fact, some branches were even sprouting new buds. The most bizarre thing was that Guanqinghan's most beloved ice-clear orchid had even sprouted a few small flower buds. This abnormal phenomenon had caused Guanqinghan to view it as a treasure. The upcoming storm in Tianxiang City had undoubtedly given Jun Moxie a lot of pressure. Pressure could also be a driving force. Therefore, Jun Moxie was forcing himself to improve his strength before the storm arrived. In his previous life he had always been a loner, free and unfettered. He could do whatever he wanted. But in today's environment, Jun Moxie suddenly found himself lonely. Which big family did not have a group of people to protect them? If he wanted to live freely in this world, he could do it with his own strength. But if he wanted the entire Jun family to live comfortably, then it would be impossible without a strong force. The 300 men that he had personally trained were far from being of any use. For the first time in his life, Jun Moxie wanted to establish his own team. This was also the first time in both of his lives. Once he had helped his grandfather improve his strength and resolve the Jun family's worries, then he would start to develop his own secret force. No matter what, he had to recruit a few experts. Otherwise, what could a few silver Shen and gold Shen experts do in the face of so many experts? If he wanted to recruit, then he had to recruit real experts. If they were mediocre, then he would rather give up. But if they were really top-notch experts, then how could they be so easily subdued? Jun Moxie scratched his head, suddenly fantasizing about a phrase he had read in his previous life. When the body of a tiger shakes, all the heroes under the heavens will bow their heads in worship. Everyone will be loyal and devoted, and from then on, they will lay a foundation that will last for eternity. If I could also shake my body like a tiger, all the heroes under the heavens will bow their heads in worship. How good would that be? Jun Moxie propped his chin in his hands as he fantasized. Holding the 3 invitations, Jun Moxie's eyes flashed. No matter what, the second prince's invitation must be given to him. The reason was simple: the banquet was to be held at the Chang Pavilion. Jun Moxie had eavesdropped on that night, and the hatred of that Lady Yua towards the Jun family was still lingering in Jun Moxie's mind. Such a vicious woman, if Jun Moxie didn't find out about her background and then eradicate her, then he would feel sorry for himself. But the second prince's invitation had given Jun Moxie a very good opportunity. Also, counting the time, the matter of the Xian beast tendon crossbow should have been over for a long time, but I don't know if the people sent by my grandfather have received any news. As for the first prince's banquet at the Misty Rain Pavilion and the third prince's banquet at the Splendid Lake, Jun Moxie didn't care about them at all. For the time being, those places held no attraction for him. I've decided I'll go to the Chang Pavilion this afternoon. Jun Wuxia beamed with a radiant smile, and strode out of the small courtyard with big strides. He was prepared to blatantly tell his grandfather that he was going to visit a brothel and ask him to assign 2 bodyguards, preferably strong ones. Just as he rushed out of the door, he saw Guanqing Han's snow-white robe slowly walking towards him, her cold eyes looking at Jun Moxie. "You're going out?" "Yes, I'm going to the Chang Pavilion," Jun Wuxia replied in a very honest manner. "Besides, this isn't a shameful matter. The Emperor's son is treating me to a meal and I'm only an invited guest. So, how can I be blamed for this?" "Shameless. Going to such a place and still acting so righteous. I thought you were really a prodigal son turning over a new leaf, but after pretending to be a good person for 2 days, you've revealed your true colors." Guanqing Han's face suddenly turned red with anger. She was about to step forward and teach him a lesson. This guy had been well behaved for a few days, but today he actually openly said in front of her that he wanted to go to a brothel. How could this be tolerated? Uncle can tolerate this, but sister-in-law cannot. Jun Moxie dodged Guanqing Han's palm, laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, in fact you look very good when you're angry. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart." Guanqing Han's face was as cold as frost, her hand moved like the wind, not saying a word. "If I don't teach this kid a lesson today, I'm afraid he'll revert to his old ways. In any case, today's routine exchange of pointers hasn't started yet. Third uncle is really too much. It was obviously grandfather who arranged this exchange of pointers. How could he just stop it?" Jun Wuxia dodged left and right. Then he suddenly slid a few feet away. Then he laughed mischievously and said, "Sister-in-law, let's postpone today's spar for now. I'll spar with you later. She's still waiting for me." Then he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Guanqing Han was so angry that her chest felt stuffy. Jun Moxie's words were the truth. The second prince was indeed waiting for him at the Chang Pavilion, but in Guanqing Han's ears, it was as if he was talking about those lowly prostitutes waiting for him. How could she not fly into a rage? "This kid has been acting like a man for the past few days. I can't let him continue like this. If I do so, how can I face my deceased in-laws and his elder brother?" Guanqing Han bit her lips and quickly walked towards Grandpa Jun's study. Jun Moxie was amazed as he walked. He almost couldn't believe his own subtle progress. Previously, when he was sparring with Guanqing Han, he was unable to display his true strength. Moreover, he had to try his best to restrain his instinct to kill. In a situation where he was unable to retaliate, it was naturally quite difficult for him to dodge. But today, under the circumstances of Guanqing Han's rage, he was actually able to dodge and dodge with ease. That day he even managed to hit a vital point of a Tianxian expert. Although he wasn't prepared for it, but a hit is a hit, this fact cannot be denied. Chapter 129. Recalling the day when he and Jun Wui killed people in the hall of Huanghua, Jun Moxie frowned thoughtfully. If it was in his previous life, he would only be at the level of a Hotian warrior. But in this world, the strict classification of Shen Qi gave Jun Moxie a subtle feeling that there was no comparison. The Shen Qi in this world, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade, then from the silver grade to the immortal grade. Every grade was clearly defined. However, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune that he cultivated, aside from the mysterious abilities, compared to the Shen Qi of this world in terms of pure strength, there seemed to be something wrong. In fact, it was very wrong. His cultivation, according to this world's standards, was equivalent to directly abandoning the 1st, 2nd and 3rd level Shen Qi, and starting from the 4th level. After cultivating for such a long time, in terms of pure strength, he should not be able to match a silver level Shen Qi. But if he were to face a silver level Shen Qi, even if it was a peak silver level Shen Qi, he was confident that he could easily kill it. Looking at this rate of progress, when the 1st level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune reaches completion, It should be the peak silver level Xianqi of this world breaking through to the gold level. What if he breaks through to the second level? What would be the comparison? Moreover, if the Xianqi cultivation in this world could be accelerated with the help of external forces, then would the art of unlocking heaven's fortune be able to do the same? If it was possible, then what kind of things would be beneficial to his cultivation? Thinking of this, Jun Moxie suddenly felt that he had gone out too little. He should go out more often. After all, the world in front of him was very different from his original world. Grandpa Jun was not at home, so Jun Moxie called 2 guards to accompany him. After all, it was the second prince who had invited him to the banquet. At this time, the second prince would not be able to protect him. If he had any malicious intentions towards him, it would be the same as shooting himself in the foot. Therefore there was absolutely no risk. Guan Qinghan and Jun Dashao arrived at Grandpa Jun's study almost at the same time. Naturally they did not find anything. Still angry, they simply took a detour and went to look for the third uncle Jun Wui. Jun Wui had just issued the family head's order, dispatching absolutely reliable men to rescue the fleeing boys and girls. This was the first time that Third Master Jun had exercised his authority after receiving the family head's order from Grandpa Jun. However, Third Master Jun did not have the time to savor the wonderful taste of power. Instead, he sat on the useless wheelchair and carefully thought about the words that Jun Moxie had said along the way. He also thought about the superb concealment skills and counter-tracking strategies that Jun Moxie had displayed along the way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the taste was boundless. Every action that Jun Sunshao had made, every action that he had taken, every word that he had said, seemed to contain a deep meaning. Every time he thought about it, he would have a different experience. Thinking back to Jun Moxie's words, "Training is my instinct. I do not need to deliberately train, but I do my best to train at all times." Every time Jun Wui thought about this sentence, his mouth would be filled with a lingering aftertaste. This sentence was not just reasonable, it was simply the truth. If one could train to such a level, what kind of perseverance would one need? But at the same time, if one could really do it, what kind of achievements would one achieve? Not to mention, the number of experts that Jun Wui had come into contact with in his life was not small. Even if there were many experts like Tian Xian, there was absolutely no one who could achieve what Jun Moxie had done. Although Jun Moxie was still young, his achievements and attitude towards martial arts had already become an immortal legend. Jun Wui let out a deep breath, his eyebrows slowly knitted together. Since Wuxia could do it, why can't I do it myself? Am I really that useless? At the same time, Jun Wui also realized that if he wanted to rely on his own strength to take revenge and obtain the approval of Han Yanyao's family, Jun Moxie's training method might be the best choice for him. Jun Wui was deep in thought, but he did not know that with this one thought, Jun Wui had truly embarked on the path of a peak expert. Although it was only the beginning, this was because the reason why Jun Moxie was able to train on his own was because the internal energy that he had cultivated in his previous life and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune were special things that were different from this world's Xianqi. Naturally, those Xianqi could follow the flow of his blood and qi. Moreover, Jun Moxie had the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda to constantly supply Xianqi to help him train, so it was actually not difficult to achieve this. But now Jun Wui was indulging in the wildest fantasies. If he wanted to achieve this, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Although the Xianqi in this world had similar functions as internal energy, its nature was completely different. Xianqi focused more on lethality and its effect was violent. If it was allowed to run on its own, then the tragedy of Qigong deviation might occur at any time. Therefore, all the Xianqi cultivators were very careful, and they would try not to be disturbed during their training. Now that Jun Wui had this kind of thinking, he had basically made a great change. There was a saying, "Daring to think is already half the battle." The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and it could be heard that the owner of the footsteps was brewing anger. Is it Qinghan? Why is she so angry? What happened? Jun Wui instantly determined the identity of the person. Third uncle Jun Moxie, that little bastard, you don't even care about him. Today he openly told me that he went to the Spirit Fog Lakes in Aichang Pavilion. Guan Qinghan was panting with anger, but this anger was only directed at Jun Wuxia. In this family, Guan Qinghan had a heartfelt respect for her grandfather Jun Zhantian, and her third uncle, who was both physically and mentally disabled, but not mentally disabled. That's it. Jun Wuyi was a little surprised. Ah, that's it? That's a small matter. He has only been quiet for a few days and now he's showing his true colors. How can he continue like this? Guan Qinghan was panting with anger. Oh, I know about this matter. I made him go. Jun Wui woke up from his contemplation and said in a light tone, "You know about it? Or did you make him go?" Guan Qinghan's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed as if this was the first time she had met Jun Wui, the third master. Jun Qinghan, you misunderstood. This time, the second prince took the initiative to talk to him, and the location happened to be at the Spirit Fog Lakes in Aichang Pavilion. Jun Wui smiled warmly. Qinghan Emosia, he is actually very sensible. Sensible? Guan Qinghan was somewhat speechless. With Jun Moxie's actions over the years, it could be said that he had committed all sorts of evil deeds. But now Jun Wui had actually said that he was very sensible. What kind of words was this? I didn't understand before, but now I understand. Guan Qinghan sighed in disappointment and turned to walk away. So it's really spoiled, I really understand. Hey, there are a lot of things that you will naturally know in the future. Jun Wui, who was behind her, said lightly. In the blink of an eye, his mind was immersed in Xianqi cultivation. Guan Qinghan's footsteps paused for a moment, but she still left. Jun Wui sighed and whispered, "Come, invite the housekeeper Uncle Pang to come here." Old Pang came quickly and stood in front of Jun Wui in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Pang, there is one thing that I need you to do for me." Jun Wui rubbed his face with both hands. It seemed that it was difficult for him to make a decision. "What is it? Please tell me." Old Pang's face was very solemn. This was the first thing that Jun Wui had ordered him to do since he took over as the head of the family. No matter what it was, it had to be done to perfection. It is said that the Public Security Bureau of the capital has found a large group of, disabled children in the Huanghua Hall. They are quite pitiful. Jun Wui finally made up his mind. You go and see how many of them are still alive. Then bring them all to the Jun family. Our family is very big, so we don't mind having a few more people to eat. They are just children. Yes, I will do it. Old Pang said as he turned to leave. If it is possible to not expose your identity, then do not expose it. If someone tries to obstruct you, then just say that it is my intention. Jun Wui looked straight ahead, and his eyes gradually became sharp. An Aichang Pavilion. The huge third floor was now empty, and there were only a few people sitting there. Each of them was wearing a light coat, and had a graceful and elegant expression on their faces. They were all dressed like scholars. The one in the middle had a handsome face and was very young. His clothes were not very luxurious, but his expression and movements were naturally revealing a kind of noble and elegant aura. Second Master, it is just a trivial debauchee, Jun Moxie. There is no need for Second Master to personally come out to deal with him. Any one of us coming out to deal with him is already giving him a lot of face. Now that Second Master has personally come out to deal with him, it is a bit too much. The one who spoke was a young man in his late 20s. He was tall and had a fair complexion just like a woman. Even in such a late autumn weather, he was still waving a folding fan in his hand. He was waving it back and forth leisurely, which was a little out of place. However, no one said anything. It was obvious that this person had some background. Brother Cheng, the Second Master, is not giving any face to Jun Emosia. What Brother Cheng said is right. Jun Emosia is just a debauchee, a prodigal son of a wealthy family. As far as he's concerned, he doesn't have the slightest bit of value. However, he has a good family behind him and a good elder. This Second Master is giving face to Jun Zhantian. An old man in his 50s or 60s sat upright on a chair as he spoke in a leisurely manner. Even if Jun Zhantian comes personally, what can he do? The young Brother Cheng chuckled and said disapprovingly, although Jun Zhantian has a high status and power, but when it comes to Xianqi cultivation he is at best only comparable to Tian Xian. If he really wants to kill him, I can ask my father to do it. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. As soon as these words came out, even the eyebrows of the second prince, who was sitting in the middle, unconsciously wrinkled slightly. Everyone frowned. Just Tian Xian, that's all. You make it sound so easy. How many Tian Xian experts are there in the entire Tianxiang kingdom? Although your Cheng family is a big family with many experts, it is still just a family of the pugilistic world. Compared to the Jun family's military strength, there is no comparison at all. Perhaps it should be said the other way around. If Jun Zhantian wanted to destroy the Qing family, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. I've realized that people really can't have a relaxed mentality. After the double monthly votes, my heart relaxed. This has directly led to my poor state of mind for the past few days. My writing speed has plummeted. I will sincerely reflect on myself. From now on, I will work hard to restore my fighting state. Charge. Fight. Fight. Therefore, I beg for monthly votes. Let me be excited again. I would rather be more tired. More tired. Chapter 130. As for your father, although no one has seen him, but according to the rumors he is only at the level of Tian Xian. Even if he were to fight Grandpa Jun one-on-one, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. In fact, the chances of your father being defeated and killed are much higher. To actually say that dealing with Jun Tian would be as easy as blowing off dust, what shameless boasting. This man surnamed Cheng is a descendant of the Cheng family of Jiangdong. His father is the current head of the Cheng family. For some unknown reason, he has recently joined the second prince's side. Seeing that his family's influence is indeed extraordinary, the second prince has been rather polite to him. But this man does not look like a man, and his character is a complete idiot. Moreover, he has a very high opinion of himself, as if to say, I am number one in the world. Usually he does not put others in his eyes. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of Silver Xian, his character is insufferably arrogant. The second prince had asked him to come today because he knows that Jun Moxie is a downright debauchee. Here he is of the same rotten taste, even to the point of fighting poison with poison, but now that he was acting like this he was worried that he would mess things up here. Sitting next to him is a man with a dispirited expression, his legs spread wide, his posture is quite strange. This is Lord Lu from the other day. That day he was chasing the mysterious man and fell into the water. His crotch was struck by a bamboo pole with the force of a thunderbolt, which directly led to the birth of an official member of the Imperial Palace. However, it was outside of the Imperial Palace. Lord Lu regarded that incident as the greatest humiliation of his life. These days, Lord Lu has been frantically treating his something, and then frantically searching for people. But he did not see the face of the mysterious man that day. At best he only saw a big white buttocks. Therefore, every person that was caught these days would go through the same procedure. Bring them to Lord Lu, turn them around and take off their pants for verification. Therefore, during this period of time, there was a rumor in the second prince's residence. Ever since Lord Lu was injured, his sexual preferences had changed drastically. He was only interested in butts, and it had to be the butts of young men. It seemed that the whiter the butts, the more he liked them. As a result, every time his subordinates saw Lord Lu, the first thing they would do was to anxiously cover their anus. If by any chance Lord Lu took a fancy to her well-developed buttocks, how would she conduct herself in the future? Second Master Jun Sunshao is here. As soon as the door to the hall opened, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure walked in with a gentle smile. She was tall, had a pair of phoenix eyes and peach cheeks. Her chest was perky and her waist was slender. When she walked, she was like a lotus leaf swaying in the wind. However, she did not show the slightest bit of frivolity. What an outstanding beauty. You're becoming more and more beautiful. The second prince smiled and praised her. A trace of intoxication flashed in his eyes. He stood up and walked out of the hall. The Spirit Fog Lake was vast and mighty, and the clear water was flowing leisurely. On one side of the lake, on the road, a small sedan chair swayed back and forth, neither too fast nor too slow. Lady Yu pointed to the people walking beside the palanquin. Second Master, please take a look. These people are the old men who used to follow Jun Tian. From this, it can be seen that the one sitting in the palanquin is Jun Moxie. It turned out to be an extremely vulgar red palanquin. The second prince almost could not restrain his laughter. This third young Master Jun's taste is truly unique and unique. He's just a typical debauchee. A cold light flashed in Lady Yuer's eyes. She turned her head and smiled sweetly. Second Master, how about I personally receive this Jun Moxie today? You? The second prince's eyes were somewhat sullen. But when he saw the resolute look in Lady Yuer's eyes, he helplessly sighed and said, All right, but don't let him take advantage of you. He, Second Master, don't worry. Most people won't be able to take advantage of Lady Yu. The price to take advantage of Lady Yu is not cheap. Lady Yu smiled as she confidently watched the red palanquin come to a stop. You're right. Even I, haha. The second prince stopped talking with a faint smile on his face. Below, Jun Moxie had already drilled out of the palanquin. He landed unsteadily on the ground and staggered a little. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and sneezed. Then he stretched his neck and massaged his waist. Shaking his arms, he tilted his head and walked up the stairs while trembling like a crab. He really has a personality. The second prince's eyes were profound as he observed Jun Moxie's every movement. I didn't think that the only descendant of the famous Jun family, Lord Jian Tian, would be. Alas, I'm really disappointed. He sighed and turned around to enter the palanquin. As Jun Moxie stepped out of the palanquin, His mind was still thinking about the word that was written on his grandfather's desk. Break. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The old man still doesn't trust me. He actually left a word like that to remind me. However, breaking isn't something that can be done so easily. It seems that the second prince is out of luck today. Jun Moxie stepped into the Enichang pavilion and took off his hat. He fanned himself twice and asked the attendant who came to greet him, "Where are the second prince and the others?" "The second prince and the others are waiting for you in the Hall of Ue on the 3rd floor." The attendant replied respectfully. "The Hall of Ue? Is that where a few women strip naked?" Jun Moxie chuckled and said, "The second prince really knows how to choose a good place. You've won my heart. No, you've dug your way into my heart." Then he walked up the stairs with a lecherous look on his face. The attendants of the second prince all fainted at the same time. Does this guy really think that the second prince invited him to visit a prostitute? Why does he have such a pig's head? The one treating today is a real prince. How could he invite someone to visit a prostitute? "Ah, brother Amosia, it's been a long time since we last met. You've become so refined and handsome." The second prince stood up in a friendly manner, and waved at Jun Amosia in a reserved and noble manner. I've seen the second prince." Jun Moxie seemed to be flattered. "I, Amosia, don't dare to accept the second prince's courtesy. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." "Ah, there's no need to be so polite." The second prince hurriedly stopped Jun Amosia from bowing. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment as he stretched out his hand. He suddenly felt a little unhappy in his heart. This guy didn't intend to bow at all. He was just making a gesture. But before he could even stretch out his hand, he had already straightened his body. Of course, Jun Moxie wouldn't bow to him. In Jun Moxie's heart, even the emperor was not worthy of his bow. If there was a god in this world, should he worship him? Then Jun Moxie would think, what does the god in this world have to do with me? What's more, he was just a prince. In the eyes of a great assassin like Jun Moxie, he was just a corpse that could change at any time. Haha, apart from the relationship between the emperor and the minister, our two families are real friends. The second prince smiled warmly. "I remember when we were young we used to play together. But as we grew older, younger brother and I are now adults. Looking back on the past, I can't help but sigh." There was a hidden meaning in the second prince's words. He was reminding Jun Moxie, "You and I still have a relationship between the emperor and the minister. Don't be too presumptuous. Others might care about the power of the Jun family, but do I care? I am the emperor and you are the minister. This prince is a notch higher than you." Yes. Jun Moxie immediately gave an evaluation in his heart. More than vicious, narrow-minded, not willing to suffer a loss for such a small matter. You have to fight back with words. You can't be a great person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become absent-minded. There were still 4 people staring at him covetously, especially that greasy-haired guy in his late 20s. The way he looked at him was full of contempt and disdain. "The second prince invited me. Why did he bring such a hateful guy? Who do you think you are? How dare you frown at me? Younger brother, let me introduce you to a few good friends." The moment the second prince said this, the other 4 people stood up. "This is my teacher, Mr. Fang Bo-wen from the Hongwen School." The second prince's attitude was very respectful. Fang Bo-wen felt very proud as he stroked his beard and looked at Jun Moxie. He laughed and said, "This old man is just an old man. How can I compare to you young talents? Greetings, Mr. Fang Bo-wen." Jun Moxie looked at this old man and was a little wary. This old man was old, but he didn't look bad at all. He was calm and full of energy, and his energy was restrained. Such a person was actually the second prince's teacher? Or someone from the Hongwen school? He must have some background. "This is Lu Sibo, Lord Lu. Lord Lu is skilled in both the pen and the sword. He is a rare talent." The second prince smiled. Jun Moxie sized up this Lord Lu who had caused him to run around naked, and had nearly plucked out half of his bird feathers. Then he asked with a playful expression, "Lord Lu's posture is quite different from the others. TSK, look at how tall and straight you are. You're truly a bold and decisive man." Lu Sibo didn't expect that Jun Moxie's first words would expose his scars. Lu Sibo's face turned red as he stood in front of Jun Moxie with his legs wide apart, afraid that he would accidentally touch his scars. Of course, he was very different from the others. The Jun family's third young master is also very different. He is much more handsome than the others. Lu Sibo clenched his teeth and cupped his hands. "You can see it too. I'm also puzzled. Why is he so handsome? He is so handsome that there is no justice in this world. He is so handsome that it makes people jealous. He is a bosom friend and bosom friend. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. Jun Wuxia coquettishly combed his hair, and shook his head in a very flashy manner. He had shamelessly taken Lu Sibo's sarcasm as a compliment, and even accepted it all. Everyone was speechless. I have never seen such a narcissist. Lord Lu was even more depressed. Who would want to be bosom friends with you? Jun Sunshao's reputation is well deserved. Meeting you in person is better than hearing about you. I admire you. Ah, I am Qing Deqiao. Young Master Qing squeezed out an arrogant smile when he saw that Jun Moxie was looking at him. He cupped his hands in a perfunctory manner, and didn't forget to stab Jun Daxiao with a few words. Qing Deqiao? I have never heard of him. Jun Moxie turned his head and showed him the back of his head. This guy is very arrogant. Motherfucker. He has been giving me face since the beginning. And he even dared to stab me. Do you think I can't tell? Who do you think you are, you bastard? Chapter 131. Qing Deqiao's small face turned deathly white when he heard Jun Daxiao's words. His small face had turned even paler than before. Haha, third young master, this is the young master of the Qing family. It's inevitable that young Master Jun is not familiar with him. Fang Bowen's eyes hadn't left Jun Wuxia since the moment he had entered the room. He had been observing his every movement, his every word, and his every expression. Qing Deqiao, is it? Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Qing Deqiao. Qing Deqiao's whole body trembled as he clenched his teeth and said, Young Master Jun, I've long heard of the Jun family's great reputation. Your father's reputation is like a thunderclap piercing through my ears. Qing Deqiao's words were quite tricky. He was clearly ridiculing Jun Moxie for having been born without any proper upbringing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. These words had not only exposed Jun Daxiao's scars, but had also greatly offended the entire Jun family. The second prince started to sweat profusely. This young Master Qing was simply a troublemaker. He had directly pushed the entire Jun family to the opposite side. Even if Jun Moxie was a debauchee, he wouldn't be able to understand the meaning behind his words. It was obvious that the gods and Buddhas weren't paying attention to the second prince's prayers. Hitman Jun snorted and said, So it turns out to be the young master of the Qing family. I've been disrespectful. Today is the first time that we've met. Please allow me to first greet you, haha. Jun Moxie's tone was heavy as he dragged out his words. The so-called pointing at a bald man and calling him a monk's name was probably nothing more than this. This was clearly a shrew cursing in the streets. Moreover, he was even greeting the young master's father. How can you be so shameless? The so-called Tianxiang City's #1 debauchee has opened everyone's eyes today. What does it mean to know someone by reputation? Qing Deqiao was so angry that his hands and feet turned ice cold. His pale face turned ashen. In the face of Jun Moxie, who was born into a noble family, and whose personality was similar to that of a local ruffian, Qing Deqiao's arrogance was simply useless. Moreover, Qing Deqiao's family wasn't small and could be considered as a tyrant, but in the end, it was still just a small Xianqi family and nothing more. Compared to the Jun family, which was a super prominent political and military family, Qing Deqiao's family was simply not worth mentioning. This was also the main reason why the second prince and the others hadn't taken young Master Cheng's vow of exterminating the Jun family seriously. They were like frogs in a well looking at the sky. They only knew the circumference of their own well. How could they know the vastness of the world? In other words, no matter how hedonistic Jun Moxie was, no matter how unbearable, you're just an insignificant Qing Deqiao. Young Master Qing doesn't have the qualifications to challenge Jun Wuxia. Moreover, you shouldn't have blurted out insults to your ancestors. You should have been exterminating your entire family. Young Master Qing has always been arrogant. So, he blurted out those words. And now, Jun Moxie was making a naked counterattack, and wasn't even trying to hide it. If Qing Deqiao were to continue his insults, then everyone could imagine that the Jun family's army would immediately descend upon the Qing family and exterminate them. Therefore, even if Jun Moxie didn't have any misgivings, Qing Deqiao absolutely couldn't. However, this young Master Qing wasn't a complete idiot. Therefore, even though he had been humiliated by Jun Moxie, he didn't dare to retaliate. Only the pretty boy was angered to the point that his whole body was trembling. The others looked on with cold eyes. However, they were secretly rejoicing in his misfortune. What kind of person is Jun Moxie? Even if he's a hedonistic debauchee, he's still the only descendant of the Jun family's third generation. How can a small Qing family afford to provoke him? This guy deliberately provoked Jun Moxie from the very beginning. Now that he's being treated like this, he's only seeking his own humiliation. At this moment, a fragrant wind lingered in the air. Then a soft and beautiful voice sounded out, "Honored guests, Lady Ur has specially brought her sisters here to liven things up." Then 5 or 6 women gracefully walked in. Each one of them was young and beautiful, and each of them was bashful and timid. The men in the room couldn't help but feel their blood boil. With the appearance of so many beautiful women, Jun Moxie's arrogant and despotic attitude disappeared. His eyes were fixated on the beautiful woman in the middle of the room, and his mouth was wide open. A thread of transparent silk was dripping from his mouth, but he didn't notice it. The person he was looking at was none other than Lady Ur. The reason why Jun Moxie had come to the Nichang Pavilion was because of her. Otherwise, why would he have agreed to the second prince's invitation when all 3 princes had invited him? Now that she had appeared in front of him, how could Jun Moxie let go of such an opportunity? Everyone looked at his pig-like appearance and couldn't help but despise him in their hearts. What kind of demeanor was this? This Lady Ur may be outstanding, but she's still a brothel girl, and will never be able to reach the next level. Could it be that this debauchee Jun wants to create a world-famous scandal? The second prince furrowed his brows. It was no secret that he had feelings for Ur. However, Ur had other thoughts in her heart. From beginning to end she refused to leave his side. This made the second prince's heart itch. With his status he naturally could not marry her. In fact, it was impossible for him to take her as a concubine. However, in his heart, he had long regarded Ur as his forbidden descendant. A transparent pearl curtain separated the 2 sides of the room, and Lady Ur smiled gently as she walked over to the curtain and sat down. Her fingers plucked the strings and the sound of the zither echoed in the room, adding a touch of elegance to the banquet. The dishes were quickly served, and the second prince and Jun Moxie didn't seem to hear anything. Instead, Jun Dashao's eyes were fixated on Lady Ur, who was playing the zither. The second prince and the others felt bored. Everyone already knew that Jun Wuxia was a debauchee, a complete debauchee. So, his actions were bound to be preposterous. This was reasonable and expected. But, no one had thought that this person would actually be so outrageous. Jun Wuxia drooled as he agreed with the second prince's comment. Although the major families in the capital have formed their own families, but if you look closely you'll find that these families have already formed an offensive and defensive circle. Jun Wuxia nodded in agreement, and not bad not bad. Then Fang Bo Wen Lu Si Bo, and the others began to beat around the bush, and tried to demonstrate the second prince's strength and desire for the Jun family. Although their intentions weren't obvious, but the underlying meaning was clear enough for even a pig to understand. Moreover, Lu Sibo and Cheng Deqiao had given Jun Wuxia a vivid lesson about the second prince's courteous attitude. In fact, they had even taught him a very vivid lesson. In fact, he believed that even the textbook examples wouldn't be able to match up to them. Jun Dashaw acted as if he was an expert, and listened attentively no matter what was being said. He actively participated in the discussion, and his attitude was extremely serious. Later on, he was the only one speaking non-stop, but the words he said didn't seem to match the donkey's lips or the horse's mouth, and left everyone speechless. When it came to political strategy, the art of governance, and how to benefit the people, Fang Bo accidentally said, "The strength of the people and the strength of the country is not the same as the wealth of the people." This meant that everything needed to be supported by a strong financial force. Everyone agreed with this statement. However, this one sentence had caused Jun Wuxia to suddenly come up with many fallacies. His eloquent speech was endless. In the end, he had even deviated from the main topic and started to talk nonsense. Money, is a good thing. What Lord Fang said is very good, haha. Speaking of gambling, haha, this young master and Fatty Tang were afraid of disturbing the people, so we disguised ourselves and carefully entered the Golden Shuttle Casino. That day we gambled thrillingly, and this young master's title of God of Gamblers also became famous that day. Henceforth there would be no more opponents, it would be as lonely as snow. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. This was probably the meaning. Being invincible is indeed the loneliest. Jun Moxie proudly looked at everyone with disdain and then put down his chopsticks, stood up and put one foot on the chair and gestured with his two hands. There are also fighting beasts, fighting snakes, fighting dogs, fighting cocks. Do you know when the cocks are fighting their feathers will stand up? Jun Moxie talked non-stop and his spittle flew in all directions. Talking about this, he was a true expert. In the previous Mocia's memory there was nothing special about him, but when it came to these debauches he was definitely an expert, who could stand up to this small test of his skill. Although that young Master Cheng also had a bit of a debauchee aura, he was too focused on climbing up, and had long thrown the small path of debauches to the back of his mind. Even if he forced himself to do so, he was still too far away from Jun Dashao's level. How could he even be compared? For a moment, everyone looked askance, and stared at Jun Dashao's performance, as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, just you and Tang Yuan, you two still need to disguise yourselves? With Fatty Tang's valiant physique, no matter how much he tried to disguise himself, anyone would be able to recognize him with a single glance. In fact, it would be extremely difficult to find a person with a bigger belly than him in the entire Shenzhen continent. There was simply no one who could match him. With the two of you going, who would dare to win your money? Of course he would become the god of gamblers, but we didn't seem to be talking about this just now. Then, where were we? Everyone felt dizzy. Oh my god, why did we go off topic again? Second Prince was already regretting to death in his heart. If he had known that this would be the result, why would he have spent so much effort? Such a coward actually took up so much of my energy. What is this? But I can't get anything out of it. There wasn't even a single accurate sentence, and this was the most depressing thing. Chapter 132. Old Man Fong was keenly aware that Jun Moxie always chose to interrupt the conversation when everyone was talking about the Jun family's strength, or when they were trying to recruit Jun Moxie. Then Jun Moxie would suddenly come out of nowhere and spout nonsense, making everyone feel sick to their stomachs. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, the topic would pass. Although he's a debauchee, he's not an ordinary person. Interesting. Fong Bowen shook his head and thought to himself. It seems like the second prince is destined to return empty-handed today. However, was Jun Moxie's method instructed by his family, or did he decide on his own? This was a difficult question to answer. But looking at the current situation, it didn't matter if the Jun family didn't turn to the other two. As long as they didn't turn to the other two, then there wouldn't be a problem. Second Prince, today this, is there anything else besides drinking? We've had enough drinking, shouldn't we do something else? Jun Moxie's face was full of wretched smiles, making people want to step on his face. The most annoying thing about this guy was that he had changed the way he addressed the Second Prince 3 times. Second Prince, Second Prince, Second Prince. It really made people feel like they were at home. Originally there were other programs, but after seeing Jun Moxie's behavior, the Second Prince had already arranged for it to be cancelled. And it's better to part ways with this guy as soon as possible. In less than a meal's time, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, so depressed that he was speechless, and despised him to the point that his brain short-circuited. Seeing that everyone had finally given up on him, Jun Moxie secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up with a grin and waddled over to Lady Yu Er, who was playing the zither behind the curtain. Jun Moxie's main purpose for coming here was her. How could he let her go? A little girl like you dares to say that you want to exterminate my Jun family? Thinking back to Lady Yu Er's bitter hatred towards him and the Jun family that night, Jun Imosia's heart was filled with dread. This woman was not only witty, but she was also highly skilled in martial arts. Although it seemed like she was relying on the Second Prince, it was clear that she had not completely thrown herself into the Second Prince's arms. A woman who could protect her chastity in front of a prince? This statement seemed a little ridiculous, but from this point, it could be seen that this woman's intentions were not small. Jun Moxie did not doubt that this woman had ulterior motives. He even suspected that there was a mysterious force behind this woman. Therefore he might have to make a deal today that would alert the enemy. Only by sticking your head out would you have a target. Who would have the patience to compete with an enemy who was hiding in the dark? The Jun family's strength was slowly developing at the moment. So, they needed to have some goals in order to grow faster. He and the Jun family would be in a very passive position if he allowed her to continue to lie dormant and continue to spy on the Jun family's weakness. But, if he were to kill her, then he would directly cut off this line of communication. This would make the enemy completely hidden in the dark, and the situation would become even more unfavorable. Lady Yu Er is very beautiful, Jun Moxie did not hide his eyes as he sized up Yu Er. Yu Er suddenly felt an indescribable discomfort throughout her body. Lingling looked at him and said, "Young Master Jun, please conduct yourself with dignity." No need. This young master's greatest advantage is that his body is as light as a swallow. Tang Yuan, that fatty, is the one who should conduct himself with dignity. Jun Moxie laughed as he lifted the curtain and rushed in. Young Master Jun, Yu Er may be a prostitute, but she sells her skills and not her body. Please understand. Yu Er said in a cold voice. If I don't pay after I'm done, then it won't count as a sale. This young master thanks you for your kind reminder. Jun Dashao continued to move closer to you, with a calm face. By now, anyone could see that this debauchee Jun Moxie had taken a fancy to Lady Yu, and it was very likely that he would force himself on her, or even perform a reality show. This was not a rare occurrence for the famous debauchee of the Jun family. But the biggest question was, who was Lady Yu? The host of this banquet, the second prince, had taken a fancy to her. Unfortunately, Jun Moxie did not know about this matter, and the second prince could not make this matter public. This was going to be a big deal. No one had expected that this kind of thing would happen when they had come out for a meal with the Jun family's third young master, whom they had never met in 100 years. Is he still the son of an aristocratic family? What is this? If you, rashly refuses this debauchee, then this guy will immediately retaliate. How can a trivial Ni Chang pavilion withstand the Jun family's revenge? But if we don't refuse, are we going to let this bastard take advantage of us? Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do at this moment. The second prince's face sank as he said, "Third young master, Lady Yu is a master of music theory, and has always been noble and pure. This is the first time we've met, so please don't make things difficult for this lady." The way he addressed the second prince had changed from younger brother to third young master. Difficult? How can it be difficult? What kind of noble and pure business do you think she is? Ha ha ha, if this young master doesn't make things difficult for her, then what will she eat and drink? Jun Wuxia had obviously drunk too much and hadn't heard anything. Instead, he was looking at Lady Yu behind the curtain with great interest. Lady Yu fiercely glared at him. "Young Master Jun, it's better to treat a woman like a gentleman." Gentleman? Ha ha ha, this is a brothel. Do you know what a brothel is? A brothel. Do you understand? You want to look for a gentleman in a brothel? What a joke. A brothel is a place for hoodlums. This young master has never been a gentleman, I'm a hoodlum. So what? Jun Moxie shouted proudly as if he was proud of his hoodlum status. Yu was angered to the point she gritted her teeth tightly, and she was practically unable to restrain her temper and wanted to kill this profligate young master on the spot. Truly too hateful. With your character, even if all the men in this world were to die, this young lady still wouldn't take a fancy to you. But when she saw the second prince's ashen face through the bead curtain, an idea came to her mind. "Second master, please save me." Lady Yu ran out of the curtain in a panic and ran towards the second prince. Although she was staggering, her speed was extremely fast. She believed that even an ordinary 9th level master would not be able to stop her. But she didn't expect that Jun Wuxia's speed would suddenly increase as well. In a flash, he opened his arms wide and pulled a delicate body into his embrace. Laughing loudly, he said, "Beauties always say one thing but mean another. You say you don't want it, but you still take the initiative to throw yourself into my arms." Lady Yu didn't expect that the rumored Jun Moxie, whose Xianqi had been crippled, would be able to catch her. Her previous flash seemed ordinary, but in fact she had used a very high level of agility. But Jun Moxie seemed to have a bright mind, and in the moment of her flash he was already standing in front of her, and the two almost bumped into each other. In the eyes of an outsider, it was as if she had thrown herself into his arms. Was it a coincidence? But isn't it too much of a coincidence? Lady Yu was so ashamed and angry that she almost fainted. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. In public and in front of a prince, what kind of behavior was this? Jun Moxie. Let go of Lady Yu. Qing Deqiao roared and rushed forward. Lady Yu took the opportunity to struggle free from Jun Moxie's embrace. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of shame and anger, and she didn't even think about it as she waved her palm towards Jun Moxie's face. In Lady Yu's mind, with her martial arts cultivation, and the fact that Jun Moxie didn't have any Xianqi in his body, there was no way that she wouldn't be able to hit him. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resounded and everyone was stunned. Lady Yu's slap had not only failed to land on Jun Wuxia, but had instead landed a solid slap on her face. Suddenly, a red handprint could be seen on her snow-white face, swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her hair was also disheveled. For a moment she didn't know how to react and fell to the ground in a daze. "Smelly whore, you only know how to be obedient, you have no professional ethics. You dare to hit me? You've really gone against the heavens." Jun Moxie angrily cursed as he rushed forward in a threatening manner. He lifted his foot to kick again, but was stopped by a man who stood in front of him. It was Qing Deqiao. "Third young master Jun, why are you so angry with a mere brothel girl?" Qing Deqiao's face had become somewhat distorted, and it seemed that Jun Moxie was becoming more and more unpleasant to the eye. Although he was trying to dissuade Jun Moxie, his heart was itching to strangle him. Get lost. I'm going to beat this little whore to death today. She dares to pretend to be virtuous in front of me? She must be blind. Jun Moxie's anger soared to the heavens as he shouted. Jun Moxie, you must understand. Today is the second prince's banquet, and His Royal Highness is sitting nearby. Don't tell me that you don't want to give His Royal Highness face? Chapter 133. Don't be presumptuous, Messieurs. Cheng De Chao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he immediately shut his mouth. What is she? Jun Moxie laughed presumptuously as the corners of his mouth twitched. She's selling her skills in a brothel, but not her body? Who is she trying to fool? I'm going to play with her today. She's pretending to be a virgin in front of me even though she's in a brothel. The reputation of a noble family has been ruined by people like you. Cheng De Chao said in a tone of infinite contempt. Jun Moxie, I loathe and despise you to the extreme. Cheng De Chao suddenly felt a sense of pride at this moment. In the past, people had always said that he was a disgrace to the aristocratic family. But today, compared to Jun Moxie, he felt as if he was shining brightly. Cheng De. Fu *K. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to talk about me? Do you believe that I won't make your Cheng family disappear in an instant if you speak another word? Jun Moxie was extremely savage. He raised his neck and squinted his eyes. Go back to your mother's house and drink milk. Cheng De Chao's hands trembled as he pointed at Jun Moxie. His eyes turned red as he pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Clang. The sword was unsheathed by 3 inches, and a cold light radiated in all directions. Jun Moxie. The second prince stood up with a sullen face. You're drunk. You better go back to your residence. I haven't drunk much wine, so how can I be drunk? Jun Moxie snorted as he stiffened his neck. He didn't buy it. I'm waiting for this sissy to pull out his sword and cut me in half. I said you're drunk, so you're drunk, the second prince said in a stern voice. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Bowen hastily stepped forward, and gently pressed the second prince's hand. Jun Moxie raised his eyes, and the two of them looked at each other in the air. They stared at each other for a while, and then the corners of their mouths crooked as they smiled. Since the second prince says that I'm drunk, then I'm drunk. I haven't even touched a drop of wine and I'm already drunk. Ah, what a joke. Laughing out loud, he picked up a wine cup and smashed it beside Lady Yu. The crisp sound caused everyone to look over and their eyebrows twitched. Jun Moxie pointed a finger at Lady Yu and said fiercely, Little slut, with His Second Highness here today, I will let you go for the time being. However, I will come and settle the score with you at any time. Then he turned his head and smiled evilly as he approached Cheng De Chao. Then he slowly extended his hand, and patted Cheng De Chao's face with 2 crisp and clear sounds. Jun Moxie smiled and said, Do you want to kill me? You really want to, don't you? Aha, Cheng De Chao, you can't kill someone if you draw your sword halfway. You be more obedient in the future, understand? He turned his head and put on a fake smile. Then, he waved his hand as if he was waving away a speck of dust in front of his eyes. Then he turned around and swaggered away. The prince had invited him to a banquet, and he had made a scene there. He had taken advantage of others and then he had beaten them. Then, the prince had come forward to plead for leniency, and he had threatened to retaliate. He had beaten the prince and had cursed Cheng De Chao. His words had been rude and vulgar. Jun Moxie could be said to be extremely arrogant today, and he had truly lived up to his reputation as Tianxiang's #1 debauchee. Jun Moxie went downstairs and entered the palanquin. Surprisingly, there were 2 other black-clothed men hidden inside the palanquin. Jun Moxie spoke in a low and urgent tone. After I leave, you must pay close attention to the movements of the Nichang Pavilion. After the second prince and the others leave, one of you will be responsible for monitoring the communication birds in the sky, and the other will pay attention to the people coming in and out of the pavilion. You must not slack off. The 2 men nodded in unison. The palanquin shook and the young Master Jun returned home. Although he hadn't gained much from this trip, it could be said that he had made a splendid achievement. On the one hand, he had made the second prince suffer a loss, and on the other hand, he had humiliated Lady Yu. This trip had definitely not been in vain. Jun Moxie knew that although Lady Yu was residing in the Nichang Pavilion, she wasn't a prostitute. However, the words that Jun Moxie had spoken to her were something that even a professional prostitute wouldn't be able to tolerate, let alone a Xianqi expert in disguise. Not to mention the fact that this impersonator was a virgin. Therefore, Jun Moxie was certain that Lady Yu would definitely make a move. This was exactly what Jun Moxie was hoping for. The only advantage that he had was that Jun Moxie had overheard the conversation between Lady Yu and Lord Lu, and had already determined the identity of this enemy. However, Lady Yu didn't know that Jun Moxie had already locked onto her. Therefore, as long as she was still a person and not a pile of dirt, she would certainly want to retaliate after suffering such humiliation. The third advantage was that the humiliation of Lady Yu had already sowed the seeds of division between the second prince and Lady Yu. The second prince was indecisive and lacked a majestic aura, which was why Lady Yu was so disappointed in him. If a man couldn't even protect the woman he wanted to pursue, then what kind of man could he be? Especially since this man clearly had the power to protect her, but didn't do anything. This was even more disappointing. If Jun Moxie had been in the second prince's shoes, he would have surely shouted, "This is my woman. First we have to settle the matter." However, the second prince didn't dare to do so, at least he didn't dare to shout it out loud. This was why Jun Moxie looked down on him. Wealth, glory and the status of a prince, were they really that important? In fact, this was also the blind spot of the hitman Jun. Not every man would fly into a rage for a woman, and not everyone would be indifferent to wealth, glory and splendor. In fact, most people in this world wouldn't be able to escape. Especially a prince who had the potential to become a prince. As for his actions today, although it was a bit excessive for a woman like Lady Yu, but Jun Moxie didn't feel the least bit apologetic in his heart. When dealing with an enemy, one naturally has to resort to extreme measures. Since you plan to destroy my family, and even scheme to deal with me, then shouldn't I have scolded you? This young master's conscience is clear. Lady Yu watched as Jun Moxie's palanquin gradually disappeared into the distance, and her tender body couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her eyes were filled with a murderous look. The second prince walked up to her, but before he could say anything she snorted heavily, turned around and walked away. The second prince stood there in a daze, his hands still in the same position as before, and the expression on his face fluctuated. Who would have thought that the purpose of this banquet was to recruit Jun Moxie? But Jun Moxie would actually be so arrogant. He didn't even give face to a dignified prince. Jun Moxie swaggered off, and completely betrayed the second prince's good intentions. Moreover, he didn't even try to hide it. It was equivalent to breaking off relations with the second prince. This was tantamount to giving the second prince a resounding slap in the face. Ever since the second prince was born, this was the first time he'd been humiliated in such a way. His hatred for Jun Moxie had reached its peak. He stood there quietly, motionless, and the other three people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, the sky turned dark, and the second prince finally flicked his sleeves and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Cheng Deqiao came forward and said, "Your Highness, this Jun Moxie was so rude today. Should I send 2 men to teach him a lesson? I'll help your Highness vent his anger, even if it means taking his life. Are you a pig?" The second prince suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot. "He knows that I can't touch him. That's why he dared to be so domineering today. But it's also a fact that I don't dare to touch him. Otherwise, how would Jun Moxie have the guts to contradict me? Break off relations today and teach him a lesson tomorrow? Assassinate him? Is your brain filled with tofu dregs? Don't talk about whether or not you have the ability to touch him. Even if Jun Moxie were to fall on the road, we would be the biggest suspects." Jun Zhantian had washed the capital with blood a few days ago, and he had clearly expressed his attitude. "Don't tell me that you'll only be happy if that old man washes my palace with blood? Are you thinking that I'm not annoying enough?" His attempt at flattery had backfired and he was kicked away. Cheng Deqiao awkwardly coughed twice, and then retracted his head and didn't say another word. However, he was secretly cursing in his heart. "You're a dignified prince, and yet you're being scolded by your own minister's grandson like a turtle's grandson. But you don't even dare to vent your anger on him. Instead, you vent your anger on me? This must be Jun Zhantian's intention," Fang Bowen slowly said as he stroked his beard. Jun Moxie's actions today were clearly deliberate. In other words, he had already prepared to break off relations with your Highness before he came here. "Why do you say that?" the second prince asked as he pondered over it. The Jun family has always been unwilling to participate in the nation's politics. They've always been immersed in the military, and they've always kept a distance from the three princes. They've always stood on the sidelines, and it's clear that they won't participate in these muddy waters. This is a good strategy to protect their lives. However, Jun Zhantian had gathered his troops in the capital a few days ago, and massacred the ministers' residences. This shows that the Jun family is extremely powerful. And it doesn't matter which of the three princes obtains this power, they'll be able to defeat the other two princes and take over the nation. Since we can see this, the other two princes must have seen it as well. Therefore, I'm afraid that all three princes have the same idea. However, Jun Tian isn't willing to bet on any one of them, and he has no intention of participating. Even if he reveals the Jun family's strength, he would rather provoke His Majesty than participate. Under these circumstances, there's only one way to maintain his strength and get out of these muddy waters. The second prince gradually understood. Break off relations with me? No. It should be to break off relations with all three princes. After revealing such a strong strength, this is the only way to reassure His Majesty. At least, before Jun Tian passes away, the Jun family will not fall. In other words, of the three princes who invited Jun Moxie to the banquet today, no matter which one Jun Moxie went to, they all fell out with each other. Your Highness, you're just a little more unlucky than the other two princes. Coincidentally, Jun Moxie chose to come to our side. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. The second prince suddenly understood. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Jun Moxie, that son of a bitch, he actually treated this prince like a chicken? Chapter 134. But this way the other two princes will have some misgivings and won't dare to invite the Jun family again. This way the Jun family will be able to enjoy a period of peace. In my opinion, this plan was Jun Tian's idea. However, there is still a very troublesome problem that makes me feel helpless. Fang Bowen frowned and sighed. Please enlighten me. The second prince seemed to have guessed what he was going to say, and his face became even more gloomy. Your Highness also mentioned this matter earlier. Fang Bowen sighed. In this way, everyone will know that Jun Moxier and Your Highness have a falling out. Moreover, he was arrogant and despotic in front of everyone, not giving Your Highness any face. If Jun Moxier is harmed during this period of time, or if someone, then the biggest suspect will undoubtedly be Your Highness. And I believe that the first and third princes will not let go of this opportunity to frame you. What are you talking about? The second prince suddenly became angry. Do I still have to send people to protect him after being humiliated by him? That depends on Your Highness's choice. If Your Highness is not afraid of Jun Tian, then you don't have to worry about him. Fang Bowen said slowly. The second prince was speechless. Not afraid? That was a lie. Just a few days ago, over 1,000 heads fell to the ground at the same time. Jun Tian's anger had caused him to clear almost a third of the imperial court. If he was forced into a corner, it would not be impossible for him to wreak havoc in the royal palace. Bastard. Bastard. The second prince raised his leg and kicked the pebble in front of him far away, as if that pebble was Jun Moxie. So much trouble because of a simple meal? The second prince was indignant. Some people really can't be provoked. This Jun Moxie is the legendary Jinx. Just like me, not only did I lose face, I didn't get anything, and because of Jun Moxie, I even offended Lady Yu. All of this is really, why bother? On the roof of the Nichang Pavilion, a delicate figure watched the second prince and his entourage leave. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. In that kind of situation you actually still had misgivings and didn't step forward bravely. After I was humiliated by Jun Moxie, you only said a few words in a calm and indifferent manner. You're obviously afraid that I'll affect your reputation. Since that's the case, why did you provoke me in the first place? How could I, Chu Lingyue, be a woman in the dark for my entire life? A cold light flashed in Lady Yuer's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Since you're afraid of Jun Tian's military forces, then do you think I'll force you to act? Jun Moxie. Today, I will make sure that you die without a burial ground for such a great humiliation. As the night deepened, Lady Yu loosened her grip and a messenger pigeon flew up into the sky. In the darkness of the distance, a black silhouette quietly flew out like a bolt of lightning. After a few feet, the silhouette suddenly jumped onto the roof with a schwa sound and cast a large black net over the roof. In fact, it almost blended in with the darkness of the night. The messenger pigeon that had just taken off fell into the net in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man stooped, quickly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Late at night in the second prince's residence, a black messenger pigeon spread its wings and flew into the night sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In front of the window, Cheng De Chao grinned and muttered, Jun Moxie, I don't care if you're a descendant of the Jun family, but since you dared to insult me today, you shouldn't exist in this world anymore. If I kill you today, everyone will think that it was the work of the three princes. Who will suspect my Cheng family? Moreover, the one who killed you isn't a member of my Cheng family, hee hee. As the saying goes, even a wise man will make a mistake. Moreover, Jun Dashao is only the king of assassins, he's not a wise man. Jun Moxie had overlooked one thing. He hadn't expected that the young master of the Cheng family would be so narrow-minded. He had a foothold at the second prince's side, and had an illustrious family background. How will everything develop in the future? Jun Moxie was sitting unsteadily in the palanquin. He was very depressed. He had always been accustomed to walking on his feet. So, sitting in such a high-class thing was simply torture for him. Sitting in a palanquin wasn't a good thing for a king of assassins like him. The palanquin trembled and fluctuated between high and low. It was really hard for these ancient people. Sitting in a palanquin was a symbol of status? It seemed that all the civil officials, regardless of whether they were loyal or corrupt, wouldn't be able to walk without a palanquin. What's so good about this broken thing? Damn, what if they had high blood pressure or heart disease? Jun Dashao felt that sitting in a palanquin was a shortcut to the king of hell. He endured for a while, hoping to arrive at the Jun family's residence. But the speed of the palanquin was really too slow. After swaying for a long time, they still hadn't arrived. Jun Dashao finally couldn't help but order the palanquin to stop. Suddenly, a white thing jumped into the palanquin with a whoosh sound. It was excitedly whining and a soft little head burrowed into his arms. Jun Moxie was quick to react. He grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up in front of him. It was Dugu Xiaoyi's high-rank Shen beast, the cub of the iron-winged leopard. Looking at the small body in his hands, Jun Moxie felt it was incredible. It's so small, how can it be so fast? How fast will it be when it grows up? He had underestimated this little thing before. It was indeed a high-rank Shen beast. Junior Leopard was lifted up by Jun Wuxia by the back of its neck, and its limbs were suddenly unable to move. It whimpered as it looked at Jun Wuxia with a pair of beautiful big eyes. It couldn't understand why this human, who it had a very good impression of, was so rude to it every time. Seeing it, Jun Moxie instantly thought that Dugu Xiaoyi was probably not far away. Otherwise, how could this little guy smell his scent? Jun Wuxia extended his finger and pointed at Junior Leopard's soft little nose. Then he fiercely whispered, "Please, you don't need to follow me anymore. If you continue to follow me, then that fierce master of yours will cause trouble for me. Then her whole family will cause trouble for me. Do you understand? Please do as you please." Originally, he intended to scare Junior Leopard away. Somehow, it turned into a plea for mercy. Although the cub was a high-rank Shen beast and understood human nature, it didn't seem to understand Jun Moxie's profound and meaningful words. It tilted its head and looked at Jun Dashao in confusion. With a twist of its waist, it struggled out of his hands and whined happily. Jun Dashao saw that there was a chance. Was the little thing willing to leave? Unexpectedly, the little thing burrowed into his arms with a schwa sound. It greedily breathed in and out. Its little head arched back and forth, resting comfortably on his chest. Its rosy little mouth opened and yawned. Its beautiful big eyes slowly narrowed. It was actually about to fall asleep, so it didn't want to leave. It just felt that my hands weren't as comfortable as my chest. Bah, how could I say this? I'm a man, what's so comfortable about my chest? I'm so depressed. Little White, where did you go, Little White? Little White. A clear and melodious voice came from outside. It sounded very anxious and there were some signs that it was about to cry. Dugu Xiaoyi had always treated this little thing as a treasure. Now that it suddenly disappeared, it was natural that her mind would be in a mess. Jun Moxie sighed. What was fate? Wasn't this the legendary fate? But it seemed that this was an ill-fated fate. Even if he couldn't meet a person, meeting a cub would be the same. A Lingling's voice came from the front of the sedan chair. "The person inside, please come out." The voice was indifferent, with a sense of loneliness and weariness. It turned out to be Yi Gohan. With his eyesight as an expert, Tian Xian could naturally see that Jun Moxie had suddenly jumped into Jun Moxie's sedan chair at an extremely high speed without any warning. Although there was no reason for the little thing to do so, there was no doubt that it had entered the sedan chair. After a long while, Jun Moxie's lazy and helpless voice came out. "I say, there are millions of people in Tianxiang City. Why do I always meet you guys every time I come out? Is it really fate that brings us together? Or is it that enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road?" As soon as he spoke, the two people outside shouted at the same time, "Jun Moxie." Although the two people spoke at the same time, the emotions they wanted to express were as different as heaven and earth. Yi Gohan's voice was filled with extreme disdain and anger. As for Dugu Xiaoyi's voice, it was filled with joy. It turned out that Dugu Xiaoyi had excitedly followed Princess Raimu to the imperial palace. But after a few days she didn't see anyone from her family coming to pick her up. It must be known that Xiaoyi was the Dugu family's most favored young lady. Seeing that there was no movement from her family for a few days, she was naturally surprised. So, she bid farewell to Princess Raimu and requested to return home. Raimu naturally tried to persuade her to stay. Although Xiaoyi was innocent, she was also exceptionally intelligent. She naturally sensed that something was wrong. After asking around, she found out that her own family had caused a ruckus at the Jun family because of her. Suddenly, her temper flared up. Regardless of the fact that it was already late at night, she clamored to leave the palace and return home. Princess Raimu had no choice but to ask Yi Gohan to escort Dugu Xiaoyi home in order to be safe. Who would have thought that little white, who was in Dugu Xiaoyi's bosom, would suddenly come out of her bosom with a schwa sound. Then it sniffed its nose in all directions. Then it jumped out of the little girl's palanquin and disappeared without a trace. Dugu Xiaoyi was very anxious. So she got out of the palanquin to look for it. When she heard Jun Moxi's voice, she immediately understood that it was him. No wonder little white had such a big reaction. She remembered that little white liked him very much. So, it wasn't surprising that such a situation had occurred. Jun Moxi had a helpless look on his face as he carried the little guy out of the palanquin. When Dugu Xiaoyi saw him, she thought about the ruckus between the two families during this period of time. She felt an indescribable sense of shyness. She saw little white lying comfortably in Jun Dashao's bosom. Unexpectedly, it didn't open its eyes to look at its owner. It was as if Jun Dashao's bosom was the most comfortable place in the world. Naturally, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But when she saw Jun Moxi's tired appearance, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. For a moment, all kinds of subtle feelings welled up in her heart. She didn't know what to say. For Dugu Xiaoyi, who dared to say and do what she wanted, this was a very rare thing. Chapter 135. Haha, it's fate that brings us together. Miss Dugu, we meet again. Jun Moxi chuckled and said casually. His tone and expression were the same as when they first met at the 1,000 Gold Hall. However, young Master Jun had never expected that these words of his would carry a complicated meaning to Dugu Xiaoyi's ears, even though they weren't much different from the words he had said back then. Fate? He said that we're fated to meet. So what if we're fated? What's the use of running into each other every day? Aren't the two great families still against it? Dugu Xiaoyi's joy when she heard Jun Moxi's voice turned into faint bitterness. Just like today, if it weren't for little white, I wouldn't have been able to see you again. Are we not fated to meet again? Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't an old monster who had lived 2 lives. She was only 16 years old, the same age as Wuxia. She was just a young and innocent girl in the prime of her life. She wasn't able to understand such subtle things as love at her age. However, she had often heard that Jun Wuxia was a debauchee, and had committed many evil deeds. So, she had always felt disgusted with him. So, she would punish him whenever she encountered him. That was all. But ever since she met Jun Moxi outside the 1,000 Gold Hall, she felt that although this good-for-nothing was glib, the way he handled things was very organized, and he had a sense of propriety. It was as if he was a completely different person from the Jun Moxi she'd met before. That encounter had greatly aroused Dugu Xiaoyi's curiosity. Moreover, Jun Moxi had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, and Dugu Xiaoyi had been very satisfied with his methods. Later, when she met Jun Moxi again in the Book of Heavenly Weapons, and saw Jun Moxi acting like a pig to eat a tiger, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. But later she realized that she had misunderstood him again. The word, again, immediately caused Dugu Xiaoyi's state of mind to become very subtle. I have misunderstood him for so many years. I have bullied him for so many years, but he has never defended himself. Moreover, he would always go along with me and let me bully him. If his ability was really low, then it would make sense. But he is obviously very smart. I did not expect to misunderstand him again. Dugu Xiaoyi's heart was filled with mixed feelings as she thought about this. Although Jun Wuxia had used some tricks to swindle the meteoric iron from her hands, and her heart was filled with indignation, but on second thought, perhaps it was because the meteoric iron was too important that he had swindled it from her hands. Or perhaps his resourcefulness were his true colors. Why is it so difficult to see his face? Why does he have to deliberately hide himself? This was naturally Xiaoyi's conclusion after the incident. She had always been a proud and arrogant girl, but she was bullied by a person she had bullied many times before. The reason was that she had misjudged him, and he had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was inevitable that she felt especially bad. Then she thought about how she had misunderstood him for so many years, and how she had bullied him so many times, but he didn't seem to care at all. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She went home and cried. As she cried, she recalled her experiences over the years, and the situation of the Jun family. She felt that Jun Moxie had not been easy all these years, and her heart ached faintly. As for telling her father that she had been bullied by Jun Moxie, it was nothing more than a little girl who had been wronged and acted like a spoiled child. Who knew that as soon as she said it, she would receive the news that Jun Moxie's life and death was unknown. It was as if her heart had been hit by a heavy hammer. She had misunderstood him for so many years, and she hadn't had the chance to apologize to him. Could it be that he had died just like that? Thinking about this, Dugu Xiaoyi blamed herself even more. Once a child had something on her mind, she didn't know how to hide it, and naturally she couldn't eat anymore. After thinking about this for many days, she had slowly raised the position of Jun Moxie in her heart to a very high level. For this matter, Dugu Xiaoyi had inquired about the Jun family from her grandfather. After learning that the Jun family was in turmoil, Dugu Xiaoyi naturally found an excuse for Jun Moxie's debauchery. It turned out that the Jun family was in such a dangerous situation. It turned out that he did not hesitate to sully his reputation for the sake of the family, and endured humiliation for the sake of the family. It must have been hard on him. He is only about the same age as me, but he has endured so much. No wonder there was such a big contrast between the few times I saw him. Such a responsible man who is willing to sacrifice for the family. Then she found out that Jun Moxie was injured in order to save the princess, and that his life and death were unknown. Such a chivalrous heart. Thus, in Dugu Xiaoyi's heart, Jun Moxie had transformed from a debauchee to a responsible young master, an elegant and chivalrous young master. Such a transformation could be said to have turned the world upside down, and the blue sea into mulberry fields. A young girl's heart, when looking at someone, would naturally think of that person's actions as noble, great, and chivalrous. Thus, when Dugu Xiaoyi was worried about Jun Moxie, she had already wishfully vindicated Jun Moxie in her heart. Later, when she suddenly heard Jun Moxie's voice in the magnificent jewel hall, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart could not be described in words. It was as if she had suddenly regained a lost treasure. Then, when her own pet little white unexpectedly became intimate with Jun Moxie, the little girl was even happier. One must know that little white, besides herself, did not even look at anyone else, but it was so intimate with that bad guy. What did this mean? Originally, until this time, Dugu Xiaoyi still could not figure out what kind of feelings she had for Jun Moxie. But then, when her father and brother went to cause trouble for Jun Moxie, and after understanding the whole story, Dugu Xiaoyi asked herself for the first time in her heart, did I really fall for that bad guy? Did I really fall for him? Is this how it feels to fall for someone? This kind of feeling is really, very wonderful. So these past few days, although she was angry at her family and her best sister for rashly interfering in her affairs, it was undeniable that there was a deep fear in her heart, as well as a little bit of apprehension and a little bit of shame. Although they did not meet, but later on, when she thought of Jun Moxie, she would think that she might have fallen for him. Thinking of this, her heart would thump and her face would turn red, looking forward to the next reunion. The feelings of a young girl were hard to fathom, like a poem, like a dream, and filled with endless fantasies. Although Dugu Xiaoyi was born into a noble family, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a proud daughter of the heavens, but this kind of girl's heart was no different from that of an ordinary farmer's daughter. It could be said that this inexplicable relationship had been forcefully forced out under pressure and interference from many sides. If only Princess Raimu had not made wild guesses before, if only the Dugu family had not gone to the Jun family to make a fuss and gradually dealt with this matter, then Jun Moxie would at most be a good playmate in Dugu Xiaoyi's heart, a very interesting and reliable person. That was all. In the end, this interesting playmate would definitely become a passerby or a memory in her life as he grew older. But with so many sides involved, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly became more and more obsessed with this matter. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Jun Moxie was unusually hard to come by. Instead, she was trapped in a cocoon of her own making. At this moment, when she heard Jun Moxie's voice, Dugu Xiaoyi's heart immediately throbbed, as if she had done something shameful. When she saw Jun Moxie appear in front of her, for some reason, Dugu Xiaoyi did not know what she was thinking, but her face was burning. In that instant, the first thought that came into her mind was actually to turn around and run. Could it be that I and him are really fated? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Dugu Xiaoyi covered her hot and pretty face with her hands. Jun family's little thief, you really have a good method. You have opened my eyes. For the sake of Miss Dugu, you are really unscrupulous. Yi Gohan Lingling looked at him. Although she did not know what method Jun Moxie had used to make Dugu Xiaoyi's iron-winged panther so close to him, but it was undeniable that this was definitely a killer move against Dugu Xiaoyi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a killer move. It could be said that Dugu Xiaoyi's love for Little White was obvious to all. Now that Little White was so close to Jun Moxie, there was no doubt that Dugu Xiaoyi would be under the threat of Jun Moxie at any time. This was a very dangerous situation. High-level Shen beasts would not easily have any good feelings towards outsiders other than their own masters. Although Yi Gahan did not understand the mystery behind this, and felt that it was unimaginable, he had already preconceived that Jun Moxie must have used some shameful method on this Shen beast cub. Otherwise, how could this be? If high-level Shen beasts are so close to a human, and such an unbearable debauchee, then Shen beasts are not so rare. What? Good method? What good method? Jun Moxie was somewhat depressed. Who did I provoke this time? Is there a need for all of you to be so hostile the moment you see me? In all honesty, I didn't do anything at all. It was clearly that little lecher who jumped into my arms the moment he saw me. Although I'm suave, handsome, and outstanding, these are all facts, but how could I have fallen for such a little thing? This young master is the real, honest victim, okay? Jun family thief, why haven't you returned the Shen beast cub to Miss Dugu? Yi Gahan was very glad that he was the one who escorted Dugu Xiaoyi. Otherwise, Dugu Xiaoyi would not have been able to escape Jun Moxie's trap tonight without his escort. If something unspeakable happened between the two of them, then this matter would be very serious. No, this little thief's plot must be stopped. I say, Yi Gahan, aren't you being too nosy? Just protect your princess. Why are you poking your nose into other people's business? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to stick your nose into the matter between me and the little girl? Jun Moxie had come down to return the little Shen beast, but Yi Gahan's words had suddenly made him feel sick of it. The following words were free. Well, let me say a few words here. Regarding this chapter of Dugu Xiaoyi's problem, he didn't intend to explain it. But recently, many people have been asking this question in the book review section. Why did Dugu Xiaoyi take a fancy to Jun Moxie? What? This question has been asked since before the book was published. Moreover, many of the brothers were really puzzled and felt that it was a bit abrupt. There were also some people who, or perhaps it could be said that they added fuel to the fire. Slowly, this problem actually developed into a sharp weapon to attack the evil monarch. Well, it seems that I have no choice but to be long-winded. Then let's be long-winded. That's why there is this chapter, 9 Turns of a Girl's Heart. Brothers and sisters, please don't blame me. Since I've started, let's talk about another question. Many people say that this book is the same as the previous one. I'm very puzzled. Which plot in this book is exactly the same as the previous one? If similar background worlds are the same, then in our China's ancient history, it has been repeated for 5,000 years. We are looking at the story, the plot, not the background. I won't explain this question later. Friends who really like this book won't care about this. Friends who don't like this book, I will explain it again. Up until now, I have stood shoulder to shoulder with my brothers, creating the glory of the evil monarch. Everyone knows how I do things. I go to the book review and comments section every day. Moreover, I will reply to some valuable comments. When I see a familiar ID, I will feel very cordial and will welcome it. Here I would like to thank those friends who gave me comments on this book. As long as it is a book review, it must be a book review. It is these friends who helped me perfect the evil monarch step by step. So, thank you again. However, there are some people who read this book and even read it with great interest. They can even pick out the typos in the book and read it very carefully. Yet they keep shouting, I really can't bear to read it anymore. Whoever reads it is an idiot. Every time I see this kind of attack, I always laugh so hard that I'm about to die. Really, you guys make me so happy. It turns out that people can be so stupid. There were also some aimless attacks, some even attacking without looking at the book. I can only thank you again because you have once again provided me with a chance to be narcissistic. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. So I am proud. Thank you for providing me with spiritual satisfaction and a sense of achievement. And these are things that I originally couldn't enjoy. Chapter 136. The hitman Jun had a bit of a donkey's temper. If you flatter him, then you can say whatever you want. But if you insist on being tough, then the hitman Jun won't let you get away with it. You can be unreasonable, but I'll be even more unreasonable. Perhaps this was the biggest weakness in his character. She pointed at Yi Guhan's nose and lectured him. Then she ignored Yi Guhan's angry face and turned to look at Dugu Xiaoyi. With a helpless expression she said, I say, Miss Dugu, isn't your little white too easy to trick? No, I didn't provoke him at all and he just rushed towards me. Last time, even if I'm handsome and lovable, does a Shen beast like you even know what a handsome man is? Jianghu thought to himself. This young master wants to catch him and stew him in a pot, but he's so small and doesn't have much meat. Little White was comfortably lying in Jun Mocie's arms. His throat was emitting a soft hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo sound. This was the sound he would make when he was at his happiest. He opened his warm and satisfied eyes to look at Jun Mocie's body. Then he closed his eyes again and continued to revel in the feeling. He didn't know that his closest and kindest friend was planning to stew him in a pot. Dugu Xiaoyi was in a state of infinite bashfulness. She had just heard Jun Moxie call her little girl, in a very intimate manner, and had even said, "This is between me and this little girl. What is going on between me and him?" The little girl suddenly became bashful again. "He even talked about Little White with me." Her heart was beating very fast, but after a while she finally realized that this guy actually wanted to stew her Little White. "What did you just say?" She glared angrily at Jun Moxie. Her small hands clenched into fists and she looked fiercely at Jun Moxie. She suddenly felt that this guy was asking for a beating. Eldest young lady, please don't hit me again. Your father and your 7 brothers have destroyed the entire Jun family. Not even a single roof tile can cover their heads. They've already beaten me to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. I don't look like a human anymore." Jun Moxie cupped his hands in obeisance, and leaned against the palanquin as if he didn't have a single bone in his body. His face was mournful, and it seemed as if he had been ravaged by the Dugu family's younger generation. He really was burnt to a crisp and didn't look like a human anymore. But it was Dugu Xiaoyi's 7 brothers. "Oh, I know it's not your fault. I'm sorry. I'll ask my father to help you repair your house and I'll pay for any damages." Dugu Xiaoyi felt very embarrassed. After all, she was the reason why Jun Moxie had been harassed by her family. Poor little girl. She only knew that her family had caused trouble for Jun Moxie because of her. She had imagined that her father and her 7 brothers would have made things difficult for the Jun family and Jun Moxie. Even if it wasn't as exaggerated as Jun Moxie had made it out to be, it shouldn't be too far off. She didn't know that her 7 brothers were still bedridden by Jun Moxie. And her troublemaker father had also been extorted by Jun Moxie, even though he hadn't paid the bill yet. "It's nothing. You can't be blamed for this. Your father probably didn't understand the situation." Jun Moxie magnanimously waved his hand. "I'm a junior, so I'll just bear with it for a while. After all, our families have been friends for generations. How many years of deep affection do we have? Do we really have to cross swords and spears?" Dugu Xiaoyi nodded vigorously. Her pretty eyes were shining. She said with a satisfied face, "Actually, you don't have to care too much about my feelings. There are some things you don't have to mistreat yourself too much." She stuttered these 2 sentences. When she finished, her face had already turned as red as a burning cloud, almost to her neck. Poor little girl. She had completely misunderstood the direction. She instinctively thought that Jun Moxie was enduring the abuse of his father and brothers for her. When she thought of this, the little girl suddenly felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. She didn't know how she thought about it, but she automatically thought of this aspect. Jun Moxie was very kind and righteous. He said, "It's what I should do. Dugu Xiaoyi became even more bashful. She unconsciously drew circles on the ground with the tip of her toes. She tilted her head and her face was blushing. Her big eyes flickered as she secretly looked at Jun Moxie. Her heart was filled with infinite satisfaction. It was as if she was saying, "I'm very happy that you can do this." These 2 people were like a couple. Yi Gahan couldn't stand it anymore. He let out a long sigh. He couldn't imagine that there was someone in this world who could be so shameless. "Jun Moxie, you're too shameless, aren't you?" Yi Gahan pointed at Jun Moxie. He really wanted to beat this guy to death. "The 7 brothers of the Dugu family suffered a great loss in your hands. How can you say such things now? How is that possible?" Dugu Xiaoyi cried out in shock. She looked at Jun Moxie in disbelief. "There's no such thing." Jun Moxie denied flatly. He was deliberately stirring up trouble and sowing discord. "Yi Gahan, you're a dignified Tianshan expert. How could you fabricate such a rumor to deceive Miss Dugu? It's impossible. How fierce are those 7 people? How can I deal with them? What are you trying to do by distorting the truth?" He couldn't admit it at this critical moment. He couldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. If Dugu Xiaoyi were to flip out at him, it was better to leave. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Yi Gahan in confusion. "Miss Dugu, you'll know when you go home." Yi Gahan was unmoved. He looked at Jun Moxie coldly. "Miss Dugu, it's late at night. We'd better hurry on our way. I have to go back to protect the princess." Dugu Xiaoyi was hesitant. It wasn't easy to see June Moxie, and the atmosphere was so good. She was reluctant to leave. However, Yi Gohan's sudden interruption made the little girl more worried about the situation at home. She knew Yi Gohan's character very well. Yi Gohan wasn't the kind of person who would speak without thinking. However, June Moxie's ability didn't seem to be enough to deal with her brothers. Little White, come to Big Sister. Big Sister will take you home. Dugu Xiaoyi clapped her hands and walked over to June Moxie. Smelling the faint scent on June Moxie's body, she couldn't help but blush. June Moxie hurriedly picked up the leopard and handed it to Dugu Xiaoyi. The little guy didn't resist this time. He just looked at June Moxie with a pitiful expression. At this moment, a question popped up in June Moxie's mind. Why is this leopard so attached to me? I've never seen him before. Logically speaking, this was something that did not make sense at all. There's no such thing as unreasonable in this world. There must be something that I haven't thought of. Something that only I have and others don't. Could it be because of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune? This thought flashed through June Emosia's mind like lightning. This is the only explanation. Emosia, I'll go and find you tomorrow, okay? Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head and held the leopard in her arms. She found an excuse for herself. Little White really likes you. If he can't see you, he will be very unhappy. I don't want him to be unhappy. Dugu Xiaoyi's pink neck drooped down as she finished speaking. She didn't know why she had said these words. Moreover, the reason she had given him was truly too lousy. All right. June Emosia thought for a moment and then readily agreed. Tomorrow I'll help you coax him and make him behave. Tomorrow we'll play with him together. Dugu Xiaoyi was overjoyed. It's a deal. It's a deal. June Moxie looked at the little guy with bad intentions. He laughed in his heart. Little thing, I'm going to use you as an experiment tomorrow. Ah. The little guy in Dugu Xiaoyi's arms suddenly felt a chill all over its body. Its soft white fur stood up. It looked around vigilantly, but there were no enemies. Then it lowered its head in confusion. If it could speak, it would definitely ask, "What's going on? Why is my hair standing on end? Is it because I'm wearing too little? I only have this much fur." Dugu Xiaoyi looked back at every step as she walked away. June Emosia wasn't in the mood to stay outside any longer. So he quickly returned to his residence. Third uncle. When June Emosia returned, the first thing he did was to run into June Wuyi's courtyard. But as soon as he entered the door, he was hit by the stench. He covered his nose and came out. What's that smell? June Wuyi walked out slowly. He wouldn't sit in a wheelchair when there were no outsiders. He was tired of it after sitting in a wheelchair for 10 years. Third Master June's eyes were deep. I want those children back. Children? Which children? June Moxie stuttered. We found a total of 45 boys and girls who were released by us. I've tidied up the empty warehouse and placed them there temporarily. As for the children with deformities, I have 39 of them with me. I'm trying to use mystic chi to unblock their tendons and meridians to see if there's any hope of helping them recover. I hope they can live like ordinary people. June Moxie was shocked. June Wuyi's eyes were deep. Emosia, you are very purposeful. Moreover, you are too utilitarian. However, you must remember that the cultivation of our family's power is our top priority. It's understandable for us to be strict or even cruel. But as long as they are from the June family, we have an obligation to be responsible for them. This includes food, clothing, housing, and the sick. In addition, we can't be kind, but we can't abandon them. June Wuyi put his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with pain. He looked at the house behind him. Just like these children, we can't ignore them. June Wuyi said this resolutely. There was no room for doubt. He thought of his 10 years of disability and looked at these children. He couldn't help but sympathize with them. Even if they can't do anything, as long as we can afford to support them, it doesn't matter. Chapter 137. To be honest, June Dashao had always been an assassin. Calmness, cold-bloodedness, and even cold-bloodedness were common to him. At most, he would only take care of those who were genuinely good to him. In his previous life, the only ones who could be included in this list were his master and a few close brothers. As for this life, it was limited to Grandpa June and June Wuyi. Even his nominal sister-in-law, Guanqing Han, was not included in the hitman's list of close friends. June Dashao may be compassionate towards those who were in distress, but when it came to taking care of them for the rest of their lives, he would politely decline. Of course, there is a limit to kindness. If one day we are unable to take care of ourselves, then I may be the first to abandon this group of people. But when we have the ability, we must do our best. There is no other reason. People don't need a reason to save people. Jun Wuyi's words weren't disguised in the slightest. However, Jun Imosia could feel his determination. A person may need a reason to harm others, but a person does not need a reason to save others. If you have the ability to do good deeds but don't do it, then you are naturally cold-blooded. But if you don't have the ability to do good deeds, then you will only be consigned to eternal damnation. Jun Moxie certainly understood this truth, and he understood it even more than Jun Wui. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Jun Wui turned his head and asked. It's like this, I need a group of Shen beasts from low level to high level. It would be best if there are level 8 Shen beasts. Jun Moxie smiled. Level 8? Have you woken up from your dream? Where do you expect me to find one for you? Jun Wui was both angry and amused as he looked at his nephew. Don't even mention level 8, even lower level Shen beasts may not be able to exchange for them. Level 4 or 5 Shen beasts may be in good condition, but level 5 or 6 Shen beasts may be lucky enough to be able to exchange for them, but their bodies will certainly be disabled. As for level 7 and above, don't even dream about it. Only low-level Shen beasts? That's not a problem. Those should be enough. Right, if there's a 5th or 6th grade dark beast, even if it's crippled, it doesn't matter as long as it's alive. Send it to me as well. Jun Moxie pondered for a moment before speaking readily. I want it tomorrow morning. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Jun Wui did not hesitate and did not even ask Jun Moxie what these Shen beasts were for. After all, this was a huge expenditure. A 5th or 6th level Shen beast, even if it was a crippled one, would still cost a considerable sum. Thank you, third uncle, said Jun Moxie seriously. Well, you can go back first. I still have some work to do. The sooner we can save them, the more hope we have. At least we can reduce their pain. Jun Wui's face showed a trace of fatigue. I will accompany third uncle to take a look. Jun Moxie stepped inside. The 39 children in the room had obviously been washed more than once. Their beds and bedding were snow white. However, this couldn't conceal the pungent stench. It was obvious that some of the dirt had seeped into their skin, and some had even seeped into their bones. This wasn't something that could be washed off in a short period of time. These children were all skin and bones, and they were as thin as a match. These 39 children had one thing in common. Their hands and feet were deformed, and their tongues were cut off. In fact, more than 20 of them had been pierced in their ears, and they were truly deaf and mute. Jun Moxie sighed. His heart was filled with a monstrous rage towards the mastermind behind the Huanghua Hall. Such conduct cannot be tolerated by the heavens. If I discover anything, I will repay them 10-fold or 100-fold. These children had already eaten their meals, and their complexions looked much better. At least, they looked a little more rosy and full of vitality. The children knew that these two were their saviors when they saw them come in. Although they couldn't speak, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Children were like this. They would naturally feel grateful if you treated them well. Jun Moxie revealed a gentle smile for the first time in his 2 lives. He comforted these pitiful children, and began to examine the children in detail from the one closest to him. His examination speed was obviously much faster than Jun Wui's. After a long time, Jun Moxie stood up with a heavy expression on his face. He winked at Jun Wui and the 2 of them walked out together. A few of them can't be saved. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. 3 of them have their bones rusted. Their lower body and waist bones have rotted. It's only a matter of time before they die. Even if we have elixirs, we can't do anything about it. Although they can still breathe now, they definitely won't be able to hold on for more than half a month. And it's going to be an extremely painful and torturous half a month. Jun Wui clenched his fists tightly. There are also quite a number of people whose bones and meridians in their hands and feet are completely necrotic. They can never recover. They can only live with deformities for the rest of their lives. Jun Moxie lowered his voice. Among these people there are another 12 people. If we amputate their lower limbs from the waist down, they might still be able to live. But, for the rest of their lives, they won't have the ability of a man or a woman. Jun Wui let out a long sigh. His expression was cold and hard. As for the rest, although they are also deformities, it's not very serious because they haven't been deformities for a long time, or because of some other reasons. After a period of good nursing, break and destroy the joints of their hands and feet once, and then carefully treat them to regrow. Then, supplement with medicine to speed up the growth process. Before the regrowth is fixed, break it again, and then use mystical energy to wash their meridians. If we do this twice, maybe they can recover to the same state as a normal person. To do this kind of nursing, the cost of any one of them is no less than 10,000 taels of silver. Moreover, there's no guarantee of the final outcome of the treatment. Actually, these concerns are secondary. The most difficult hurdle is the two broken bones. It's not just a simple fracture. Under the condition that the meridians are not damaged, every part of the bones has to be broken, scattered, and regrowth. During this process, the patient has to suffer great pain. Jun Moxie's gaze was deep. It's not something an ordinary person can endure. There's a possibility of dying from the pain. And even if they really recover, they can only have 60% of a normal person's physical strength for the rest of their lives. This is already the most optimistic estimate. Jun Wui sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jun Wui had complete faith in his nephew's medical skills. So he didn't doubt his judgment. Even if he was lucky enough to save a few of these people, it didn't mean that they would be able to live like ordinary people. In fact, living was already a kind of suffering for them. If third uncle really wants to save them, I'll say this first. I said that treating each person will cost 10,000 taels of silver. But that's only the most conservative estimate. Moreover, I didn't include the cost of their later recuperation. That's because the cost of the treatment won't be low. But it can't be compared to the cost of nursing their bodies. That's because their bodily functions have already fallen to the lowest point. Therefore, the medicine needed to nurse them will be extremely expensive and indispensable. And the cost of the above treatment will be at least 50,000 taels of silver by the time they are able to recover to the state of a normal person. And I believe that this number will be an astronomical figure for any ordinary family. And the combination of these people will reach an even more astonishing level. Third uncle, I don't know if you've seriously considered all of this. I know that our Jun family's wealth isn't small. But third uncle, you have to be clear about this matter. Moreover, you have to consider this matter from the Jun family's perspective. Once this matter starts and we destroy each and every one of these nests of evil, there will be more and more of these pitiful people. Should we save them or not? If we really want to save them all, then I believe that the insignificant Jun family, even the entire Tianxiang kingdom, doesn't have the financial resources to bear this astronomical figure. If third uncle insists on taking responsibility, then there will only be one outcome. And there will only be one outcome. And that is, the Jun family will be destroyed along with these people. I don't object to third uncle doing good deeds out of kindness, but the problem with this matter has to end here. This cannot be allowed to happen again. Following Jun Moxie's calm, callous, and almost cold-blooded analysis, Jun Wui's complexion gradually became heavy. In fact, he even became somewhat dispirited. Good things are hard to do. Jun Moxie sighed deeply. If these children were in his previous world, perhaps a large family like the Jun family could call upon the society to set up a charity fund. Or, perhaps, an orphanage or something like that would be able to provide for them. But, in this world, under this feudal monarchical system, was this even possible? The answer was undoubtedly no. Let's not talk about whether or not the other large families would respond to this embarrassing matter of putting in money and effort without getting anything in return. Just the fact that the Jun family would be able to attract the support of the people was enough to make the imperial family restless. Under such a feudal system, doing too many evil deeds would certainly lead to one's death. But doing too much good deeds would also bring about a disaster. Let's do as you say. This cannot be allowed to happen again. Tomorrow I will arrange for people to send those boys and girls in the warehouse to their fiefdoms. As for these people, Jun Wui gritted his teeth and said, since we've already done it, there's no reason to give up halfway. I can't let them go to the Jun family without any hope. This is the only time. Alright, let's do as third uncle says. But, third uncle should make a decision as soon as possible to give those 15 people who have no hope at all. Now that they're alive, every moment they live is another moment of great pain. Being alive is already a great torture. Unfortunately, they don't have the strength to end their own lives. Killing them may seem cruel, but it's already a great relief for them. And third uncle, please remember that this is the only time. Jun Wui nodded sadly. In addition, after the treatment, I want 2 people to stay behind. Among so many people, only 2 of them will have some unorthodox abilities. When that time comes, third uncle, don't be soft-hearted. Jun Moxie said, Third uncle, I would like to ask if there are any problems with the financial income of our Jun family? I shouldn't be asking too much, but... Chapter 138. There hasn't been any war in recent years, so the Jun family's income has decreased a lot. At present, the fief has an annual income of nearly 2 million taels of silver. As for the rest, that's all. Jun Wui wasn't disobedient, he understood the meaning behind Jun Moxie's question, and although he felt quite helpless, but he had to say it. Only this. That's too little. Jun Moxie bluntly said, Only a trifling 2 million taels of silver. I'm afraid it's not even enough to support an ordinary big family. Such a meager income is simply not enough to support a big family like the Jun family. An annual income of 2 million taels of silver may seem like a lot. For an ordinary family, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's an astronomical figure, but compared to a big family like the Jun family, it's really too little. Although there aren't many direct descendants of the Jun family, but in this big courtyard, there are more than 1,000 of them. The expenses of food, clothing, and the salaries of these people is definitely a very shocking figure. Leave the financial aspect to me for the time being. I may have a way to help the family improve. Jun Moxie paced a couple of steps, his heart secretly calculating for a moment, thinking that his wine was going to be auctioned soon. When the time comes, it shouldn't be a problem to supplement the family's living expenses. There really is no other way. I'll just have to be black-hearted for once. A cup of 10,000 taels of gold is too expensive, then I'll just have to make it more expensive in any case. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. It's better for you to die than. For me, everyone understands this truth. After thinking for a moment, Jun Daxiao said, as for the remaining 24 people, third uncle can carefully observe them during this time of recovery, and see what they are interested in. Maybe it'll be useful in the future. Although we've already decided to support them, but we can't just support them for a lifetime. If they have the ability to do something in the future but don't do it, then what's the point of supporting them? People always have their own value. It has no value at all. It's just a breathing corpse. It's better to abandon it. Jun Wui nodded solemnly. What Jun Moxie said today gave Jun Wui a familiar feeling once again. That was specious but actually wrong. There was a reason, but it still went against the natural law and human ethics. But if it was wrong, it was undeniable. Every word was biased, but it's too unconventional. Jun Wui shook his head helplessly. His nephew's way of doing things and his thoughts were completely different from the orthodox etiquette and morality, but he was more practical. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? However, the hitman Jun didn't know that the third uncle was also sighing. This third uncle was too much of a gentleman. In fact, he wasn't even qualified to be the head of the Jun family. The patriarch of a large family did not have to be completely heartless and cold, but there were things that he could do and things that he could not do. Personal sympathy and compassion couldn't be used as a basis for doing things. All behavior should be based on the family's interests. However, Jun Wui hadn't realized this yet. At best, he was still stuck at the level of an iron-blooded warrior. Jun Moxie went back to his room, but the third uncle Jun Wui didn't feel sleepy at all. He simply moved his wheelchair out and placed a small tea table in front of him. He took out a jar of wine and poured himself a cup of wine. The breeze was blowing and the night was as cool as water. It was as if he had returned to the past 10 years. Jun Wui was upset at first. He thought of these pitiful children and then thought of Jun Moxie's words. He felt even more annoyed. After a long time, his mood finally calmed down. As the saying goes, wine enters the bowels of one's bowels and makes one feel even more depressed. He couldn't help but feel sad again. Yao Er, if you were by my side, what would you do? Would you help me make a choice? Do you know how much I miss you? Jun Wui muttered in a low voice. He raised his cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He didn't say a word. The cool moonlight hung high in the sky, and its faint radiance sprinkled on his body. The surroundings became quiet. The chirping of insects, the weeping of the wind. Jun Moxie returned to his courtyard. Two black-clothed men had been waiting for him for a long time. Young master, this is a messenger pigeon from the Nichang Pavilion. One of the black-clothed men bowed and said, Young master, this is a messenger pigeon from the Nichang Pavilion. The black-clothed man smiled and said, It wasn't hurt, right? Jun Moxie took the pigeon and looked at it. Young master has already instructed us to not harm it. If we let go now, this carrier pigeon will still be able to fly far away. I believe it won't take too much time to reach the place it wants to go. The black-clothed man smiled and said confidently. Jun Moxie nodded and gently untied a small bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg. He then took out a roll of crumpled paper. Within a month, the Jun family's Wuxia must be killed. The two of us cannot coexist. There was only a short sentence written on the paper. The handwriting was very sloppy, and it was obvious that the person who wrote this was very excited. It was signed with a small U character. Haha, this woman is too narrow-minded. Is there a need to be like this? With such a temperament, it will be difficult for her to achieve great things. Jun Moxie smiled and shook his head in disdain. The two black-clothed men's faces twitched at the same time. For any woman, wouldn't it be enough to want to kill someone after encountering such a situation? especially for a proud and beautiful woman who has Xian Qi. She doesn't even seem to be a pure woman. If we release this pigeon, can we track it? Jun Moxie waved the paper in his hand. We can't track it. The black-clothed man looked embarrassed. This kind of pigeon is very good at flying long distances and is extremely tenacious. We can only capture or kill it when it first takes off. At other times, our strength is limited and we can't do anything about it. Oh, then it's fine. Jun Moxie carefully returned the paper to its original state and stuffed it back into the bamboo tube. Then, he carefully examined the paper to make sure that it was folded and tied in the same manner as Lady Yuhe. Then he used the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune to erase any trace of his aura. Then he said, "All right, let it fly." The black-clothed man took the pigeon and turned to leave. Jun Moxie smiled as the night wind gently brushed his cheeks. Put down the rat trap and wait for the big mouse. Spread the net, who can escape? Ah. This night was destined to be an unusual one for the Tianxiang city. In the silent night, there would be people flying up from time to time with different profound qi radiances of gold, silver, white and yellow, flashing and disappearing as lively as fireworks. Countless pairs of eyes were vigilantly watching the dark imperial city. Everyone's ears were listening for even the slightest movement in the wind. Occasionally, two groups of people would bump into each other. A single word of disagreement would lead to a bloody battle to the death. Then they would retreat, leaving behind bloodstains, broken limbs and corpses. The secret forces of the Li family, the Meng family, the Song family, and the Murong family had all mobilized a considerable part of their forces to monitor something at all times. Even if it was a hooligan in the streets, if he accidentally said something sensitive, he would instantly be invited to a tea party. The peak level 9 Xian Dan had undoubtedly stirred the hearts of the world's Xian experts. Only the Dugu and Jun families remained motionless. Another strange thing was that the Xian Dan had been stolen from the Tang family. But the Tang family had been the most patient of all the families. Not only had they not sent people to investigate, but the Tang family's members had also been recalled. Moreover, they had issued strict orders that no one was allowed to go out at will. In the darkness of the night, 8 black shadows flew over. They faced the tall city walls as if they were walking on flat ground. They entered the city without a sound. Then they stealthily entered the Li family's residence. In the north of the Tianxiang city, the sound of wheels rolling could be heard. A group of people was quietly advancing towards the Tianxiang city at full speed. Among this group of people, there were actually quite a few luxurious carriages, and the horses pulling the carriages were incomparably handsome. They were much taller than ordinary horses, and there were actually 2 sharp horns on their foreheads. Their 4 legs were faintly covered in scales. Obviously, these weren't ordinary horses. Instead, they were special Shen beasts. Every single carriage in this group of carriages was pulled by 4 of these dark beasts, and their speed was extremely swift. Even the steeds that galloped on the battlefield would probably be unable to keep up with them. But they were only making light noises. In the first carriage, "Sixth grandfather, we don't know if the Xian Dan's matter is true or not. But we've come from thousands of miles away. Isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? Besides, the Tianxiang city has 6th uncle and Uncle Mu. Uncle Mu. Moreover, the 9th elder is keeping watch. How could such a formidable force escape their grasp?" The person who spoke didn't sound very old, and his voice carried the sharpness of a teenager. It was obvious that he was filled with impatience. "Fengwu, this matter is related to a peak level 9 Xian Dan. So, we have to be careful. You're still inexperienced. So, you don't know about this. A few days ago, the 9th elder sent a message saying that a peak Xian expert had appeared. Then, the news of a level 9 Xian Dan came out. This is enough to prove the authenticity of this matter. But I'm worried that we won't be able to obtain the Xian Dan even if we all arrive. After all, it's a peak Xian expert. So, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to obtain the Xian Dan." An old voice sounded. "Who in the world dares to oppose our silver blizzard city? What's more, the 3rd elder will be accompanying us this time along with you, 6th grandpa. Even if it's a peak spirit Xian expert, there's still the 9th elder who has already made arrangements there. Moreover, there's also the geographical advantage. I believe that we'll be able to obtain the Xian core. 6th grandpa is worrying too much." The young man's voice was full of lofty arrogance. It seemed as if being born in the Silver Blizzard City was already an extraordinary thing. "Boy, don't blame me for calling you a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you know how many experts there are in this world? Our Silver Blizzard City may be strong enough to look down on the world, but we can't be careless." The old man sighed. There was a hint of pride in his voice as he continued, "But There are very few things in this world that are worthy of the third elder and the ninth elder's attention. I remember that the last time was 10 years ago. Time really makes one grow old, this saying is true. Chapter 139. When the youngster next to her heard the words little princess, his eyes lit up. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing a bit of longing and fascination. This youngster had been pursuing this outstanding beauty and noble temperament for a long time. In the middle carriage, there was a girl dressed in snow-white clothes. She was about 16 or 17 years old. Her features were picturesque, and her beauty was indescribable. However, there was a hint of cleverness in her eyes. It was obvious that she was not a law-abiding character, and was probably extremely mischievous. At this time, she was shaking the arm of an old man with snow-white hair and beard in the carriage. "Third grandpa, you're talking about the most important part. Why don't you continue? Don't keep me in suspense." The old man was still pretending to be dead with his eyes closed. His old face was wrinkled like an old eggplant, and he was crying in his heart. "I've finally experienced the fierceness of this little princess." No wonder those old fellows heaved a long sigh of relief when they found out that I was accompanying the little princess down the mountain. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Then they looked at me with sympathy, pity, and even schadenfreude in their eyes. "I say, little princess, ever since you left the Silver City, I've been telling you stories all the way until now. During the day I've been telling you stories until the stars filled the sky. At night I've been telling you stories until Dongfang shines. I've also been telling you stories when we're eating. Even when the dragon-scaled horses are resting. Little princess, third grandpa has just come out of seclusion. It's been decades since I roamed the world. How can I remember so many stories? Can you let these old bones of mine go?" The old man wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had known that this little princess had such a temper, he would have quit this errand no matter what. I really despise myself. When I first received the news, I was excited to go out for a stroll. Now it seems that this is not a stroll. This is clearly tormenting my old bones until they fall apart. Who asked you to suddenly shut up at the critical moment? You're keeping me in suspense. The little princess pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Then she started to sway and act like a spoiled child. "Third Gong Gong, hurry up and continue. That Jun family, that Jun Wui, what happened to them after that? Also, eldest sister, their love story is so beautiful and touching." The third elder groaned in his stomach. This matter was a taboo in the Silver City, and no one dared to talk about it lightly. He had talked until his throat was parched, and he had been cornered by this little she-devil. So, he had inadvertently said a few words. Only a few words. Who would have thought that this little she-devil would stick to this matter after that? She had been chattering non-stop and had kept asking about it until now. The old man wanted to cry a little. From last night until tonight, it had already been 15 to 16 hours. "Sixth brother, come over here and tell the little princess a story. This old man will swap places with you. I will owe you a favor as your big brother." The third elder had no choice but to propose a swap. "All right, remember that you owe me a big favor." That night, this old man suddenly found a ghost. Its tongue was long and blood was dripping from it. "I will tell the little princess about it." The sixth elder was not to be trifled with. "No. No, no, no. Sixth Gong Gong, don't come over. I only want third Gong Gong to tell me." Before he could finish, the little princess had already cried out in alarm and hurriedly refused. "Third brother, you see, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that the little princess won't let me go over." "Ah. Third brother, take your time to tell me. Don't forget that you owe me a big favor. And making the little princess happy will be a great merit for you. This little brother will go to sleep first." The sixth elder laughed heartily and then went silent. Despicable. Shameless. No sense of brotherhood. How dare you call yourself my brother? The third elder cursed angrily. "Third Gong Gong, could it be that you hate Schwer?" The little princess's eyes glistened with tears, and she seemed to be on the verge of crying. "Of course not, of course not." The third elder flatly denied. "I feel sorry for Schwer, hee. Then quickly tell me a story. Tell me the story of my sister and Jun Wui. If you don't tell me, then it means that you hate Schwer." The little princess's anger immediately turned into joy, and she beamed with joy. The third elder almost fainted from holding his breath. What a sin! What kind of debt did I owe in my entire life? The wheels rolled on, and the little princess was in high spirits. Her fighting spirit was high and she couldn't stop chattering along the way. She was extremely curious. The third elder, even though he was a master like Xin Xian, couldn't stand it anymore. The wrinkles on his old face became deeper, and his spirit became more and more dispirited. The group was getting closer and closer to Tianxiang City. In another direction, there was also a group of people on horseback heading towards Tianxiang City. Imperial Tutor, I'm afraid that the Xiandan incident is still unknown. You're risking your life like this, it's not worth it. The one who spoke was a man dressed in black riding on a horse. His figure was thin and his face was rigid. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that he was filled with the bitterness of war. This trip seems to be fraught with danger, but Yu Tang and Tianxiang have been living in harmony all these years. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. From an official point of view, we're going to enjoy the treatment of a state guest. Besides, the three princes of Tianxiang are currently in a heated argument. We should add fuel to the fire and fish in troubled waters in order to benefit from it. Moreover, I believe that no one will be able to stop me from leaving Tianxiang even if there are some people who are equally matched with me in terms of martial arts. An old man dressed in a white robe had his hands in his sleeves. His face was tall and thin, and his spirit was hale and hearty. His demeanor was relaxed. On the other hand, you're the one who's taking the greatest risk in escorting me to Tianxiang City. You've been at war with the Jun family for many years and we're mortal enemies. Moreover, almost all of the Jun family's descendants have died fighting with you. I'm afraid that your situation is far more dangerous than mine. How is it dangerous? If the Jun family takes advantage of this opportunity to gather their forces against me, then they're not fit to be my enemy. The middle-aged man's callous face was calm and carefree as he smiled. Moreover, even I won in a daze over what happened back then. But one thing is certain. Those people from the Jun family didn't die by my hands. In all fairness, I'm no match for any one of the three brothers of the Jun family. A look of humiliation suddenly appeared on his face as he said this. He then angrily said, the three brothers of Jianghu Hui can be said to be the enemies that I admire the most in my life. I admit that I'm not as good as them. Even if I were to die by Jianghu Hui's hands, I wouldn't have a single complaint. It's still better than this. Those victories were obtained in such an inexplicable manner. Such victories are a great humiliation for me. This time, I'm going to Tianxiang to escort the Imperial Preceptor. Secondly, and most importantly, I want to find out how Jianghu Hui died. If his death was caused by someone, then I'll avenge him even if I'm his enemy. The black-clothed middle-aged man's knife-like face revealed anger and grief. Such a heroic man shouldn't have died because of a conspiracy. That's up to you. The Imperial Preceptor smiled meaningfully. I know that you've been suspecting me all these years, and that I've been acting in secret, right? Shouldn't I be suspicious? If there's anyone who can plot against the Jianghu Hui brothers, I believe that the Imperial Preceptor can't be a second person. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly turned his head, and his eagle-like eyes looked straight at the Imperial Preceptor's face. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. There are many capable people in this world. Everything will be proven by the facts. The Imperial Tutor's expression was tranquil as he met his gaze. To tell you the truth, Jianghu Hui's death, although I did intend to take action at that time, and even went there myself, it was not me who did it. Humph. The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was filled with humiliation as he shouted, "This is a war between soldiers. Why are you meddling in other people's business?" He paused for a moment and then suddenly roared, "Who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" The Imperial Preceptor was silent for a long time and then said, "Zhao Jinhan, some things are not just a matter of soldiers. For the country, for the family, for people, for themselves, this is child's play." After saying this, he looked at the dark night ahead and didn't say another word. Zhao Jinhan, this black-clothed middle-aged man, turned out to be the Yutang Empire's #1 general, and the sworn enemy of the three brothers Jianghu Hui, Jianghu Meng and Jianghu Yi. Zhao Jinhan smiled arrogantly and said in a low voice, "Jianghu Hui and Jianghu Meng are dead, but the third brother Jianghu Yi is still alive and sooner or later I will see the light of day again. I will never accept such a humiliating victory. All these years, these 4 consecutive inexplicable victories have really driven me crazy. Do you know?" Zhao Jinhan looked up to the sky and sighed. In another direction. There was also another country's border and there was also a large group of people rushing over. And this direction belonged to the Xinxiai Empire. In the distant prairie, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe was proudly standing in the middle of the prairie, and a small sparrowhawk was flying from his hand. His hands were gently folded behind his back, and his calm face was smiling. Level 9 Peak Xiandan? It's really a good thing, even if it's not for the Xiandan, to be able to exchange blows with the world's heroes is also a great thing in life. This middle-aged man was tall and straight, with slender legs and a face that seemed ordinary, but exuded a captivating charm. His long hair wasn't restrained at all, and was naturally hanging down loosely, making his whole person look full of demonic charm. He was standing there quietly, but it seemed as if he was accepting the worship of tens of thousands of creatures in the prairie. It was as if a demon king had suddenly emerged from the thick black fog, and was proudly overlooking the world. If you are a flood dragon, you will overturn the rivers and seas. If you are an eagle, you will fight in the sky. Tianxiang City, I, the solitary eagle, am coming. This man was known as the eagle god of the prairie, and he looked up to the sky and roared, and with this long roar, the sky above the prairie suddenly became turbulent. At the same time, there were also countless sporadic people, some in groups of 3, some in groups of 5, but the most were only a dozen people, and there were even countless people who came alone, and there was only one goal, Tianxiang City. Many people had gathered in Tianxiang City. At the same time, in the distant and mysterious Tianfa forest, there were all kinds of flying shen beasts flying around at lightning speed, and suddenly the quiet Tianfa forest began to fluctuate, and a tyrannical spirit continued to surge over the entire forest, and didn't stop for a long time. It seemed that not only the human world but even the Tianfa forest, which was far away from the human world, was also experiencing some unusual changes due to some unknown reasons. After a long time, a roar shook the sky. Level 9 peak Shendan, how could it fall into the hands of a Shen warrior? That is the greatest shame for us. An overwhelming pressure suddenly surged between the heavens and the earth, and the hundreds of millions of creatures in the Tianfa forest couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 140. The sky had just begun to brighten, and Jun Dashao had already completed today's physical training. His robust upper body was covered in sweat. Dashao casually wiped the sweat off his body, put on a long gown and walked towards the warehouse. Jun Wuxia wasn't willing to send the 40 or so boys and girls that his third uncle had rescued to his fief. Jun Wuxia wasn't like the third Master Jun's gentlemanly way of doing things. Giving a favor without expecting anything in return wasn't the Hitman Jun's character. I've put in the effort, paid the price, and also bear the risk. In return, you must show me the corresponding value. Even if the Jun family has food to eat and absolutely no one will starve to death, but this food must be exchanged with your own strength and wisdom. Reaping without sowing must not be fantasized about. Don't think that we'll help you to the end just because we were kind enough to save you and feed you for the rest of your life. We have no obligation to feed you. Even if a meat pie really falls from the sky, one's head must be hard enough, and one's hands must be flexible enough to catch it and not get smashed to death. Therefore, Jun Moxie wanted to see if there was anyone worthy of training, and his requirements weren't high. 1 or 2 would be enough. After all, the valuable boys and girls should have already been picked by the owner of the Hall of Huanghua. After half an hour, Jun Moxie came out with a disappointed look on his face. Unsurprisingly, the reason why the Hall of Huanghua had given up on training these boys and girls was not without reason. Whether it was their brains or their bones, they were obviously not made for practicing martial arts. Of course, they were also not made for practicing Shen Qi. Therefore, Jun Moxie could only choose to give up. If a group of people with no talent were to be forced to practice and then fight, then not only would it be a waste of time and effort, but it would also be a waste of money and resources. Moreover, it would only force them to die earlier, which would go against the original intention of saving them. These people should be like ordinary people, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, following the will of the heavens. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the Jun residence. Third Master Jun Wui may have been disabled for many years, but he was still a celebrity in Tianxiang City. Moreover, he was also a powerful and influential figure. So, now that Third Master Jun had spread the news that he wanted to purchase a batch of Shen beasts, wouldn't anyone who had the money flock to him? Therefore, when the gatekeeper of the Jun family opened the gate, he was startled to see the surging crowd outside. In fact, this kind of thing wasn't uncommon 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, Third Master Jun Wui had been crippled. Old Master Jun had spared no effort to look for famous doctors and experts to treat Jun Wui. He had also bought a lot of rare treasures and rare playthings. He had even bought a lot of books and toys in the hope that Jun Wui would have something to rely on. Although Third Master Jun had long been disheartened, he couldn't bear to disappoint his father's kind intentions. So, he had reluctantly bribed him. However, Grandpa Jun and his son were sensible people. So, after a few times, they understood each other's intentions. However, this time, Third Master Jun had taken the initiative to spread the word that he wanted to purchase Shen beasts. Therefore, a large number of merchants in Tianxiang City had flocked to him. Jun Wui sat upright in his wheelchair as he slowly walked out. He understood Jun Moxi's intentions. If Jun Moxi only wanted Shen beasts, then he wouldn't have needed his third uncle's help. He could have done it himself. Since this matter was being handled through him, then it could only mean one thing. Jun Moxi didn't want this matter to be known by others. At least, he didn't want others to know that it was Jun Dashao who wanted Shen beasts. His nephew's actions were always unexpected. However, he had to admit that Jun Dashao didn't say much, but his words always hit the nail on the head. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his words were reasonable. He was truly unfathomable. Jun Wui was naturally very concerned about this matter. Therefore he personally came out to select the Shen beast. From the 1st to the 5th level, he deliberately selected 2 of the best quality Shen beasts for each level. As for the rest, he sent them back. It wasn't that he didn't want the 6th level Shen beasts, but that there wasn't a single 6th level Shen beast in the entire Tianxiang city. Even if they were defective, there was no market for them. Jun Wui waved his hand, and ordered people to carry the cages containing the Shen beasts into his courtyard. By the time Jun Moxi arrived, the 10 Shen beasts had already been cleaned by the Jun family's servants. Each of them looked much more spirited. At least they didn't look dirty or sloppy. There were 2 level 1 white Shen rabbits, 2 level 2 winged raccoons, level 3 wind wolves, level 4 barbarian bulls and level 5 iron snakes. Jun Moxi waved his hand and ordered the servants to leave first. Then he stopped in front of the cage of the level 1 white Shen rabbits. The 2 rabbits didn't raise their heads or open their eyes and simply ignored him. Rubbing his nose, Jun Moxi stood in front of the cage of the winged raccoons, but still didn't respond. Level 3, still no response. Jun Moxi began to lose confidence. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Could it be that little white and I simply hit it off? However, giving up halfway wasn't Jun Mosia's character. He didn't have much hope, and was just about to walk towards the 4th cage when suddenly a hissing sound was heard. The 2 iron snakes at the edge of the cage suddenly stood up, raised their heads high, and stared at Jun Mosia with their small cold eyes. The 2 barbarian bulls next to the iron snakes also opened their eyes and looked at Jun Moxi. Jun Moxi's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The barbarian bulls looked at him suspiciously, and then lowered their heads. Then they raised their heads again and looked around. Finally they looked at Jun Moxi again, and a look of hope slowly appeared in their eyes. It seemed as if Jun Dashao was some kind of immortal grass, and in short he was the thing that they longed for the most. The 2 iron snakes in the distance began to scuttle around in their cages, and their tails were constantly swinging back and forth. The cages began to shake unsteadily, but the eyes of the 2 snakes were still firmly fixed in the direction of Jun Moxi, and there was a look of anxiety on their faces. They believed that if they hadn't been confined by the cages, they would have already pounced on him. Jun Wui was watching from the side, and although he also noticed that something was strange, he couldn't see why this was happening. It seemed that his nephew was no different from a normal person. Jun Moxi calmly took 2 steps back, and although his face was still expressionless, his heart was already filled with ecstasy. If he still didn't understand at this point, then he was really more stupid than a pig. Whether it was the art of unlocking heaven's fortune or the exquisite Hongjun pagoda, either one or both of them had an inexplicable effect on Shen beasts, and this effect was very big. Just this discovery alone was already a priceless treasure for Jun Moxi. What was the most dangerous place in the Shen continent? He believed that as long as this question was asked, no one would say that it was the Silver Blizzard City. Although the Silver Blizzard City was powerful and insufferably arrogant, but they wouldn't kill people for no reason. However, there was one place that would, and that was the most dangerous place in the continent. And there was no one who didn't know about this place. Everyone, even the ordinary people, would give the answer: Tianfa Forest, the Shen Beast's paradise and the human's hell. Even if the great master Shen had reached the peak of his strength, he would still be in danger of losing his life in there. But Jun Moxi wasn't afraid now. What did this mean? What was the most valuable thing in the Shen continent? High-grade medicinal herbs, miraculous healing medicines, miraculous fruits that could increase Shen Qi, Shen Beast Shen Dan, and Shen Beast Cubs. And where could these rare items be found the most? The answer was still Tianfa Forest. No one had dared to venture into this place for tens of thousands of years, so how could there be a lack of such rare treasures? Jun Moxi possessed a special aura that could make high-level Shen beasts fond of him. So this aura was like a golden road for him. Moreover, it was also a road that could allow him to rapidly increase his strength. Jun Moxi didn't believe that even Shen Qi could be rapidly increased by relying on medicinal herbs and Shen Dan. Wouldn't his own art of unlocking heaven's fortune have a faster method of increasing it? As if sensing Jun Moxie's agitated emotions, the exquisite Hongjun pagoda in his mind began to spin. This time Jun Moxie had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he was being despised, or rather ridiculed. It was like someone carrying a mountain made entirely of gold on his back to beg for food, and along the way, everyone was laughing at him to their heart's content. This feeling that welled up from the bottom of his heart made Jun Moxie very unhappy. Could it be that there was something wrong with my way of thinking? But Jun Moxie really didn't know that there was something wrong with his way of thinking, and it was a very big problem. In fact, he was no different from a beggar who was holding a golden rice bowl, or even worse. This #1 assassin in his previous life, a martial arts expert, was actually a standard newbie who had never come into contact with cultivation. And this standard newbie had received the blessing of the heavens, and possessed the world's #1 spiritual treasure, the exquisite Hongjun pagoda. If this pagoda had 10,000 functions, then the one that Jun Moxie had discovered now was probably not even one. Guarding a mountain of treasures but not knowing how to excavate them, this was the greatest tragedy. If one had to compare, then Jun Moxie wasn't just holding a golden rice bowl to beg for food, he was holding a diamond bowl, or even the most expensive bowl to beg for food. Even if he had casually read a few cultivation novels in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have had such a small harvest like this. But the only books that this great assassin had read were the works of Jianghu. So my friends, you are very fortunate. At least more fortunate than Jun Moxie. If my brothers and sisters had been able to cross over with the Hongjun pagoda, at least they would have been much better off than the current Jun Moxie. Therefore the Hongjun pagoda naturally despised him, for there were too many reasons. There were countless reasons to despise him until death. The moment the Hongjun pagoda began to rotate, almost all the Shen beasts in the cages simultaneously became active. Even the level 1, 2 and 3 Shen beasts were no exception. They stared at Jun Moxie and constantly banged their cages, as if they couldn't wait to rush out of their cages and throw themselves into Jun Moxie's embrace. Jun Wui was inexplicably staring at this scene with his eyes wide open. What's going on? Did my nephew do something? It seems that since my nephew came here he only walked back and forth and didn't do anything, but why are the Shen beasts reacting so strangely? What's going on? Chapter 141. The corners of Jun Moxie's mouth hooked up into a complacent smile. He waved his hand and said, "Invite him in. And there's another experimenter." Then he said, "Dispose of these." He pointed at the iron cages and said, "They're no longer useful." The servants hurriedly complied. Several people quickly came over and removed the big iron cages. "These are all useless?" Jun Wui widened his eyes and looked at his nephew. "And yes, they are indeed useless." Jun Moxie smiled as if it was a matter of course. "Third uncle can dispose of them by himself." "Third uncle, if you want to slaughter those 2 snakes and eat their meat, count me in. Those snakes are very nutritious and can nourish the body." "Slaughter them and eat their meat?" Jun Wui's eyebrows twitched. He almost opened his mouth to reprimand him. These mystical beasts were bought at a huge price of several 100,000 taels of silver. Last night I ordered them to be bought immediately. But this morning I walked 2 steps like a military parade and now I don't need them anymore? Especially that pair of 5th grade iron bone snakes. They were a pair and they were intact. I spent a whole 200,000 taels of silver on them. Just looking at them and you want to eat their meat? A meal costs 200,000 taels of silver? Before he could reprimand him, a rumbling sound rang out, like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and thousands of men. 7 sturdy men like iron towers escorted Dugu Xiaoyi, who looked like a snow lotus, into the hall. Under the contrast of her 7 brothers, Dugu Xiaoyi looked even more beautiful today. She was elegant, refined, and dazzling. Her black hair was slightly fluffy and tied up with a sparkling and translucent hairpin. On the hairpin, there were 3 small pearls slowly rippling. Her small face was snow-white and delicate. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and a jade-like nose. Her cherry lips carried a mischievous and pleasing craftiness. She faintly revealed a bit of happiness and shyness. She was wearing a snow-white shawl and a light green dress. On her slender waist, a snow-white jade pendant gently swayed. Although the young girl's figure was still a little immature and had not developed to the extent of being hot, her curves were still graceful and exquisite. The little girl stood at the door, her clothes fluttering in the breeze. Under the rising sun, she looked like someone who didn't belong to this world. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jun Moxie intentionally and unintentionally. The 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings of a young girl in the prime of her youth were like the most moving scenery in the world. Jun Emosia couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment even though he had the ability to remain calm even if Mt. Tai collapsed in front of him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Duguing growled in a very displeased manner. His tall and sturdy body took a step forward, directly blocking Jun Moxie's line of sight. It was as if Jun Moxie would see his little sister disappear if he looked at her. Oh, so Brother Dugu is here too. Why don't we drink a little more? We have good wine. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes. Duguing immediately glared at him. What do you mean drink a little more? You've been cheated once. I'm warning you, brat, you better behave this time and don't look for trouble. He snorted heavily as he said this, his expression very strange. It turned out that when Dugu Xiaoyi returned home last night, she was naturally worried about the 7 brothers that Yi Gahan said had been taken down by Jun Moxie. She hurriedly went to visit them. When she entered the door, the 7 tall and sturdy men were squatting in front of the dining table eating porridge. The pot that was too big to feed a bear was already overturned. This couldn't be blamed on them for being rice buckets. It was just that these 7 people's stomachs had almost been burnt through by Jun Moxie's wine. For the next few days, they absolutely couldn't eat anything that was not easy to digest, not even something that was slightly greasy. These 7 fellows who normally couldn't live without meat and wine, were already complaining incessantly. They were hungry. If these burly men could only eat porridge for 3 meals a day, it was simply terrifying just thinking about it. How did Jun Moxie torture you? How did you lose so much weight? We haven't seen each other for a few days. Quickly tell this little sister will stand up for you. The moment Dugu Xiaoyi saw this, she felt distressed. She was extremely shocked to see that all 7 of her brothers seemed to have lost a lot of weight. But her words immediately caused the 7 burly men to feel disgusted. Heroes and legends rushed forward, but at the same time they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. What? What do you mean by Jun Moxie tortured us? That brat thinks he can torture us? What a joke. That day we clearly subdued that brat. If we hadn't been greedy for a few cups, we wouldn't have ended up like this, even if that wine was really good. Bah, that brat Jun Moxie? That day your 3rd brother, I slapped him down. With that small physique of his, he wants to torture us? Waha Xiaoyi must be joking, right? You still want to stand up for us? Stand up for that brat. Dugu Hao grinned. That's right, I, 6th brother, even stomped on that brat. That brat cried out in pain, so I, 6th brother, kicked him fiercely. If it wasn't for Grandpa Jun's face, 6th brother would have crushed him to death. Dugu Shang shamelessly raised his head and boasted. Then why did I hear that all of you were defeated by Jun Moxie? The one who told me this news is a peerless expert. The 7 brothers were all idiots. None of them could see that their precious little sister was frowning. So, for my sake he suffered so much, but he didn't say a single word. I was still angry at him just now. With Jun Moxie's ability, how could he defeat all 7 of us? This is a rumor, a blatant rumor. Dugu Xiong boasted shamelessly as he stood up. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thick and hairy arms. Exerting strength, his muscles bulged. Xiaoyi, you actually believe this kind of rumor? It must be that brat Jun Moxie was defeated by us brothers. His heart is unwilling, but he can't do anything to us. So, he can only use this kind of rumor to comfort himself. That's right. This rumor is too good. 3 people make a tiger. Not only did we beat Jun Emosia up that day, but we also nearly tore down the Jun family's mansion. If it weren't for those jars. Dugu Jia had barely finished his sentence when Dugu Chong covered his mouth with his hand. The 7 brothers beamed with joy as they boasted. The more they boasted, the more they felt that this was how things should be. The more they boasted, the prouder they became. In the end, they boasted so much that even they were intoxicated by their lies. It was as if Jun Dashao had really been taught a lesson by them. He didn't do anything to me, you actually treated him like this, his body is so weak, how could he bear it? How could you do this? The more Dugu Xiaoyi heard, the angrier she got. The more she heard, the more her heart ached. Suddenly she started sobbing. How could you bear to do this? Too much boasting. The 7 brothers looked at each other in dismay. All 7 of them had the same awkward expression on their faces. Their 14 large eyes were filled with the same expression. What is this? Our stomachs are about to be punctured. Can't you just let us talk freely? Dugu Xiaoyi cried and stamped her feet. She whimpered, You are too ruthless, Boo. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I hate you, boo-hoo. She suddenly turned around and ran away while crying. What's going on? Dugu Ing was confused as he looked at his brothers. I don't know. The remaining 6 were also confused. They shook their heads at the same time. Then they uniformly turned their heads to the left and then to the right. Then Dugawudi saw his daughter run out crying because of his sons and nephews. His anger was immediately ignited. He aggressively kicked the door open, grabbed the 7 brothers and gave them another beating. When they heard that Dugu Xiaoyi wanted to go to the Jun family's residence, the Dugu family didn't oppose it. What a joke. They couldn't wait to separate these two. But now they want to deliver themselves to their doorstep? How could this be? Therefore Dugu Xiaoyi brought out her invincible coquettishness. She acted like a spoiled child. Then she sobbed and sniffled. Tears dripped down her face. Thus all 3 generations of the Dugu family surrendered. However, he also put forward a condition. He could go, but he must be accompanied by a group of relatives and friends, the 7 brothers. As a result, Dugu Xiaoyi's solo outing suddenly turned into a huge entourage, and the momentum was huge. With a whooshing sound, Little White leapt out and landed on the ground. Shaking his white fur, he turned his head and looked at Dugu Ing with an unfriendly expression. Letting out 2 fierce whines, he then proceeded with his unfinished business. With a whooshing sound, he quickly plunged into Jun Emosia's bosom and stretched out his paws, whining twice before lying down with a peace of mind. Even though the little fellow was still a Shen beast cub and had yet to fully mature, it could even be said that it had yet to start developing. However, the arrogance of a high-level Shen beast in its bones was not one bit less. That big guy actually dared to block my way to get close to a good person. This is intolerable. If I hadn't grown up, I would have bitten off your penis. I'll let you know how powerful this big guy is. Jun Emosia affectionately held Little White in his arms, and extended his hand to greet the guests. Then, he hastily called for the servants to serve him tea. This was the first time that he had willingly held the little guy. The little guy seemed very excited and kept crawling around in his arms. He sniffed here and there and was very busy. Jun Moxie looked at Dugu Xiaoyi with a smile. Miss Dugu is so beautiful today. I can't take my eyes off you. Dugu Xiaoyi's face lit up. She pouted coquettishly. You know what beauty is? I thought you didn't see it. But in her heart, she was grumbling. Why did he call me Miss Dugu? He's treating me like an outsider. Why didn't he call me little girl? How pleasing to the ear. Jun Moxie hastily laughed. No. He started to circulate his energy. At the same time, he immersed his spiritual sense into his sea of consciousness. Then, his spiritual sense shot into the Hongjun pagoda like an arrow. With Little White in his hands, he naturally wanted to test it out. This was the first time that Jun Moxie had used his spiritual sense to activate the Hongjun pagoda when it hadn't risen on its own. Boom. Chapter 142. Today's 3rd update has arrived. Exhausted, I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The moment Jun Emosia's spiritual sense came into contact with the Hongjun pagoda, and the Hongjun pagoda flew into the air, the little creature's drooping ears suddenly straightened up with a flutter sound. A small head suddenly lifted up, and its adorable big eyes actually looked a little serious at this moment, but there was also an indescribable sense of surprise. 9 people sat in a circle in Jun Moxie's courtyard. Dugu Xiaoyi forcibly sat next to Jun Moxie in the name of taking care of Little White. As an elder, Jun Wui sat peacefully in his wheelchair and did not participate in the gathering of the younger generation, only intentionally looking over. The 7 brothers of the Dugu family had bragged and fooled themselves in front of their younger sister. After all, the former had suffered a big loss at the hands of Jun Moxie. If these 7 people were to attack Jun Moxie recklessly, it would not be easy to deal with them. However, Jun Wuyi's 3rd master Jun was sitting next to him. And the 7 brothers were very well behaved. In fact, they looked like 7 well-behaved children. They were the direct descendants of Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi, the 2 troublemakers. The former had suffered a big loss at the hands of Jun Dashao, so why were they so quiet today? This was the so-called, a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The Dugu brothers had heard about the legends of the Jun family's 3 heroes from their grandfather, father, and uncle when they were young, and had even heard about them after they joined the army themselves. So, they could recite them like the back of their hands. White General Jun Wu Hui, Iron-Blooded God of War Jun Wu Meng, Blood General Jun Wui. The fame of these 3 men and their legendary deeds had spread far and wide in the army. In fact, they had become legends among the soldiers of Tianxiang. In fact, Old Man Dugu had said, how can that old man Junjian Tian have such an outstanding son? Only I can have such a good son. Their father, uncle, and Dugu Wudi had always hated it when others said that someone was stronger than them. Only when these 3 brothers were mentioned would they become speechless. Don't judge Jun Wui by his quiet and lonely demeanor. But they knew that if Junwui were to go crazy, his craziness would be no less than that of his two brothers. When Junwu Hui and Junwu Meng died mysteriously, Junwu Yi stood up with his sword and brazenly dispatched his troops. He changed his previous style of planning before taking action. In 10 days he commanded his army to traverse 1,500 miles. 10 battles, 10 victories and 10 victories. He was invincible. He destroyed 9 cities of the Yutang Empire as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He slaughtered the Yutang Empire's army of 200,000 like he was chopping melons and vegetables. He took the lead in every battle, and the name of the blood-cloaked general spread throughout the world from that battle. It was not until the army had advanced 300 miles into the Yutang Empire that they were stopped by their old enemy, Zhao Jianhun, and the two sides began to fight in a bloody battle. Zhao Jianhun was defeated 3 times in a row, but although he was not discouraged, it was clear that he was no match for the enemy. However, at the last moment, Junwui was suddenly attacked by a mysterious master, and once again followed in the footsteps of his 2 older brothers, a great general of a generation, crippled to this day. However, that battle had been recognized by the entire world as the one that had brought glory to the Tianxiang Empire. Advancing like a hurricane, the Iron Army of hundreds of thousands directly advanced into the enemy's country. A lone army penetrating deep into enemy territory, 10 battles and 10 victories. This unprecedented feat had long since become a legend. Although Junwui had to leave the army due to a medical condition, but the name of the blood-cloaked general was still regarded as an idol of the military, and the legend had become more and more popular. Everyone who talked about that battle couldn't help but be enraptured, and their blood was boiling. When the 7 brothers of the Dugu family had accompanied Dugu Xiaoyi, they had been warned by Dugu Wudi, "You must never, ever provoke Junwui. You must never, ever provoke Junwui." In the entire Tianxiang Empire, only the Dugu family would dare to openly oppose the Jun family. And the Dugu family's Dugu Wudi had the courage to beat up Jun Imosia, so much so that he even had the courage to kill Jun Imosia. So, the Jun family also had the courage to do the same to the Dugu family. And that person was Junwui. If Junwui were to go berserk and cut the 7 descendants of the Dugu family into pieces, then even Dugu Wudi would not think that it would be an accident. This kind of thing, according to Junwui's character in the past, was completely possible, and would also have the courage to do it. Junwui was an idol in the hearts of the 7 brothers, and they were the heroes and legends of the past. They might have been able to show off their strength in front of Jun Moxie, but in front of Junwui, they were more obedient than a child. But then again, Third Master Jun really wasn't looking at them right now. In recent years, he had cultivated his mind, and his bearing was no longer the same as it was in the past. Killing the 7 Dugu brothers in one go was something that Junwui couldn't do. But while Third Master Jun couldn't do it, it didn't mean that no one would dare to do it. The person that Third Master Jun was looking at was his precious nephew, Jun Moxie. Third Master Jun felt that the more he understood this nephew, the more mysterious he felt. Jun Dashao's ruthless methods of killing people with a flick of his fingers had become a norm. In all honesty, with the strength that Jun Moxie had displayed, the 7 Dugu brothers would die in a moment if both sides were to fight, and no one would have a chance to survive. With Third Master Jun's understanding of his nephew, if the Dugu brothers didn't open their eyes, then Jun Dashao would really dare to make a move, and that would be a serious matter. Therefore, Third Master Jun could only sit there, and observe the situation from afar, and prevent any accidents from happening. But it was obvious that the thing that Third Master Jun was afraid of would not happen. Because Jun Dashao's current state was quite unusual. Not to mention his third uncle, the Dugu siblings and the others, he couldn't even feel his own existence. There was no other reason than that he was in a very dangerous and unusual situation. In order to verify his own judgment, he had forcibly stimulated the Hongjun Pagoda with his own consciousness. Within the world of his consciousness, the Hongjun Pagoda was stimulated, and rose into the air and rotated at high speed. An endless stream of spiritual qi gushed out from the Hongjun Pagoda, and did not stop for a long time. Instead, the spiritual qi became more and more concentrated, and in the end, it turned into a blazing white light. Jun Moxie had never imagined that such a situation would occur. He only felt that all the tendons and meridians in his body were full to the point of bursting, swelling to the point of bursting. It was as if his body was in danger of exploding from the surging spiritual qi at any time. He was so shocked that he no longer cared about where he was, and concentrated on using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, absorbing the spiritual qi that had just gushed into his tendons and meridians. For a moment, Jun Moxie could even hear the sound of the spiritual qi passing through his tendons and meridians. What made him most shocked was that the moment his consciousness pierced into the Hongjun Pagoda, it suddenly became one with the Hongjun Pagoda. It became inseparable, and he couldn't withdraw it even if he wanted to. Junior Leopard let out a cry of ecstasy. Junior Leopard cried out in ecstasy. His 4 little paws firmly hugged Jun Emosia. Even his little mouth and belly were pressed against Jun Emosia's body. Junior Leopard closed his eyes and absorbed the heaven and earth aura from Jun Emosia's body with a satisfied look on his face. "You're really a good man, giving me so much pure spiritual chi. Good man, I'll never leave you again." These were Junior Leopard's thoughts. All of this happened within Jun Moxie's body. Apart from Jun Dashao and Junior Leopard, who didn't understand human language, there wasn't much unusual. To outsiders, Jun Moxie was still sitting quietly with an enigmatic smile, and no one would notice anything unusual. However, not much unusual didn't mean that there was absolutely nothing unusual. At the moment when the Hongjun Pagoda flew up, Dugu Xiaoyi, who was the closest to Jun Moxie and was paying attention to Dashao's every move, was the first to notice something unusual. Almost at the same time, the Gudu 7 brothers also noticed something unusual. At this moment, Dugu Xiaoyi and her 7 brothers had the same feeling. Although Jun Moxie was sitting in front of them, it was as if they were thousands of miles apart. He was obviously sitting in front of them, but they felt that the person in front of them was just an illusion, illusory and unreal, like a mass of air. Although they knew that it existed objectively, they couldn't touch it. In an instant, the 8 of them felt as if they were dreaming. This kind of strange feeling was extremely mysterious. It was like the bright moon in the sky at night, seemingly within reach, but also unattainable and untouchable. At the same time, Jun Wui, who was sitting far away, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his tiger-like eyes. He looked at Jun Moxie in disbelief. As a Tianxian expert, he could clearly feel an inconceivably strong power slowly emanating from Jun Moxie's body, and gradually overflowing into the heaven and earth. The scorching sun and autumn wind in the sky seemed to have come to a complete standstill at this moment. The spiritual chi that was scattered in all directions seemed to have turned into a spiritual chi storm as it violently surged towards the Jun residence. Then it formed a spiritual chi whirlpool above the Jun residence that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Then it rumbled as it pressed down. There wasn't a trace of wind in the sky, but in the courtyard of Jun Moxie, all the flowers and trees in the surroundings suddenly fell in the opposite direction with a rustling sound. And the Naiwan Palace on top of Jun Moxie's head was the center of this storm. Although the spiritual chi in the sky couldn't be seen by anyone, but it was majestic and orderly, and was slowly pressing down in an enormous manner. In the midst of the silence, there seemed to be a shio-shio sound echoing from the depths of everyone's soul, as if something was rotating at a high speed, at a speed that no one had ever seen or even heard of before. Jun Wui knew that something was wrong, and this matter couldn't be seen by outsiders. So he made a prompt decision and pressed his hands on his wheelchair. His whole body flew up with a schwa sound and flew over the 8 Dugu siblings like a big bird. Bang, 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 bang. He struck out 8 times at lightning speed, and knocked the 8 siblings unconscious in an instant. How could the 8 Dugu siblings be a match for an expert like Tian Xian? So they naturally fell unconscious in response, and didn't even have the slightest reaction. Chapter 143. That violent spiritual chi had already silently formed a huge tornado. Although it couldn't be seen, it could definitely be felt. Its power was so great that it could kill many people. Apart from Jun Emosia, who was the instigator of this, the others were bound to be turned into ashes the moment it landed. Even Jun Wui, a Tianxian expert, might not be able to escape. Dugu Ying and the others were not aware of this impending danger because their Shen Qi was weak. However, Jun Wui was a genuine Tianxian expert. How could he not be aware of it? Therefore he made a prompt decision to knock them unconscious and take them away. He did not even hesitate to use his full strength to stake it all on this one throw. Because he was afraid that if he was a step too late, he would only be able to save a few of them. Then the rest of them would not be able to escape. Therefore Jun Wui could only take them away in one go. Even if he had to expose his own strength, he would not hesitate. However, Jun Wui was also certain that the Dugu siblings' strength would not be able to move even if they were aware that he was the one who took action. Following Jun Wui's departure, a deep footprint was left on the hard stone ground by his footsteps. The blue light still shone brightly. Almost at the same time that Jun Wui's figure had just left the small courtyard, the spiritual chi in the sky suddenly began to crazily press down. The tip of the spiritual chi formed a high-speed rotating cone, and fell directly on Jun Moxie's Baihui acupoint. At the same time, the Hongjun pagoda in his spiritual space emitted a buzzing sound. The pagoda's body instantly enlarged by several times, and countless rays of golden light shot out from it. A wisp of pure spiritual qi formed a blazing white light, and pierced upwards with an unstoppable momentum. Its target was also Jun Moxi's Baihui acupoint. Jun Imosie's motionless body suddenly trembled violently, and his face twitched. His Baihui acupoint had suddenly opened up under the attack from both the inside and the outside. A smooth road had opened up between the outside world and the Hongjun pagoda. The overwhelming amount of spiritual qi seemed to have unscrupulously opened up a passageway through Jun Imosie's Baihui acupoint. After the Hongjun pagoda's attack, the spiritual qi quickly converged, and like a whale sucking in water, it completely absorbed the surging spiritual qi. The huge amount of spiritual qi that had gathered in the outside world completely disappeared in a few breaths. However, Jun Moxi's body had yet to calm down. The Hongjun pagoda's output of spiritual qi did not slow down at all. After swallowed, the spiritual qi from heaven and earth continuously poured into his qi again, then rotated, disappeared, and was absorbed again. Little Leopard was in Jun Moxi's arms. For him, the little spiritual qi that leaked out from Jun Moxi was enough. What's more, this was the purest spiritual qi in the world, especially after it had been filtered by the Hongjun pagoda. So at this moment, the little thing's benefits were incomparable. At this moment, it seemed as if the snow-white fur on its body was about to shine. It cried out in pain, but it seemed to realize that this was a great opportunity. It forced itself to endure the pain. The bones in its body cracked, and then the white fur on its body fell off, leaving only a small red ball of flesh. Even its eyelashes and beard fell off. After a while, Little White whimpered again. Its tiny meatball-like body continuously trembled in pain, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of snow-white fur rapidly grew on its body. The fur was long and elegant, and it was even longer than its original fur. The joints in his body crackled like beans being fried. Little White slowly relaxed its body, opened its eyes, and propped up its 4 little paws from Jun Moxi's body. It looked at its own body with indescribable joy, and then excitedly ran around Jun Moxi's body. It stopped after running around 5 or 6 times, and then lowered its head. Its little tongue lovingly licked its newly grown fur, and its expression was one of contentment. As Jun Moxi's body underwent a huge change, and the spiritual qi in the world began to move in an abnormal manner, the entire Tianxiang city's super experts looked out of the window in shock. Such a huge change in the world, how could they not be shocked? All the experts broke the windows and doors at the same time, and watched in amazement as the huge spiritual qi vortex suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and thought, what kind of cultivation does it take to create such an earth-shattering movement? Invisibly, the spiritual qi vortex covered a radius of dozens of miles, and in the hearts of these experts, it had already become a special forbidden area. Even if it was the great master Xinxian, they would not have the courage to explore such a terrifying existence. Even though everyone's heart was extremely curious, but no one had the courage to take the first step. This was a pressure that could disdain the world. In the face of such pressure, even if it was the peak of the great master Xinxian, it was afraid that he would be nothing more than an ant. In the magnificent jewel hall, an old man with white hair and beard came out of the window, and quietly stood on the roof of the magnificent jewel hall. After a while, 2 people dressed in white landed beside him. It was Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han. This level of skill, I'm afraid that he has already surpassed the level of the great master Xinxian. The 9th elder's face was full of shock and sadness. I didn't think that there would be such a strong existence in the Tianxiang city. Xiao Han and Mu Shuetong were shocked and asked, 9th elder, is this person actually so strong? Is there a higher realm above the great master Xinxian? Strong? The 9th elder gently shook his head, his face was dignified and his eyes were dignified. The word, strong, is not enough to describe this person. As for a higher realm, with your current strength, it's best that you don't know. The 9th elder's eyes were full of fear. It flashed and then disappeared. Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han's complexion changed at the same time. Outside the city, 3 groups of people were hurrying towards the Tianxiang city, and almost at the same time, the team issued an order to come to a screeching halt. From the Silver Blizzard City's team, the little princess who was wearing a veil, jumped down and asked, 3rd elder, why did you stop? Aren't we going to reach our destination if we go a bit further? The 3rd elder and the 6th elder both felt the earth-shattering aura in the distance, and looked at each other only to see the shock in each other's eyes. The 6th elder sucked in a breath of cold air, stroked his beard and said in a heavy tone, "The previous movement was obviously not a fight between more than one person, but if it was caused by only one person, then this movement is too frightening. What kind of person has such frightening strength, and what kind of trouble has the ninth elder caused this time? Third elder, if this person is also causing this movement for the sake of the Shendan." He paused, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then, we might be sending sheep into the tiger's mouth." The third elder's frosty eyebrows wrinkled tightly. "If such an existence is only a tiger, then do you think that we have the qualifications to be sheep? Perhaps only a dragon, a divine dragon whose head can be seen but not its tail can be compared to it." The sixth elder remained silent for a long time and then said, "Third elder, I've traveled the world my entire life, and today is the first time I've seen such a terrifying existence. I'm afraid that even a great master wouldn't be able to compare." The third elder sighed and said, "I've also never seen such a person, and I feel that this person is even stronger than a great master. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. This person's strength has already far surpassed our generation, and I believe that even a level 9 Shen core might not be able to enter his eyes. I think that perhaps this person has been living in seclusion in the Tianxiang city for a long time, and has been constantly coming to the Tianxiang city to stir up trouble, which might have annoyed this person. Perhaps this person doesn't want to act rashly, and has released his imposing aura in order to deter the heroes. If there is such a person in the Tianxiang city, then we must be very careful after entering the city. We mustn't make the slightest mistake and we mustn't act rashly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't be able to return to the Silver Blizzard City for the rest of our lives." "Yes." Third elder's words make sense and we'll do as third elder says. The sixth elder frowned. "Generally, such a person wouldn't exist in a powerful family and should be hiding in the streets, so..." "That's right, it's exactly like that. As I just said, regarding the Shen core, even if it's a level 9 Shen core for such an existence, it doesn't have any meaning. His appearance shouldn't be because of the Shen Dan." The third elder's eyes shone with extreme excitement. "If we have the fate to meet such a strong person, then we'll certainly be able to obtain great benefits. Even if we have to give up one or more Shen Dan, it's absolutely worth it as long as we have the opportunity to meet such a person." The sixth elder shuddered at first, but then nodded with an excited look on his face and said, "That's right, there is nothing else in this secular world that can interest us. Glory, splendor, wealth, high positions, marquises, what are they to us? Even if it's a level 9 Shen core, it can't give us what we truly want. I just don't know what this senior's temper is like, such a strong person, I'm afraid." The two old men's eyes were fervently staring at the distant Tianxiang city walls, and the look in their eyes was getting more and more passionate. The imperial advisor of the Yutang Empire, Fei Mingchen, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at the Tianxiang city, her expression gradually becoming gloomy. "I didn't think that there would be such a strong person in the Tianxiang Empire. Is the great master Xin Xian at the peak? Or perhaps he's an even higher existence. It seems that there are many things in this world that are beyond my understanding." Zhao Jinhun was riding on his horse, and his sharp eyes were looking straight ahead as Lingling asked, "Is the imperial advisor rejoicing?" Although Zhao Jinhun was also a famous general, but his Xian Qi cultivation was not very high, and although he was aware of the slight changes in the world, but he didn't understand what these changes meant, or it could be said that his level was simply stuck at a lower level. Fei Mingchen's face was extremely gloomy, and her eyes were slightly closed. She was still shocked by the terrifying strength of this peerless master, and was then questioned by Zhao Jinhun. "Zhao Jinhun, are you still suspecting me about Junwu Hui? Shouldn't I be suspicious? 4 consecutive inexplicable and humiliating victories. However, it was during those delicate times that you, as the imperial preceptor, were not in the imperial capital. May I ask, where did you go during that time?" Zhao Jinhun's face was expressionless. "If I was facing the enemy head-on, then as long as I had the opportunity to kill Junwu Hui, I would not hesitate to do so. But 4 times in a row they were defeated by the enemy first, and then at the last moment the enemy's commander died or was crippled. Then they won the battle inexplicably." Zhao Jinhun suppressed his anger and growled in a low voice, "The entire continent is saying that Zhao Jinhun is a lucky general." "Lucky general. Do you understand the meaning of these words, imperial advisor? Dogshit luck. Dogshit luck." Chapter 144. Is personal honor more important than the people of the country? Fei Mingchen's white eyebrows twitched. "Personal honor? This is a soldier's honor." Zhao Jinhun laughed bitterly. "That's right, why am I telling you this? You don't understand at all, you're an important figure in the imperial court, you don't need to know what a soldier's honor is, You only care about the results, right? Fei Mingchen laughed in exasperation and pointed at Tianxiang City. Didn't you notice it just now? Even if your level of strength is relatively low, you should still be aware that if such a strong person were to participate in the war, then the Tianxiang Empire will be able to unify the entire continent in a very short time. This is undoubtedly a calamity for us. What is a soldier's honor? I naturally know this, but a soldier's honor is not the same as being pedantic. Not to mention that I did not kill Junwu Hui, even if I did for the sake of Yu Tang, I have a clear conscience. Zhao Jinhun's back straightened like a javelin and Lingling said, a clear conscience? When has a despicable person who only knows how to stab people in the back ever had a clear conscience? Right and wrong will be judged by the public. Fei Mingchen was flabbergasted by his words. What kind of person is this? I've never seen such a stubborn person. Every time this issue is brought up, this old man has already explained it for 10 years and you still don't believe me. In the direction of the Tianfa forest, a group of savage-like soldiers were marching out of the Tianfa forest, one step at a time. Everyone in this team was dressed in rags. At best, they only had rags hanging on their bodies. Some of them only had a piece of animal skin wrapped around their crotch. Everyone's body was covered in crisscrossing scars. There were no less than dozens of scars, and the original color of their skin could not be seen clearly. From these scars, it could be seen that each of them had wandered on the edge of life and death many times. There were also a few people whose legs were obviously injured. They limped when they walked, but every step they took was firm. They refused to be supported by their companions and dragged their bodies, but they did not fall behind. They did not even need crutches. Although their bodies were tired, their spirits were high. Their eyes were filled with sharpness and wildness, and their muscles were bulging. Hundreds of people walked together. Even though they were in such a sorry state, they naturally exuded a sharp killing intent. No one dared to look him in the eye. Everyone was carrying a large bundle on their back. Even those who were heavily injured were no exception. Every time their hands touched these bundles, a trace of pride would flash across their faces. Obviously, the things on their backs were the spoils of war that they had obtained with their own hands. Step by step, they walked towards the direction of the Tianxiang city. Although their pace was slow, it was steady. Although there was an incomparable urgency in their eyes, their footsteps were still steady. These people were the 300 Jun family guards that Jun Moxie had exiled to the Tianfa forest to undergo death training. After a few short months, if they were or in the past, then they had now been refined into steel. If they were steel in the past, then now they had transformed into sharp killing weapons that showed off their abilities. Behind them, in the depths of the Tianfa forest, two black silhouettes streaked across the sky with a sharp whistling sound, and flew towards the Tianxiang city at an extremely fast speed. No one could clearly see whether these two silhouettes were people or something else. They could only see two black silhouettes, and then disappeared in a flash. Jun Moxie only felt that the moment the spiritual qi penetrated his body, his meridians suddenly began to swell, filling up his meridians in an instant. The qi flowing through his meridians suddenly burst, but then disappeared like a bottomless hole, sucked away by the Hongjun Pagoda. After a moment of silence, the qi returned like a raging tide, and the Hongjun Pagoda temporarily stopped its output of spiritual qi. The qi flowing through his meridians had actually grown a lot stronger in this short period of time, and had also condensed a lot. His meridians already felt full. Right now, Jun Moxie had already reached the bottleneck of the first stage of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. All he needed was an opportunity, and he would be able to enter the second stage in one go. For a cultivation technique like the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, this kind of progress was simply a miracle that even the gods and Buddhas could not believe. Right now, Jun Moxie's true strength, if measured by the Xianqi standards of the Xianshan continent, had already broken through the 9th level barrier, and had broken through to the middle level of the silver level. But in terms of the effectiveness and applicability of his cultivation technique, even the great master Xinshan would not be able to match up to him. This was equivalent to taking a huge leap forward in an instant, and it was a huge step. In such a short period of time, all the spiritual qi that had been absorbed by the Hongjun Pagoda had already entered the Hongjun Pagoda. Such a huge amount of spiritual qi had actually been swallowed by the Hongjun Pagoda in one gulp. Furthermore, it was like a drop of water had been added into the boundless sea, completely not causing any waves. Although that drop of water was big enough, it was still too small compared to the boundless sea. This was the first time that the Hongjun Pagoda had been actively activated by Jun Moxie, and it had actually erupted with such a terrifying power. Just this power alone was enough to make the entire world tremble. Actually, this did not mean that Jun Moxie already possessed some kind of invincible power. It was just that the Hongjun Pagoda was a divine object from the ancient times, before the creation of the heavens and earth. Its effects and starting point were naturally ridiculously high. Although Jun Dashao's strength had increased, and it had increased by quite a lot, it was only relative to his original strength. The spiritual qi that had gathered in the air was still being absorbed by the Hongjun Pagoda, and the surface of Jun Moxie's small courtyard did not seem to have changed at all. The reason why it was said to be, almost, was because anyone who was more attentive would be able to feel it the moment they stepped into the courtyard. The entire ground had actually sunk by 3 inches, a whole 3 inches. Furthermore, the jade table that had once been in front of Jun Moxie had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if ice had melted into water without a sound. A pained expression appeared on Jun Moxie's face. He had tried to withdraw his spiritual sense from the Hongjun Pagoda many times, but he actually knew that it was still locked onto the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Moxie did not understand, so he could only wait patiently and deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Suddenly, the interior of the Hongjun Pagoda rumbled, and Jun Moxie only felt a sharp pain in his head. Suddenly, the Hongjun Pagoda slowly fell back to its original position, and the surrounding light disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Jun Moxie suddenly felt that there was suddenly an additional shadow in his mind. The heavens are divided into Qian, and the earth is divided into Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang go through reincarnation and all living things are born. At the beginning of the human body, it is nothing more than Yin and Yang. Creation is born and creation is gone. Therefore it can be hidden in Yin and Yang. All living things can be hidden and so can the human body. Yin-Yang escape. Jun Moxie slowly chewed on this yin-yang escape technique word by word, and slowly comprehended it. He discovered that this so-called yin-yang escape could be said to be a very practical technique. After mastering it, one's body could be hidden in any object in the surroundings at any time, and at any place. If one mastered it to the peak, one could even make one's body invisible in the air. One could travel hundreds of miles in the water, and traverse over mountains and ridges in the earth. What kind of awesome technique was this? The Hongjun Pagoda is indeed not an ordinary object. If only there were more of these things. Jun Moxie sighed in satisfaction. Suddenly a thought arose in his mind. If I were to become invisible and peep on a beautiful woman bathing, for example, peep on my beautiful sister-in-law, as soon as this thought arose, Jun Moxie suddenly spat out a mouthful of saliva and scolded, "Jun Moxie, if you die then so be it. Why do you have to leave behind so many dirty and vulgar thoughts to affect me? This is really intolerable." If the deceased Jun Moxie had known about this after his death, he would certainly have wept bitter tears of grievance. Big brother, this is your own thoughts, okay? It is absolutely your own thoughts. What does it have to do with me? My soul has already flown away and you still push the blame onto me. Even if you become a human or a ghost, you can't be so shameless. Jun Moxie had never come into contact with cultivation before. In fact, he did not even know what cultivation was. Naturally, he did not know how powerful this yin-yang escape technique was. Since the beginning of time there had always been only 5 escape techniques: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, because the heavens and earth were not complete, the 5 elements were not complete. Furthermore, one had to specialize in one according to one's aptitude and talent. Only then would one have a chance to practice it. And this yin-yang escape technique was based on the number of yin and yang. It was above the heavens and earth. Therefore, it had surpassed the scope of the incomplete heavens and earth. Under the cultivation of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, one would be able to freely conceal oneself at any time and any place once mastered. It was not restricted by the rules of the 5 elements escape techniques. Such a technique, if placed in an ordinary cultivation world, would be enough to cause many people to fight over it. But Jun Moxie did not realize that this technique was so great and rare. He had obtained it from the Hongjun Pagoda, but he felt that it was only right and proper. Instead, he felt that it was too little. If this kind of thinking was made known to the cultivators of other worlds, they would immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and die in grief and indignation. Humans should not be so shameless. Jun Wui appeared in the small courtyard with a face full of shock. He carefully walked over, and his footsteps were uncertain as he stepped on the ground. With his sharp senses after advancing to the level of a Tianxian expert, he could naturally feel that the ground under his feet had sunk by 3 inches. It did not disappear, but the ground under his feet had become even firmer. How was this possible? How could the ground sink by 3 inches in an instant? What kind of terrifying strength was required? This was not surprising. What was even more strange was that not a single leaf had fallen from the flowers and plants in the garden. Such a violent impact, such a huge movement, and yet not a single leaf had fallen. This was too strange. What was even more surprising was that the jade table that the 8 of them had been sitting on earlier, which was made of a special material and was abnormally sturdy, had also evaporated without a sound. The ground had sunk, the jade table had disappeared, but not a single leaf had fallen. What was going on? How could such an outrageous phenomenon be explained? Chapter 145. Jun Moxi's thoughts returned to his consciousness like a receding tide. He seemed to be in a trance. I'm also very curious. Third uncle, please don't ask me what's going on. I'm also very confused. I don't know what's going on. Jun Wui smiled tolerantly. It can't be a bad thing. Jun Moxi looked at him apologetically and said, it shouldn't be a bad thing. He paused and asked, what about them? I knocked them unconscious. They're still unconscious. Jun Wui sighed. This is very sudden. It's better that they don't know about it. It's indeed very sudden. Third uncle, you've handled it very well. Jun Moxi stood up. The Hongjun Pagoda was related to the greatest secret of his transmigration to this world. At the same time, it was also the greatest reliance he could rely on to protect his life in this strange world. Therefore, he absolutely could not reveal even a little bit of it. Even if it was to his closest kin, he absolutely could not reveal it. Some secrets were destined to be kept to himself for the rest of his life. Only Little White was exceptionally excited. He ran back and forth on Jun Moxi's body as if he was running on flat ground. He was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Occasionally he would roll a few times in the air. However, he was always very stable. He would never fall to the ground. He would even jump up and grab a strand of Jun Moxi's hair. He would hang on Jun Moxi's body for a while. Jun Moxi helplessly looked at this obviously excited little thing. He frowned and said, this little guy seems to be relying on me. Third uncle, it's all right now. Wake them up later. You should first think about how to explain this so that they won't get suspicious. Jun Wui smiled, but his eyes suddenly fell on Little White's body, and he suddenly stopped talking. His eyes flashed with a look of shock as he blurted out, how is this possible? It actually advanced. How is this possible? It was originally a rank 7 cub, now. Damn. With his eyesight as an expert, Tian Shen could naturally tell that the little fellow was different from before. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. With Jun Wui's personality, it was natural that he was shocked to the extreme when he blurted out these 2 words. To put it bluntly, even if a living ghost appeared in front of Jun Wui, he might not have lost his composure like this. A high-level Shen beast that was still a cub could actually advance. This was no longer a miracle but a miracle. You've advanced? Really? Jun Moxi grabbed the little thing, and turned it over and over to inspect it despite its protests. Then he said in a puzzled manner, there's nothing different. This little thing's penis is still so small. Jun Wui was speechless. My good nephew, I really thought that you knew everything. Isn't your argument too funny? Can a Shen beast's advancement be seen just by looking at its penis? The little thing was also angry. It whimpered angrily. No matter how you look at it, it is an existence that is close to a top-level Shen beast. No matter how attached it is to you and how it needs to please you, you can't judge it from head to toe. I despise you. Do you look at the level of a Shen beast? One must know that Shen beasts have their own limits. Their advancement is limited by their innate talent. High-level Shen beasts are especially unable to surpass this iron rule. As for a Shen beast at the peak of 7th level like the Iron Wing Panther, it can be said that the peak of 7th level is the highest limit of the Iron Wing Panther. If it wants to advance further, even if it is not absolutely impossible, it is still extremely difficult. In the case of the Iron Wing Panther, if it wants to make another breakthrough, it must first reach its peak strength when it is still in its prime. This is because once a Shen beast enters its later years, even if its strength reaches the peak of 7th level, it will lose the possibility of advancing due to the deterioration of its body. However, even if the Iron Wing Panther reaches its peak strength in its prime, it is only a prerequisite for it to have the opportunity to advance. This is because if it really wants to advance, it must obtain the blessing of the heavens and obtain some mysterious opportunities and miraculous treasures. Only then will it have the opportunity to advance. An underage Iron Wing Panther will not have the opportunity to advance. In fact, most Iron Wing Panther have to enter their later years before they can reach the peak of 7th level Shen beasts. To be able to reach the peak of 7th level Shen beasts in their prime, it is extremely rare. But at this moment, this iron rule has been broken in front of Jun Wui. An iron-winged panther cub that is only 1 month old, who has not even come into contact with the iron-winged panther's innate talent, has actually advanced just like that. Is it because of June Moxie? It has only been lying on June Moxie's body for a while and it has advanced. During this period of time, no one else has come into contact with this little thing. What kind of concept is this? A miracle. A miracle. This is too big of a change, isn't it? Jun Wui pointed at the little guy. You actually helped it advance. How can such an earth-shattering thing be covered up? Oh my god, I actually saw 8th level iron-winged panther cub. Jun Wui was a little driven mad. In fact, although an 8th level iron-winged panther is extremely rare, it does not mean that it does not exist. Even if the chances are slim, there are still some 7th level peak iron-winged panther that manage to advance. But this 8th level iron-winged panther is just a cub. In the history of Shen continent's Shen beasts, this cub may not be the last, but it is definitely unprecedented. So what if he's going to advance? This has nothing to do with me. What do I know? I don't know anything. Jun Moxie had an innocent look on his face as he spread out his hands. It advanced on its own. What has it got to do with me? Who saw that it was my doing? I can only act shamelessly. Jun Wui heaved a heavy sigh and glared fiercely at his nephew. If you continue to be so careless, sooner or later you will be exposed. AI, this is an 8th level iron-winged panther. In truth, even with 3rd Master Jun's character at this moment, he had the thought of concealing this little thing. After all, this little thing was too precious, and its future was even more limitless. This time it was not an accident. Jun Moxie powerlessly defended himself, feeling somewhat guilty. Jun Dashao was relatively simple-minded. He had already grasped certain characteristics of Shen beasts, and this matter of advancing did not seem to be very difficult. Therefore, he really did not care too much about this little thing, especially since this little thing was related to the little girl. If he could send this god of plagues away as soon as possible, then there would be no need to haggle over this matter. What happened just now? Dugu Ying's eyes turned back and forth. The other 6 people also had the same expression on their faces. Third uncle, why did you hit me? Dugu Ying did not dare to act rashly in front of Jun Wui, and respectfully addressed him as third uncle. This was mainly due to the fact that he had received family discipline since childhood. For the Dugu brothers, there were only 3 men who could hit them and they did not dare to fight back. The first one was naturally their grandfather, Dugu Zongheng, followed by their father, Uncle Dugu Wudi. No, the second one was Uncle Jun, and the last one was their father, Uncle Dugu Wudi. Hit you? How could that be? You must have drunk too much a few days ago, and I happen to have a jar of wine here. You got drunk as soon as you smelled it and fainted. I guess this is the after effect. How useless. Jun Moxie stared at them and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at them with extreme disdain. It must have been hard on you. 7 bull-like strong men fainted as soon as they smelled the wine, and fainted at the same time. How rare. The 7 brothers raised their hands at the same time, and scratched their heads in embarrassment. So that's how it is. Jun Wui's movements were too fast, and he had controlled his strength very well. They had only vaguely seen Jun Wui fly up and knock them out, but they had not seen it clearly. Now that they thought about it, their minds were even more chaotic. When they smelled the strong aroma of the wine, they couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. 7 pairs of eyes looked at the wine jars at the same time. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed rang out, and they immediately forgot about the previous matter. In fact, they did not even notice that the wine jars were not here when they came. As for the table being changed to these thick-minded brothers, they had no impression of it at all. Only Dugu Xiaoyi would not be fooled. She stared at them with her big round eyes and was about to question them. Suddenly, Little White jumped out of Jun Moxie's arms, and climbed all over Dugu Xiaoyi's body, and excitedly made gestures in her hands meaning, Master, look, I have advanced. Waha, and why are you not happy? Didn't you see that Uncle's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets? Little White is so cute. Dugu Xiaoyi lovingly stroked the little fellow, and her pretty eyes turned into crescent moons. Seeing Little White so happy and lively today, Dugu Xiaoyi was also very happy. Just for this, she did not come in vain today. Little White's show was undoubtedly in vain. Although the little girl was exceptionally intelligent, she was limited by her experience, and did not know what advanced was. In fact, whether Little White was an iron-winged panther, a kitten, or a puppy, it did not make any difference to her. They were all pets to her. The 7 of you, come with me. Jun Wui pushed his wheelchair. Let me see what Dugu Wudi has taught you. Dugu Ying and the others looked at each other and could not help but look excited. From Jun Wui's words, it was clear that he was going to give them pointers. Their fathers and uncles held this third uncle in high esteem. What kind of person was Jianghu? He was the standard expert of his generation, the invincible blood general and a legend in the army. Just a casual word of advice from him could benefit him a lot. Dugu Ing and his brothers followed behind Jianghu, and Dugu Xiong diligently pushed Jianghu's wheelchair. Dugu Xiong was very careful and gentle, as if he was afraid that it would jolt the third Master Jun. The seven of them didn't think that it would be inappropriate to leave their little sister alone here. They had even forgotten why they had come here today. Third uncle's charm was really great. These 7 tall and strong men actually followed him. Jun Moxie sighed in his heart. Miss Dugu, do you still remember that I still owe you a good knife? Jun Wuxia said with a smile as he calmly sat down. Chapter 146. As soon as this matter was brought up, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly forgot to question him about the matter of him fainting. She pursed her lips and said, "You bad guy, you cheated me of my meteorite. Of course you have to compensate me with a good knife." She paused and then fiercely said, "If this knife isn't good enough and I'm not satisfied with it, then it doesn't count." Her words were said fiercely, but the little girl's face was flushed. After all, as a girl, this was the first time that she had accepted a gift from a boy. Moreover, she was afraid that he wouldn't give it to her. Amosia's products are all exquisite. "I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Jun Moxie smiled and stood up. He walked into the room and turned around. He held a sheathed knife in his hand and walked out. This knife had an elegant arc and was as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked as light as a feather in Jun Moxie's hand. But it gave people a completely different feeling. There was a kind of dignified and thick feeling. This formed an extreme contrast with its light and elegant appearance. It gave people a very contradictory feeling even though it was still in the sheath. Dugu Xiaoyi liked it as soon as she saw it. Her big eyes blinked as she waited for Jun Moxie to introduce it to her. Jun Moxie looked at Dugu Xiaoyi. He held the knife hilt and slowly pulled it out. The knife didn't make any sound when it was unsheathed. There was only a flash of light. Jun Moxie's hand seemed to have a shiny water belt. The knife's body seemed to be moving like the Milky Way. It was sparkling and moving. The knife's body was flat, but the light on it seemed to have its own consciousness. It was floating back and forth. Hidden knife in red sleeve. Jun Moxie gently stroked the back of the knife with his fingers and said, "Therefore this knife is called red sleeve. My body is in Tianxiang, so it is called red sleeve Tianxiang. This knife is the first famous knife that I have made in my life. Therefore it is named Red Sleeve Tianxiang's first knife." Red Sleeve Tianxiang's first knife. What a nice name. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. She stared at the knife in Jun Moxie's hand eagerly, wishing she could snatch it. How could that ugly big rock compare to this cute knife? It seemed like it was the right decision for the extraterrestrial meteoric iron to fall into Jun Moxie's hands. The curvature, length, and weight of this dagger are all made according to the requirements of the hidden blade, hidden in one's sleeve. Take a look and see if it fits. Jun Moxie handed over the knife. So beautiful. Is it really for me? Dugu Xiaoyi held the saber in front of her eyes, fiddling with it over and over again, unable to put it down. After a while, he held the saber in his arms and tilted his head slightly, looking at Jun Moxie with an expectant expression. Of course. Does Miss Dugu not like it? Jun Moxie looked at her with a faint smile. Of course I like it. Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head shyly, but you're giving me such a good knife and I don't have anything to give you. This is what I owe you. You don't have to return the favor. Jun Moxie almost laughed. This little girl is really naive and cute. Let's do it this way. Dugu Xiaoyi bit her lips. It seemed as if she had made up her mind about something. She slowly pulled a thin thread from her neck, and a small sparkling and translucent jade pendant fell into her hand. I'll give you this. Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head. Her toes unconsciously tapped on the ground, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Good. Jun Moxie accepted it with a clear conscience. This killer with an incomparably low EQ didn't think about the special meaning of this gift. He just felt that with his own skills, creating a knife that could be called the best in this world was not something that a small jade pendant could exchange for. With his own creation, this knife did not have to worry about the resistance of the wind when used. Moreover, because of the curve of the blade, it would not produce any wind when used, making it extremely hidden. It was really the best choice for a woman to use a knife. Moreover, it was extremely sharp and tough. With such a knife, even if he received this jade pendant, it would be a matter of course. In fact, this gift in return was much lighter. This jade pendant, you. Dugu Xiaoyi saw Jun Moxie take it and casually put it in his arms. Her heart became even more bashful and she stammered, not knowing what to say. It's okay, it's also Miss Dugu's kind intentions. Haha, but since Miss Dugu specifically wanted this knife, I'm sure you're very proficient in knife skills? Jun Moxie smiled. He had only used 1/20th of a piece of meteoric iron to create this knife, and the rest had been turned into small flying knives. In this regard, Jun Moxie naturally did not have any reluctance. Knife skills? Of course. When Dugu Xiaoyi heard Jun Moxie say, it's also a kind intention, she could not help but blush as if her face was glowing and she was incomparably happy. Hearing Jun Moxie's question, she could not help but be excited and said, I'll show you. After saying that, she did not dare to look at Jun Moxie again. After exchanging that token, if she stood here again she would really die of embarrassment. She jumped out, waved the knife and then stepped to the left, the knife moving with her, silver light surrounding her body. Although this knife was also made using ordinary methods, but under the operation of Jun Moxie's art of unlocking heaven's fortune, Dugu Xiaoyi only felt that the knife was incomparably compatible with her small hand, as if her arm had inexplicably grown a section. She could control it with ease and it was a very ordinary knife skill, impenetrable by wind and rain, extremely wonderful. Jun Moxie only watched a few moves and sighed. Ever since he saw Jun Wui and Jun Zhantian practice, he knew that this world paid far more attention to Shen Qi than to the ingenious changes in moves. Naturally, as long as there was enough Shen Qi, it was very possible to break 10 moves with one move. In the face of absolute power, any ingenious move would be vulnerable. Think about it, would a Supreme Shen Xian need to use any special moves to attack a silver-leveled Shen Qi practitioner? And this habit also created the Iron Rule, those below the 9th-leveled Shen Qi are all ants. However, no matter which world, if two people with similar Shen Qi were to fight, the rules of moves would definitely be a very important method, and could easily determine life and death. Especially for a girl like Dugu Xiaoyi, if she were to compete with others in strength, it was simply courting death. Women's strength was naturally weaker than men, but this was something that could not be helped. Like a cow chewing on a peony. Jun Moxie sighed, letting Dugu Xiaoyi hear it clearly, such a good knife, but you use this kind of knife skill, it's simply a waste of heaven's gift. You said that my knife skill is not good? Dugu Xiaoyi put away her knife, and stood upright, looking at Jun Moxie with her big bright eyes. How should I put it, it's not your own problem but the way you use the knife is too rigid. Jun Moxie unceremoniously took the knife from Dugu Xiaoyi's hand, took a step forward, and swung the knife diagonally. With a tremble, 3 to 4 knife flowers appeared, and while protecting himself, it also covered the area 5 feet in front of him. If there was an enemy in front of him, just this move alone was enough to make them retreat. Jun Moxie wielded the knife very slowly, because he could not infuse Shen Qi into the knife, and could not use the mysterious power of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. But when Jun Moxie used it like this, his posture became more and more elegant, like the floating clouds and flowing water, continuous and continuous. What a beautiful knife skill. Dugu Xiaoyi applauded, and her eyes could not help but show a trace of desire. This is the red sleeve knife skill, the first move, red sleeve light wave. Jun Moxie stopped, smiled and said, the red sleeve knife has a total of 9 moves, the red sleeve knife dance soul vanishes. It can be said to be a first-class knife skill, do you want to learn it? Of course I want to. Dugu Xiaoyi happily jumped in front of Jun Moxie, quickly teach me. As she spoke, because the two were too close, the hot breath from her mouth blew on Jun Moxie's face, with an inexplicable fragrance. Coupled with the virgin fragrance of Dugu Xiaoyi, Jun Moxie suddenly inhaled it, and could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He could not help but fall back and then immediately thought, teach me then, what am I afraid of? Then he turned back. Dugu Xiaoyi saw his face blushing and was very amused. She did not expect that this famous playboy in Tianxiang would actually blush because of a woman. Thinking of this, her heart was even more tempted to tease him, and she aggressively moved forward, and was about to open her mouth to speak. At this moment, Jun Moxie's body suddenly turned back, and in a split second both of them were stunned. 4 pairs of lips were tightly pressed together, and 4 eyes were staring at each other in astonishment. Dang! The knife in Dugu Xiaoyi's hand fell to the ground, and her whole body seemed to be in a fog. Even her thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment and her body stiffened. Unexpectedly she did not know how to dodge. As soon as Jun Moxie turned back, he suddenly felt a sweet and fragrant softness on his lips. He did not have time to think and his tongue subconsciously licked it. It was quite tasty and he could not help but lick it again. Ah! Dugu Xiaoyi screamed, and her beautiful face instantly turned red and then became fiery red. In a split second her entire body became hot, and even her jade-like neck became bright red. Covering her face with both hands, she squatted down on the ground and breathed heavily but did not make a sound. He kissed me. Dugu Xiaoyi's mind was a mess. He gave me a knife, took my jade pendant and then kissed me. This was an accident, really just an accident. Jun Moxie awkwardly spread out his hands and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick his upper lip, and then his lower lip, a little embarrassed. He was teaching his female disciple with the appearance of a highly respected master, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would turn into a rogue, even though it was unintentional. Little White saw Jun Moxie sticking out his tongue, and could not help but feel excited. With a swoosh, it jumped onto Jun Moxie's body and with a smack, it kissed him on his upper lip, followed by another smack and did the same to his lower lip. Damn. I was actually molested by a mystical beast, this little thing? Jun Moxie hurriedly grabbed it and threw it away. With such a scene, the trace of charm and gentleness in his heart suddenly disappeared. Miss Dugu, you quickly get up. Squatting down and covering your eyes, how are you going to learn the knife skill? Jun Moxie kindly said. Chapter 147. Damn, what did I do to you? Jun Moxie scratched his head. Then how should I address you? You know it in your heart. Dugu Xiaoyi wanted to stamp her feet. I've never seen such a blockhead. I know. Jun Moxie frowned and thought hard. Suddenly he clapped his hands together. Dugu Xiaoyi's body trembled and she couldn't help but move her fingers away from her eyes. She looked at him with a shy, happy, and expectant expression. Jun Moxie understood. That's right, our relationship is different now. I'm teaching her, this is a master-disciple relationship. He couldn't help but put on a stern face and put on the posture of a teacher. Little girl, my disciple, get up quickly. Master will teach you the exquisite knife skills. Teach your head. Dugu Xiaoyi jumped up angrily and stepped on his foot. She couldn't help but step on his foot a few more times and said hatefully, Whose master are you? Who is your disciple? Jun Moxie was caught off guard. He didn't expect this disciple to be so rebellious. He gritted his teeth and said, You must respect your master. Respect your head. Respect your head. You think you're not a debauchee just because you know a few knife skills? Let me tell you, don't think that you're not a debauchee just because you know how to play with knives, and you're not a prodigal just because you pretend. You big bad guy. Dugu Xiaoyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, ready to pounce on him. Too infuriating. Too infuriating. This big bad guy. This pig head. This unromantic pig head. You're really unreasonable. How am I a debauchee? How am I a big bad guy? Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. He said resentfully. This is a huge injustice. Those debauches were obviously done by the previous Wuxia. I was the hero who saved the Jun family from the brink of collapse. I didn't do anything bad. I really don't know what this girl is thinking. I just helped you level up your whitey, gave you a good saber and even taught you a high-tier saber technique, but you're still so cruel to me. Didn't I just accidentally kiss you? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. I don't know if it was your first kiss, but it was my standard first kiss. It was my first kiss in both of my lives. If we really have to talk about who's at a disadvantage, it's me who's at a disadvantage. Wait, suffer a loss. Could it be that just a kiss just now made her feel like she had suffered a loss and wanted to repay him with her body? Jun Moxie shuddered. That won't do. Most girls develop early. This brother's body is only 16 years old. I'm still a minor. You can't destroy the flowers of the motherland. Besides, I haven't had enough of the carefree days of being single. Hurry up and teach me that saber technique. Weren't you bragging about your saber technique just now? Dugu Xiaoyi stomped her feet angrily and bit her lips. She wanted to fling her sleeves and leave, but she really couldn't bear to do so. It wasn't easy to get a chance to see him. Moreover, it was accompanied by 7 brothers. When will we meet again? But this blockhead. Thinking of this, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly wanted to cry. This bastard, he kissed me. Even my parents haven't kissed me before. Oh, this is a big loss. He's the world's #1 debauchee. He must have kissed many girls. It's definitely not the first time. Dugu Xiaoyi was actually thinking about these things. A girl's feelings were indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. I'll teach you just because you want me to? Do you think I owe you anything? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. His words made Dugu Xiaoyi almost die of anger. She stared at him. Suddenly her eyes turned red. Tears started to fall from her eyes as she whimpered. You bully me? Her heart was filled with endless grievance. This bastard kissed me, accepted my jade pendant, and then he's actually yelling at me. I'm about to leave and he's still yelling at me. Doesn't he know that a girl needs to be coaxed? Sigh. June Emosia sighed and felt powerless. Heavens, why is this chick so hard to please? It seemed that the hitman June had lived 2 lives. His experience was very, very extensive. However, he was completely clueless when it came to coaxing a girl. Little White stood in the middle of the two at a loss. He looked from one to the other. It seemed that these two were in conflict. But who should I help? The little guy couldn't make up his mind. Boo-hoo. I'm going to look for the third uncle. I'm going to look for Grandpa June. I'm going to tell them that you bullied me. Boo. I hate you. I hate you. Dugu Xiaoyi covered her face and started to walk away. June Moxie hastily pulled her back. Aunt, what do you want? I was wrong, okay? This was the first time in his 2 lives that the hitman June had admitted his mistake. Let go. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Why are you pulling me like this? Dugu Xiaoyi puffed her cheeks as she tilted her head. June Emosia was somewhat speechless. Last time it was just a rumor, and your 7 brothers immediately came knocking on my door. If you go out crying this time, maybe your grandfather will personally send an army to come knocking on my door. God, why is my life so bitter? I'll teach you. June Moxie begged for mercy. How could he not bow his head when he was under the eaves? Dugu Xiaoyi snorted, you're sensible. Suddenly she realized that June Emosia's big hand was still grabbing her arm. She couldn't help but blush and her whole body started to itch. She didn't know whether it was uncomfortable or comfortable. She couldn't help but whisper, You let go of me? Her voice was unexpectedly soft and bashful. June Moxie let go of her hand and couldn't help but grab his hair. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this girl today. In just a few short breaths, her mood had changed back and forth 5 or 6 times. What happened to her valiant attitude? Was she in disguise? June Moxie was a newbie in the field of love. He couldn't understand why the little girl's mood changed so much. So fast? No wonder people often say that women are the most difficult animals to understand in the world. This is not a lie. Ahem, watch carefully. The red sleeve knife technique has 9 moves. June Emosia lifted the red sleeve dagger and held it close to his elbow. The first move, red sleeve light wave. June Emosia wanted to quickly finish teaching the red sleeve dagger and send this little witch away as soon as possible. Anyway, it wasn't a profound martial art, it was just a set of dagger techniques. But leaving this last here was simply too torturous. The second move, red sleeve fragrance. The third move, red sleeve like a dream. Red sleeve clouds, red sleeve dancing wind, red sleeve falling thunder, red sleeve lightning, red sleeve dreams, red sleeve heaven and earth. Dugu Xiaoyi's talent in martial arts was very good and she was also very intelligent. So, it only took her an hour to memorize the entire set of saber techniques. June Emosia continued to give her pointers and correct her posture. He thought that she would be able to master it in a short while, but unexpectedly the more Dugu Xiaoyi practiced, the more confused she became. She had already learned most of it and was even able to use it properly. But, in the end she was completely out of tune. Even a very simple posture was wrong. June Emosia had to step forward and correct her. Naturally, some physical contact was unavoidable. June Emosia's physical strength was quite good. But, he was still drenched in sweat after being tormented by this little girl. On the other hand, Dugu Xiaoyi was in high spirits. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were moving and she was panting tenderly. If one were to look at June Mosia's appearance, it would seem like he was a laborer who was powerlessly working and would die from exhaustion. But if one were to look at Dugu Xiaoyi's appearance, it would seem like a pair of children flirting with each other. It would seem like a beautiful scene. However, June Emosia's emotional quotient was extremely close to 0. So, he simply didn't think about it. Instead, he kept complaining in his heart, I'm too stupid. More stupid than a pig. How long do I have to teach her? Suddenly, a deafening roar of cannons was heard outside. Then there was the sound of officials moving out to clear a path. The orderly footsteps of a large group of people could be heard. What happened? Both of them were startled at the same time. They stopped involuntarily. June Moxie wiped the sweat from his face and let out a sigh of relief. He felt strange in his heart. I almost couldn't hold on, so how is this girl able to hold on? Could it be that this little girl is also hiding her strength? It doesn't look like it. He did not know that the intelligent Dugu Xiaoyi had already memorized the entire set of bladesmanship the second time. She had deliberately made mistakes. Dugu Xiaoyi did not feel tired during the whole process. Instead, her heart was filled with the shyness and happiness of flirting with her sweetheart. She had already evolved the process of teaching the bladesmanship into a happy experience. Since it was a happy experience, how could it be tiring? It seems that a different state of mind really does affect one's stamina. The imperial teacher of Yutang, Fei Mingchen, has come to visit Tianxiang today. A large group of people has already arrived outside Tianxiang city. Jun Wui was sitting in a wheelchair. He was pushed out by Du Guing. Yutang's #1 general, Zhao Jinhun, has also come. His Majesty has already sent the crown prince to welcome him into the city. When he said the 3 words Zhao Jinhun, Jun Wui's eyes flashed and his tone was quite strange. In addition, the Xinci Empire's #1 Shenqi Grandmaster, Shi Changshao, has also arrived today. His Majesty has also sent the 2nd prince to welcome him. As for the 3rd prince, he is in the city preparing for the arrival of the emissaries. Jun Wui said lightly. His Majesty's arrangements can be said to be quite outstanding. Jun Moxie praised. The Emperor clearly knows that these 2 emissaries have ulterior motives, but he has sent the 3 princes to receive them separately. This shows that the Emperor's intentions are very deep. His Majesty is testing his blade again. Jun Wui smiled faintly. If nothing unexpected happens, the successor to the throne should be chosen after the incident in the capital city. Jun Moxie was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Why is that?" Chapter 148. Jun Wui's eyelids drooped as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Deep down, he was reveling in the process of dispelling his nephew's doubts. After all, Jun Dashao had been too domineering during this period of time. As his uncle, he had always acted according to his wishes, and it was rare for him to dispel his doubts. Let's go and join in the fun. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes as he thought, the 3 princes aren't good people. No matter which one of them becomes the emperor, it won't be a good thing. At least it won't be a good thing for the Jun family. Damn it. I might as well kill them all. The 7 brothers of the Dugu family were eager to see the world in chaos. So they cheered in unison. Dugu Xiaoyi smiled sweetly and nodded. She held Xiao Bai in her arms and suddenly moved closer to Jun Moxie's ear. She whispered, "Is it your secret that we fainted? I won't tell anyone and I won't ask you about it. I understand." Then she paused for a moment and continued, "But when you feel that you can tell me, will you tell me?" Jun Moxie turned his head in surprise and looked at Dugu Xiaoyi. The little girl's eyes were full of shyness and affection. But the expression in her eyes was firm. "I won't harm you and I won't make things difficult for you." These words could be clearly read from her eyes. In that instant, Jun Moxie felt his heart soften. His eyes warmed up and he gently patted Dugu Xiaoyi's hair. But he didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything. Slap. Jun Moxie's hand was slapped to the side. Dugu Chung glared at him and shouted, "Boy, don't try to take advantage of my little sister. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of my little sister? If you do this again, I won't say anything else. I'll chop off your hand." Jun Wuxia had managed to raise a trace of warmth with great difficulty. But this slap had completely dissipated Jun Wuxia. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at his strange expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at him apologetically. The group followed the crowd and came to the main street. Dugu Ing and his brothers deliberately prevented Jun Moxie from coming into contact with their sister. They weaved left and right, walking very fast. However, Jun Moxie fell right into his trap. After putting some distance between them, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. The little lass looked around for Jun Moxie, but she couldn't find him. She turned around and threw a tantrum at her 7 brothers. Little White had already snuggled into her arms and was fast asleep. The previous advancement seemed simple, but the process was actually quite difficult. It really made this little thing quite tired. At this moment, the excitement was gone, and it naturally fell into a deep sleep. Jun Moxie successfully blended into the crowd and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He walked forward aimlessly. Although he was walking aimlessly, he was happier than before because he no longer had the little girl to hold him back. Jun Wuxia didn't realize that the little girl Dugu had already implanted her image into the hitman's heart. Although his impression of her wasn't necessarily good, but it had left a deep imprint on him. "So it's really you, boy. Haha, last time you scolded me and ran away. Fate has brought us together, but today you won't be able to run away." A familiar voice sounded from the left side of Jun Dashao. Jun Moxie turned his head and saw a middle-aged man walking towards him with a smile on his face. He was followed by 2 bodyguards. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand to pat Jun Moxie's thin and weak shoulders. The former Jun Wuxia could be said to have indulged in the 5 poisons of eating, drinking, whoring, and perverting the 5 poisons. He had turned his originally weak and frail body into an abnormal trash. It would be an exaggeration to say that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Hitman Jun had used the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune to repair and temper his body. Although the essence of his body had become very different, but the external appearance didn't seem to have changed much. In fact, there wasn't much difference between his body and that of a debauchee of the past. Jun Wuxia dodged backwards and dodged the man's hand. The hitman wasn't used to strangers touching his body, so he didn't immediately retaliate. So he raised his eyebrows and said, "So it's you." Although it was only a glimpse, Jun Dashao was an ultimate assassin. He quickly recalled that this man was the one he had met in the store that day when it was raining on the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was also on that day that Jun Moxie had coincidentally obtained the level 9 Shen Dan. And now, the level 9 Shen core had attracted the attention of many powerhouses from all over the world, and they had arrived in Tianxiang one after another. And now they had coincidentally met him again. Jun Dashao couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't just the earth that was round. Every planet was round, that's me. The middle-aged man didn't seem offended by Jun Mosia's resistance. He smiled and said, "A wanderer who has fallen to the ends of the earth. Little brother, we meet again. Can be said that we are brought together by fate." Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The word, brought together by fate, had been used exclusively to tease Dugu Xiaoyi. However, he hadn't expected that it would be used on him. This made Jun Moxie feel as if he was being teased. It would have been better if that person had been a woman. But it was a middle-aged uncle. No, a young man wasn't good either. It's fate that we met. But when did I curse you? Jun Moxie was somewhat puzzled. He had never inadvertently forgotten the things that he had experienced. Although he wasn't in a good mood that day, but he definitely hadn't cursed anyone. Humph? You little brat, you still want to act shamelessly? You cursed this old man in a roundabout way before you left. Do you really think that this old man didn't hear it? The middle-aged man laughed. 1,000 cups is too little when drinking with a bosom friend. Aren't these words cursing me? Moreover, no one in this world is worthy to drink with you at the same table. These words are clearly saying that I'm not qualified enough. Isn't this cursing? Humph. Jun Moxie hiccuped twice and stared at this old man in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look more than 40 years old. How dare he call himself an old man? Wasn't the old man of this world too worthless? In his 30s or at most 40 he called himself an old man? Isn't this a little too strange? Are you finally willing to admit it? The middle-aged man smiled slyly. If you really feel apologetic, then take out the heavenly wine that you mentioned the other day as an apology. How about that? Jun Moxie was dumbfounded. There was actually such a person? Even a lion wouldn't be so ruthless, right? He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Why do I have to apologize? But your shameless appearance is quite similar to my style in the past." Ahem. The middle-aged man choked on his words. After thinking for a long time, he laughed, as expected of a scholar. "You really don't use any vulgar words when you curse. But, little brat, how old are you? How dare you call yourself, in the past, in front of this old man? 10 years can be compared to the past, and 1 year can also be compared to the past. The next time I see a 7 or 8-year-old child, I will also call myself an old man. Think about what happened in the past. Who can't say it?" Jun Moxie snorted and said, "Ah, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Come, accompany me for a drink." The middle-aged man laughed heartily and was about to hold Jun Dashao's hand. "You know who I am? Why did you casually drag me to drink with you?" Jun Moxie frowned. "We just met by chance. After a drink we go our separate ways. Why do I need to know who you are?" The middle-aged man smiled strangely. "You said that. But I said that it was fate that we met. Since it is fate, why can't we drink a few cups together?" "You're awesome." Jun Moxie gave him a thumbs up. "You actually remember it so clearly. I find that I really can't talk nonsense in front of you." Jun Moxie suddenly felt that this guy's way of talking was actually quite to his liking. It seemed that this was the first time that he had met a bosom friend since his reincarnation. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel quite interested. In fact, the hitman Jun didn't have many friends in his previous life. An assassin is always lonely. Are you waiting to see the country's master Fei Mingchen enter the city? The middle-aged man smiled reservedly. "Yes and no. I just thought that it would be very lively in a while. So, I came to see if it's the country's master from another country. It's just for the fun of it." Jun Moxie smiled. "Watch the fun. Well said." In the end, It's just an old bastard from an enemy country and a bunch of little bastards with ulterior motives? Let's just watch a monkey show." The middle-aged man chuckled. No matter how welcoming he is now, no matter how enthusiastic he is, when the time comes for the two armies to face each other, he definitely won't show any mercy. Welcome my ass. He doesn't come when he wants to, he doesn't leave when it's time to leave, and now he's holding such a grand welcoming ceremony. Whether the country's master will come or not is none of our business. The middle-aged man snorted as if he was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. Well said. Jun Moxie applauded. This speech alone is enough for me to drink 2 cups of wine. Is it the wine that you said is 100 times stronger than Old Song's wine? The rare and exceptional wine in this world? The middle-aged man's words were full of ridicule. It was clear that in his mind, this wine was not only rare but absolutely non-existent. Jun Moxie tilted his head, snorted and said, "I don't want to argue with an ignorant person like you. Facts always speak louder than words and justice is in the hearts of the people." The middle-aged man laughed heartily and didn't argue any further. Instead he pulled Jun Moxie away. On the other side of the city gate, the crown prince had already received the Yu Tang Empire's master. Dozens of horses were lined up side by side, and the imperial guards were lined up on both sides. In the middle of the group was the high-spirited crown prince, who was riding a horse beside him. From time to time, he would smile and talk with the imperial tutor Fei Mingchen who was riding a horse beside him. The imperial tutor seemed to be talking with a smile on his face, as if he was introducing the scenery of Tianxiang City to the imperial tutor. The middle-aged man turned around and saw the crown prince's expression and actions. He sighed, shook his head and turned away. Jun Moxie was led by the middle-aged man into a small alley. He turned left and right and found that the terrain was very familiar. It seemed that he had arrived at Old Song's tavern. Jun Moxie looked at the middle-aged man's attire, and thought that he should be someone with some status, right? How could he be so familiar with these small alleys? "Old Song, I've caught that brat from last time for you. Hurry up and get me the good wine you promised me." Jun Moxie heard these words and the tone of these words, and suddenly felt as if he had been sold. This posture was similar to that of an assassin holding the head of his employer's enemy to offer a reward. Chapter 149. It's like this, Old Song loves wine as much as his life. Apart from drinking, his only hobby is making wine. Unfortunately, his wine is the best in the entire Tianxiang. That day, after listening to your fallacious argument, he actually appreciated it and became a close friend of the wine nation. Every day he would say that he wanted to see you again, so this old man decided to fulfill his wish. While at the same time he gambled 3 jars of good wine. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and didn't look embarrassed. Instead, he looked as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Jun Moxie was speechless. Ever since he came to this world, he had always been the one taking advantage of others and using them. But today he was actually used by someone, and he didn't even see the slightest trace of it. What kind of story was this? Don't mock me, what a great shame. Jun Sunxiao's hair stood up in anger. This enmity must be avenged. You old man, wait for this young master to properly treat you, and let you know why the flowers are so red. How am I supposed to avenge him? A thin and small old man with a stooped body came out in 3 steps. He laughed loudly and said, honored guests. I was wondering why I heard magpies chirping. Turns out there are 2 honored guests at the same time. Young master, it was a pity that we didn't get the chance to meet last time, but today we finally have the opportunity to meet again. Please quickly come in. Although he said that they were 2 honored guests, his words had already filtered out the middle-aged man, and he didn't even have the intention to let him pass. The middle-aged man didn't know whether it was because he was thick-skinned, or because he didn't feel offended. As for his 2 bodyguards, they disappeared as soon as they entered the store, presumably hiding in the dark. Jun Moxie was startled. The moment this old man came out, he gave him a very familiar feeling. Looking at his figure and face, Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel strange. He entered the store with a smile, but his heart was secretly paying attention. That day I heard young master's wise words. You said, when you drink wine you drink your mood and mood. It doesn't mean that you pour the wine into your stomach. Even if you drink wine, it can only be said to be a waste of food. These words have resonated deeply with me. Old Song poured tea for the guests and chattered on. This old man has been brewing wine for dozens of years. In the art of brewing wine, I often boast that no one in the world can surpass me. But half of my life I have been a fly and a dog, and now I am being trampled upon by the common people. Now that I think about it, it's really lamentable. That's right, it really is a waste of food. Even today I still say the same thing. Jun Moxie snorted. He looked at the middle-aged man who did not treat him as an outsider and took out the wine jars himself. Haha, but in young master's opinion, how can it not be considered as a waste of food? Old Song's old eyes lit up as he asked with a humble expression. What is wine? Jun Moxie asked. Why do people love wine in the first place? Why do they like wine? What is wine? Song Laosen asked himself. He was a bit confused. He claimed to be a winemaker for his entire life, but what exactly is wine? That one question had actually stumped him. To say that wine is just a drink, it would be too unfair to wine. But what is it other than that? Wine is the mood. Jun Moxie emphasized. Therefore, drinking wine is actually drinking the mood. When one is in a good mood and is doing things smoothly, drinking wine to celebrate is called celebration wine. When one is depressed, drinking wine to drown one's worries is called sorrow wine. When a good friend comes to visit, it is called bosom friend wine. When a good friend sees him off, it is called sad farewell wine. When soldiers fight on the battlefield, it is called strong blood wine. When killing the enemy, it is called killing wine. The taste of the wine is secondary. The mood before drinking is the true taste of the wine. Jun Moxie poured a cup and drank it in one gulp. With a lonely expression, he said, when one is alone in a foreign land, wandering and uncertain, drinking wine at this time is called homesickness wine. When one is alone in a foreign land, drinking wine to drown one's worries is more worrying. Good poem, good poem. Brilliant theory, brilliant theory. Young master is truly a genius. The middle-aged man and Old Song were already fascinated by Chu Yang's words. After a while, Old Song came to his senses and praised Chu Yang again and again. Brilliant theory? What is brilliant theory? Jun Moxie sneered. There are 3 classes of people in wine. What I have said is true drinking. It is all about following one's heart. With the help of wine, one can taste the different flavors of life. This is the upper class of people in wine. When the upper class drinks, 10,000 people can taste 10,001 different flavors. This is because of the different states of mind. There is no wealth or poverty in wine. There is no distinction between beggars and high officials. If one knows how to drink and drink with one's heart, then one is a wine expert. If one cannot drink according to one's heart, and even before drinking one must test one's knowledge of wine appreciation and tasting, and finally taste the wine, then this is simply a game for scholars. Compared to the true way of wine, it is simply putting the cart before the horse. It is the biggest joke in the world. Therefore, drinking for the sake of tasting and appraising wine, and even using wine to compete with one's own knowledge, is of a lower class. But drinking in this way, although it is not the same as drinking wine, it has an additional sense of elegance. Although it cannot be considered as a disgrace to wine, one can only reluctantly be considered a wine expert. But with the word hypocrite in it, so one cannot be considered a true wine gentleman. Jun Moxie said. The middle-aged man and Old Song's eyes flashed with a strange light. They wanted to open their mouths to say something, but they restrained themselves and patiently listened to what Jun Dashao had to say. However, the 2 of them were secretly laughing in their hearts. This young man's words, the words true and hypocrite, were very obvious. It was as if he was saying that those sour scholars were all hypocrites. Anyone would be able to discern the hidden meaning in his words. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes. His attitude was wild as he continued. Apart from the above 2, the next level is more conventional. Whether it be in the brothel, drinking and socializing in the pub, or chatting with friends in a luxurious mansion, or competing over wine tables in the political arena, all of them are scheming and plotting against each other. So, they are the lowest level of people in the world of wine. As for those who use wine to harm others, those who harbor evil intentions, they are a waste of wine, and are not worthy of being discussed by me. The middle-aged man and Old Song listened to Jun Moxie's brilliant words, and nodded slightly. Then they became silent and felt a faint sense of pride in their hearts. I've been a wine enthusiast for decades. So, I should be considered a true wine gentleman, right? Who would have thought that Jun Dashao would say something even more shocking? He pointed at the 2 of them and lightly shook them. Based on the 2 of you, perhaps you can barely be considered a lower class. Nonsense. The 2 of them were finally enraged and shouted at the same time. You should know that these 2 people are confident that they are the experts of the wine nation. Your theory may be reasonable, but with our decades of experience in the way of wine, how could you use the word barely to be evaluated as a second-grade wine? This is too much of a bully. Seeing that the 2 of them were enraged, Jun Dashao didn't seem to care and continued, Don't be unconvinced when I say that you can barely be considered a lower class. You have been immersed in the Tao of wine for decades, and this experience cannot be denied. But to taste wine, to appraise wine, to enjoy wine, and to drink wine for the sake of it, there is another condition. That is, you must have qualified wine. Not only have you not tasted such wine, you have not even seen it before. Just this knowledge alone is enough to make you inferior. Jun Moxie stretched out his little finger and gently shook it. However, I can't blame you for this. I believe that no one else in this world has this kind of wine besides me. Old Song, your wine can be said to be the best in the entire Tianxiang Empire. But when compared to the wines I know, the wines I have spoken about, and the wines I have tasted, the difference is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. It is impossible to compare them in the same breath. These words were somewhat sophistry, but he had already begun to promote his wine. Young master, when it comes to wine, it is true that you speak of gold and spit out jade, which has opened my eyes. However, when it comes to winemaking, I, Old Song, have traveled all over the world. I can say this bluntly, if my wine can't be tasted, then I'm afraid that there is no wine in the world that can enter your eyes. Old Song wasn't happy that Jun Moxie had said that he wasn't qualified, and now that he had heard the last few words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He wasn't convinced. This old man has been immersed in the art of wine for a lifetime, and I dare say that I have tasted all the best wines in the world. But looking at the best wines in the world, I don't think any of them can be compared to this old man's secret wine. But this little devil dares to say that your wine is like the difference between the heavens and the earth? How could Old Song not be angry? But this wasn't an exaggeration, and it was up to Jun Dashao to refute. The world was vast, and it wasn't necessarily that there wasn't a better wine in the world, or that he didn't know about it. Compared to Jun Dashao's words, the whereabouts of the wine was naturally more important. Jun Moxie smiled in a non-committal manner. He didn't refute the sharp words he had spoken earlier. The middle-aged man's ears pricked up as he looked from one to the other. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and said, Old Song, there's always someone better out there, and there's always someone better behind the wine. If this little brother can really come up with a wine that's 100 times better than yours, then what would you do? Then I'd be willing to take him as my master. Old Song's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes flashed as he blurted out. At this moment, his stooped body suddenly straightened up, and a strong sense of self-confidence and pride burst out of him. In addition to self-confidence and pride, there was also a trace of heartfelt expectation in his eyes. If he could really produce such a good wine, then why not take him as his master? Jun Moxie's heart suddenly stirred, and he was able to confirm Old Song's identity. So it's him. No wonder I felt a sense of déjà vu. The last time he and his third uncle Jun Wui settled the matter of the Huanghua Hall, the uncle and nephew were chased by a mysterious Tianxian-level expert. Although Jun Moxie was able to scare him off with a clever trick, but that person's tyrannical strength was even higher than Jun Wui's, and it was still fresh in Jun Moxie's memory. According to Jun Moxie's judgment, this person's strength was extremely high, and he was even stronger than the Silver Blizzard cities Mu Shuetong and Shaohan, and was only slightly weaker than his grandfather Jun Tian. Who would have thought that the mysterious Tianxian expert in front of him and the owner of the tavern Old Song would have a connection? But just as Old Song unintentionally said those words in a fit of pique, a trace of his aura leaked out due to the fluctuations in his mood. Although this trace of aura was fleeting, but it was enough for Jun Moxie to recognize him, and in an instant, the two figures overlapped in his mind. Just like in a slow-motion movie, the two figures constantly split up and then recombined. Every movement and every kind of aura was repeated several times in Jun Moxie's mind, and finally the two figures merged into one. It's him.